Chapter 1029. Qin Yu discovered something very interesting. Now, the strength of the abyssal king that descended through Shang Lingyue's mortal body was weaker than he expected. This wasn't too accurate. It should be that the strength that erupted from this abyssal creature wasn't as formidable as he had sensed. Qin Yu wasn't sure. Was it because the abyssal strength naturally suppressed flesh and blood beings, causing his senses to deviate? Or was it because this abyssal creature that descended through Shang Lingyue's mortal body wasn't able to completely release the might of an abyssal king? But this wasn't important. What was important was that Qin Yu saw hope. He could kill this opponent and suppress the source of the abyssal king. He might even be able to refine and absorb it. Although it was still weak, as long as there was a chance and he fought for it with everything he had, there was always a chance of success. So, this was a very interesting matter. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion erupted, and a berserk and terrifying power twisted the space around them like two giant pythons. Massive tracts of abyssal energy exploded outwards, sweeping out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a massive ring of emptiness was formed. The ground shattered and buildings collapsed. Some abyssal creatures that were attracted by the abyssal king's aura were directly torn to pieces. Countless pieces of flesh and blood flew into the air, filling the air with the smell of blood. Qin Yu drew back again and again. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble and leave behind deep footprints. When he stopped at the last step, he couldn't help but frown. His feet that had sunk into the ground were now covered with blood-red tentacles. They were like the dense roots of a plant. They rapidly spread upwards. An extremely cold yin aura was released. It was like a hair-thin needle that pierced into his flesh and blood, drilling deep into his marrow. In the blink of an eye, these blood-red tentacles had already wrapped around Qin Yu's legs, covering everything below his waist. Kang Wu's eyes shook for a moment before he quickly composed himself. He laughed. The strength of this city struggling at death's door is indeed stronger than I imagined. But, this is the abyss, a world that belongs to me. Moreover, your cultivation is far too weak. Even if you obtain strength fusion, how much of it can you display? He lifted a hand and grasped forwards, his fingers clenching. Now, let me destroy you, destroy this city. Bang! A dazzling light erupted from Qin Yu's body. The blood-red tentacles wrapped around him emitted pained screams and began to burn, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. Bang! A deep thumping sound echoed out from the surrounding void. The dazzling light that covered Qin Yu suddenly caved in many places. Looking carefully, it formed a palm print. Sizzle, an ear-piercing corrosive sound came from the sunken area of light. Two diametrically opposed forces crazily collided in this small area. More and more abyss devil chi was exploding, forming wave after wave of terrifying waves that spread to an even larger area. The abyssal private school was completely destroyed in a few breaths of time, and a terrifying aura covered the entire city. The remaining cultivators who had been besieged by the abyssal creatures and were struggling to survive were overjoyed when they sensed this fluctuation. Ah! This power! Someone was fighting against this terrifying creature. Could it be that the outside world has already discovered the change in the myriad soul Dao? Great! If we persevere, we might not die today. I am a direct bloodline descendant of the Zhong family. I wonder which great lord has arrived. Please hurry and save me. The Zhong family will surely repay you. A cultivator cried out in ecstasy. But there were also some people who were able to guess the truth of the matter. Yunfeng, Jiang Yuani, and the others glanced at each other. Although no one spoke, they could guess what the others were thinking. The one who had acted today was that mysterious Lord Qin Yu. Perhaps the outside world really could sense the changes occurring in the myriad soul Dao, but it was impossible for them to respond in such a short period of time and send powerhouses to help. The only possibility was that it was that mysterious Qin Yu that no one had ever seen through or understood. It was just that, this degree of strength impact, even if it was only the aftermath, left their minds shaking and filled with despair. If they were directly struck by it, they would instantly vanish. Lord Qin Yu was far more terrifying than they had imagined. If Qin Yu wins, we might have a chance to live. Otherwise, we will surely die here. Yunfeng's eyes were cloudy and uncertain for a long time. Then, she took a deep breath and shouted, "We will activate the strength of the array formation and actively kill the abyssal creatures outside." Jiang Yuan's eyes widened. "Are you crazy?" Yunfeng said, "I am not crazy. Can you not sense that the ones fighting with Lord Qin Yu right now are the same race as those abyssal creatures outside? Their strength comes from this terrifying demonic energy. The more we kill, the more demonic energy we can consume. Perhaps we might be able to help Lord Qin Yu. Although the effect might be limited, even if we can only help a little, we must still help. Otherwise, once Lord Qin Yu is defeated, even if the array formation still has some remaining strength, we will only be able to live for a little longer." "That's right. Yunfeng is right. We cannot just wait for death. Let's activate the strength of the array formation. Rather than waiting for death, we might as well kill as much as we can. Even if we can't escape today's calamity, it won't be a loss." After several breaths of time, the house that was being crazily attacked by the abyssal creatures suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. The power of the array formation condensed into sword shadows that wildly cut down in all directions. In an instant, dozens of abyssal creatures were cut to pieces. But these abyssal creatures were covered in abyssal demonic energy and possessed an incomparably potent vitality. Even though their bodies were torn to pieces, they still hadn't died. Part of the broken body was torn apart and devoured by other abyssal creatures, while the rest of the body was pieced together into a ball. Flesh sprouted from each other and grew together crazily, turning into a monster with 7 or 8 heads and dozens of legs and arms. "Damn it, you bunch of bastards, you actually ate my body, my arm, spit out my arm, and my thigh." The dozen-plus heads angrily roared. But at this time, the black curtain that covered the city began to wildly shake. An incomparably massive face suddenly caved in. It opened its eyes to reveal a pair of icy cold and cruel blood-red pupils that overlooked the entire city. Roar, the monster that had been formed from the broken limbs and dismembered body, began to cry out in fear and alarm, as if it had sensed something horrifying. In the next moment, its massive body exploded. Its flesh and blood instantly withered and turned into powder that fell to the ground. Thick abyssal demonic energy condensed from its body and howled out. At almost the same time, the surrounding abyssal creatures began to self-destruct. Their mortal bodies were directly destroyed and their abyssal demonic energy was stripped away. In the blink of an eye, the aggressive abyssal creatures had been annihilated and the outside world quieted down. Yunfeng and the others that were activating the array formation with all their strength were stunned for a moment before joy appeared on their faces. But soon, this joy vanished. They turned towards the direction of the private school and felt an aura that left them in despair. Fear rose in their eyes. It wasn't that Lord Qin Yu had won, but that the abyssal creature he had fought had plundered all the abyssal demonic energy in the city. Although this meant that Qin Yu hadn't fallen into a disadvantage in his battle with this terrifying abyssal creature, the abyssal creature that had plundered all the demonic energy in the city would inevitably become even more terrifying. "What do we do?" Jiang Yuan's voice trembled. Yunfeng paled. "We can only wait." The abyssal demonic energy that came from the direction of the private school had already formed a terrifying vortex. Once they approached, with their strength they would instantly be torn to pieces. They wouldn't be able to help at all. Their fate now completely rested on Qin Yu's shoulders. Rumble rumble, the vortex formed by abyssal demonic energy wildly spun in the skies, emitting heaven-shaking rumbling sounds. The flames on Kang Wu's body blazed even hotter. "Qin Yu, do you think you can win? Now, be destroyed." Bang, from the center of the vortex, a terrifying pillar of demonic energy howled out, falling onto Qin Yu's head. It was like a towering mountain pressing down on Qin Yu. The radiant light that wrapped around Qin Yu began to constantly crack apart, emitting loud cracking sounds as if something was breaking apart. His complexion changed. Beneath this pillar of demonic energy, he was completely suppressed, unable to move at all. And the strength he obtained from the city could only barely guarantee that he wouldn't be destroyed by the pillar of demonic energy. Kang Wu took a step forward and landed on the ground. His eyes were cruel and ferocious, but they also revealed boundless excitement and fervor. "Now, you can't escape. I'm going to eat you up bit by bit and imprison your soul for eternity. Only like this could he dispel the hatred in Kang Wu's heart. He opened his mouth and fiercely sucked in at Qin Yu. Immediately, motes of light flew out from Qin Yu's body and into his mouth. The Abyssal Nightmare race had a special method of plundering. They could directly deprive an enemy of their strength. This strength didn't just refer to their cultivation, but also their flesh and blood and soul. As the motes of light fell into his mouth, Kang Wu's eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. In fact, as his mind shook, he even temporarily stopped plundering and swallowing Qin Yu. This strength, with your cultivation, how could you possess it? No, it's not your own strength. It's some sort of extremely heaven-defying good fortune that's hidden inside your body. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. This is an unexpected harvest, a great harvest. I originally thought that even if I successfully rescued my king, my cultivation would suffer a setback. I never imagined there would be such a pleasant surprise in front of me. As long as I swallow you, I will definitely be able to break through my current boundary. I might even go a step further and reach the level of a near king. At that time, the entire abyss will recognize me, and there is an extremely high chance I will become the new king of the nightmare race. Kang Wu's heart began to fiercely beat, revealing an increasingly greedy heat. In any abyssal race, a race was only allowed to have a single king. Only when the previous king perished could a new king be born. If the king truly resurrected and returned to the abyss, then the first one he would kill would be Kang Wu, who could threaten his position. So, if he wanted to become king, he would have to make the current king completely disappear. As this thought appeared, Kang Wu's entire mind shivered. The suppression and submission in his bloodline left him feeling uneasy and fearful. But soon, this fear was completely burned away by the raging flames of ambition. Because this was his once-in-a-lifetime chance to swallow Qin Yu, seize the good fortune within his body, and obtain the recognition of the abyss. Then, he could seize the king's strength and have him and this city thoroughly disappear. And he, Kang Wu, would replace Qin Yu and become the new king of the nightmare race. He would step into the highest level of the abyss and possess the ability to control the will of the abyss. From there, he would realize his life's greatest dream. He would lead the abyssal races to occupy the world of the living and turn all flesh and blood living beings into lambs to be slaughtered under the rule of the abyss. That's right. I am doing this not just for myself, but to accomplish the great goal of the abyss that has ruled over the world of the living for countless years. So, everything I am doing is right. My king, please hand over your strength to me. I will definitely fulfill your wish. After firming his heart, Kang Wu's eyes became even more blazing hot. He stubbornly stared at Qin Yu. This was because everything he considered had to be built on the foundation of swallowing Qin Yu. And now, it seemed that this was only a matter of time. Chapter 1030. That would be very boring. In particular, Qin Yu discovered that he didn't have the slightest ability to resist Kang Wu's swallowing and plundering. He was a fish on the chopping block. He wasn't placed on the chopping block, but had been ruthlessly chopped in. This feeling of helplessness and despair wasn't a good feeling. But despair was despair. He absolutely wouldn't give up. As long as he wasn't dead, he couldn't give up. A turning point might come in the next moment. He crazily stimulated the strength of the city that fused into his body to reduce the speed at which it was being plundered. But at the same time, Qin Yu's heart began to turn cold. He could control the strength of the city, but it wasn't completely under his control. This was because in Qin Yu's perception, while the strength of the city couldn't break through the suppression of the abyssal demonic energy, it should at least be able to ensure that he wasn't harmed. It shouldn't be like right now where he could only fall into despair and wait for death to arrive. Under the cover of the sun and moon force field, Qin Yu had great confidence in his own perception abilities. He knew this wasn't an illusion. In other words, the strength of the city that fused into his body was holding back. But what Qin Yu couldn't understand was why it was doing this. If Qin Yu was swallowed by Kang Wu, then the strength of the city that fused into his body would return to the abyss and vanish into thin air. There was a problem. There must be some secret that Qin Yu didn't know about. His thoughts raced. In the blink of an eye, a thought flashed through his mind. The abyssal king's strength that this abyssal creature controlled wasn't complete to begin with. This was the same situation he faced. Was it just a coincidence? Or perhaps this was the key. In today's situation, when he was on the verge of death, Qin Yu certainly wouldn't believe that this was just a coincidence. If this really was the key, a chill gushed out from the depths of his heart. Qin Yu stiffened, as if he had fallen into an icy lake. He suddenly thought of an incomparably terrifying possibility. If this was really the case, then he feared he wouldn't be able to escape death today. Ha 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 ha. Qin Yu, you will vanish into thin air and become a part of my body. Now, hand over all of your strength to me. Kang Wu excitedly roared, a blazing heat surging in the depths of his eyes. He opened his mouth and sucked in a deep breath. The motes of light that flew out from Qin Yu's body suddenly rose. But at this time, a change occurred. Kang Wu's mouth was still wide open, but the swallowing strength that erupted from it had vanished. Excitement, agitation, greed, and other emotions froze on his face. His eyes were filled with panic. At this moment, he lost control of the power in his body. An ancient and cruel consciousness gradually awakened. We seem to have an unexpected harvest. A low, slow voice resounded in the void. Layers of fluctuations appeared, and a black ball of light appeared. Vaguely, one could see a blurry face inside the ball of light. It was like a god soaring above the 9 heavens, cold and indifferent. Now, his eyes were tightly locked onto Qin Yu. Deep in his indifferent eyes, there was a burning heat that couldn't be concealed. You're too impatient. We should wait a little longer. Amidst the spatial fluctuations, a white ball of light appeared, followed by a calm voice. This voice, Qin Yu's heart shrank. He stared at the white sphere of light. A face appeared from within. It opened its eyes and looked at Qin Yu. It lightly said, "You are smarter than I imagined." Qin Yu's lips moved, but he discovered that he couldn't make a single sound. The strength of the city that had fused into his body had turned into a terrifying imprisonment that thoroughly suppressed him. Indeed, what he guessed was the truth. This city and the Abyssal King suppressed beneath it had already reached some sort of agreement. A cold laugh echoed out from the black ball of light. Agreement? Of course not, because I am him and he is me. Qin Yu's eyes widened. The white ball of light suddenly expanded, turning into a phantom. It was the teacher who had already disappeared. His expression was calm. Before, I once told you that after the Abyssal King was killed, the world of living beings' initial plan was to refine and absorb its source energy to replace its identity and enter the abyss. In this way, they could know themselves and their enemies and explore the abyss. In truth, not everyone failed. For instance, I should be considered half successful. The black ball of light flashed and turned into another teacher. The two were completely identical, except that their expressions were icy cold and their black robes were as black as ink. He became me and I became him. But what a pity, we were unable to complete our fusion, because we lacked an important medium. In order to avoid being discovered by others, we constructed the myriad soul path to conceal this secret and wait for that medium to appear. The teacher pointed at Kang Wu. He is a nightmare with a pure abyssal bloodline. Because of certain reasons, we could not continue to wait, so we chose him to become the medium. Of course, he is only the most important part of the medium, and you are also a part of it. The black-robed teacher licked his lips. But surprises always come too suddenly. Originally, the medium that the two of you formed wasn't perfect. Even if you managed to help us complete our fusion, it would have left behind considerable drawbacks. But now, a strength that leaves even us startled has appeared on your body. The teacher said, "We do not know what sort of existence the strength you possess is, but as long as we can seize it, we can truly become one." Hee hee. The black-robed teacher's lips curled up in a smile. "I've said so much because I hope that you can die with understanding. Moreover, to become a part of our long and grand plan is your greatest honor. Secondly, it's because we need time to adjust the plan and determine your role. Now, everything has been perfected." The teacher nodded. He looked at Qin Yu. "You will become the new medium's main body. You will strip away everything from this nightmare's bloodline and forge a body that is completely suitable for fusing with us. Let's begin. I've waited far, far too long. I can't wait any longer." Then let's begin. Within Qin Yu's body, the city strength suppressing him suddenly revealed a fierce expression. It was like a python that had awoken from its slumber and opened its bloody jaws. Ah! Kang Wu cried out in pain. Billowing abyssal demon energy gushed out from his body, forming a raging river that wildly poured into Qin Yu's body. Abyssal demon energy was the nemesis of flesh and blood to begin with. Once it came into contact with it, it would produce a terrifying corrosive effect. On the surface of Qin Yu's body, all of his exposed flesh and blood turned pitch black in the blink of an eye. Then, the surface rapidly decayed, turning into pitch-black mucus that dripped to the ground. But at this time, the city strength that had fused into his body and formed a formidable cage began to fuse into him on its own initiative. It was like a simple and effective neutralizer. It perfectly offset and annihilated the damage that the abyssal demon energy brought to his flesh and blood. In the end, all that was left over was a black gold strength that flowed through Qin Yu's body, fusing into him little by little. But this process wasn't as beautiful as it seemed. Although the city strength counteracted the corrosion of the abyssal demon energy, it still increased by 10 times or even 100 times. Qin Yu was currently withstanding a great deal of pain. It felt as if an abyssal creature was being forcefully stuffed into his body. Every inch of his flesh and blood would be split open from the middle. Roaring was an effective way to vent one's pain. Although it couldn't truly reduce the excruciating pain one had to bear, it could still make one feel a little more relaxed on a psychological level. Unfortunately, Qin Yu couldn't even make the slightest expression right now, much less make a single sound. He could only allow the trembling flesh and blood on his face to portray an indifferent and terrifying image of himself. The teacher looked at Qin Yu. Your ability to withstand pain is also stronger than I imagined. In normal circumstances, your consciousness should have collapsed by now. Perhaps you really should give up. At the very least, you can make yourself suffer less pain. The black-robed teacher smiled. This is humanity. You always harbor some lowly and worthless thoughts. You believe that man can conquer the heavens, but man is man, so how can you resist the heavens? Today, you are destined to offer your everything to us. Thump, thump, the 2 hearts in Qin Yu's chest wildly beat, as if they would explode in the next moment. Black blood vessels appeared in his chest, weaving together and stabbing into the 2 hearts. The violent heartbeat couldn't be covered up. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After plundering the strength of the 2 hearts, the black blood vessels began to grow at an even more astonishing speed. Soon, a new heart was born. Its entire body was pitch black, but its surface shimmered with a faint metallic luster. After an unknown period of time, it finally began to beat. Thump, a 3rd heartbeat sounded out from Qin Yu's chest. His pupils suddenly turned even darker. It was like they had been dyed with ink, like they had been thrown into the endless darkness of night. After being dyed for tens of millions of years, there was no longer any impurities left. Across from Qin Yu, Kang Wu emitted a howl of despair. Then, his entire body shattered and he vanished from sight. All of the abyssal demon energy, all of it, had fused into Qin Yu's body. The black-clothed teacher's eyes widened, a look of infatuation in his eyes. Perfect, it is even more perfect than I imagined. By fusing with the strength of the abyss and maintaining the body of a flesh and blood life form, we will become gods that wander between 2 worlds, finally reaching a transcendent realm. Let's begin the fusion. The teacher remained calm. Shua, Shua, the 2 of them stepped forwards at the same time. Their figures turned into black and white spheres of light that drilled into Qin Yu's body. Bang, blazing flames burst out from his body. What was strange was that these flames used the space between Qin Yu's eyebrows as a boundary. The left half was pure white and the right half was pitch black. But this situation didn't continue for too long. The space between Qin Yu's eyebrows was the boundary between the 2 opposing flames. Then, with Qin Yu's body as the foundation, it formed a spinning vortex of flames. However, the black and white colors were still distinct, as if there was an invisible boundary between them that completely separated the 2. Qin Yu opened his eyes. His left eye was pure white and his right eye was as black as an abyss, both icy cold. You are me, so why don't you fuse? I also want to ask you this question. A question and an answer came from Qin Yu's mouth. Strangely, the air around him seemed to condense into essence. An invisible pressure flooded every inch of space. It was like a towering mountain had arrived, suppressing all directions. Bang! Without any warning, the perfectly spinning black and white flames suddenly shook. 2 fire dragons drilled out, one black and one white, crazily slaughtering each other, tearing at each other with all their might. You are me and I am you. But in truth, I am me and you are you. Even if their essence was the same, they had different consciousnesses. Neither of them was willing to dissipate. Thus, who would be the true leader in the end? Only a battle would be decided. Far away, drifting in the nothingness of space, there was a world that gradually condensed, shining with the only light. At the center of this world, within a towering temple, a figure let out a long breath. He muttered, "I knew that boy Qin Yu's luck would be so good. He wouldn't be killed off like this. The turning point has finally appeared." But in truth, he had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Once Qin Yu was killed, he would sever their connection. With this basically completed world, he would have a certain foundation. Perhaps he would fall into a long period of weakness, but he wouldn't fall into a deep slumber. Of course, this was only the worst-case scenario. As long as there was even the slightest possibility, he hoped that Qin Yu could continue living. It wasn't just because of their close relationship. There was also an extremely important objective factor. From Qin Yu, he could see the possibility of stepping into the highest height. Although it was weak, it was still commendable. In this world, there were countless so-called breathtaking geniuses, but if one disregarded their background, there weren't many that could compare with Qin Yu at the same boundary. With a deep breath, the phantom of a great sun suddenly descended. In the skies of this world, the sun that illuminated all things seemed to echo in response. The light it released suddenly brightened. Since the turning point had appeared, he certainly wouldn't allow himself to make any mistakes. Moreover, if he could succeed, then this hopeless situation would turn into another harvest for Qin Yu. Even the little blue lamp didn't know just what this harvest meant to Qin Yu. The black and white fire dragons crazily slaughtered each other, trying to swallow each other up. But the premise of all of this was that only one of them could become the final victor. For the sandpiper and clam to fight and the fisherman to profit, this was something that neither side could accept. Thus, as the 2 fire dragons fought, their first choice was to thoroughly destroy Qin Yu's consciousness. And the destruction of his consciousness meant that his soul would wither and be destroyed. All that would be left over would be an empty shell that would serve as a medium to carry them. The shaking black and white flames were like monstrous waves, crazily sweeping through every inch of Qin Yu's body. Any one of these levels of strength was enough to instantly destroy Qin Yu's consciousness, much less in this situation where the waves continued endlessly. Thus, after sensing that Qin Yu's soul aura had disappeared, the black and white dragons never imagined that he would still be able to survive. This was Qin Yu's only chance of survival and also the variable that the little blue lamp spoke of. This was because he possessed the sun and moon force field, allowing him to transcend the world. And within his soul space, there was something that seemed ordinary but actually had a great background. The cosmic sea-cross bell. Ever since the purple moon and blue sun met and formed the sun and moon force field, the main will of the bell, the self-proclaimed beautiful little girl, had fallen into a deep slumber. Of course, the term slumber wasn't strictly speaking accurate, because during this process, its strength had constantly increased. Perhaps it could be called a revival. In short, the current cosmic sea-cross bell hadn't changed much from its previous appearance, but its might was on a completely different level. Qin Yu's soul was currently hidden within. The sun and moon force field had shrunk into a ball, sticking close to the cosmic sea-cross bell as it shrunk to its strongest defense. If it were only like this, then the sun and moon force field would still be discovered. This was because whether it was the abyssal king that suppressed the true city or the one who built the myriad soul path in the past, they were once the most terrifying and formidable existences in the world. But Qin Yu didn't only have these cards in his hand. The aura of the jade egg was the key to his ultimate ability to conceal himself. It wrapped around the cosmic sea-cross bell, its body seeming like nothingness, forming a circle of absolute concealment. Unless Black and White finally completed their fusion and occupied Qin Yu's mortal body, it would be impossible to discover Qin Yu's soul that still existed. In all dangers in the world, a turning point might exist. But whether or not one could grasp it depended on whether or not one's own accumulations were deep enough. Of course, what Qin Yu needed to thank the most was the White and Black that were fighting each other, neither willing to dissipate. If they were truly of noble character and unquestionable integrity, or if they kept their original promise and directly completed their fusion, then Qin Yu would have nowhere to hide and his only fate would be destruction. Even if he had the little blue lamp and many other cards in his hand, this was still an unchangeable fate. As Black and White desperately fought, Qin Yu's soul escaped into the cosmic sea-cross bell. He was waiting for his only chance to attack. Chapter 1031. The reason he had to wait for a chance was because even if Black and White were both wounded, their residual strength would still be enough to easily erase Qin Yu. Thus, he only had one chance to attack. There was no need to say if he succeeded, otherwise Qin Yu's soul would truly scatter. Hiding within the cosmic sea-cross bell, Qin Yu could feel a sense of urgency as he stood at the turning point of fate. Taking a single wrong step would put him in a hopeless situation. But he never imagined that he wouldn't be able to wait for the most appropriate chance to attack before he would be forced to participate in this life-seizing battle. That's right, this was a life-seizing battle. Black and White would struggle with each other in order to preserve themselves and become the main will. As for Qin Yu, he would struggle with both sides so that he could survive. Within his chest, 3 hearts wildly beat. One was pitch black and shined with a metallic halo. One was crimson and beat with a fierce and overbearing aura. This represented the heart of the ancient, and the last was the true heart condensed from Qin Yu's own bloodline, the heart that originally belonged to him. The variable appeared in this heart that originally belonged to Qin Yu. His body had already been stripped away and there was only a tiny bit of his bloodline left over. As Black and White fought, this heart suddenly erupted with all its strength. Thump, thump, the heart began to beat faster. The bloodline strength hidden deep within his marrow was activated with it. Tiny golden runes appeared, instantly covering the entire heart. Moreover, they began to extend along his bloodline at an astonishing speed. It wanted to take back control of his body. This wasn't Qin Yu's will, but a powerful bloodline instinct that was protecting its own status. The Black and White fire dragons that covered Qin Yu, crazily devouring each other, suddenly had a flash of surprise in their eyes. They could sense that this bloodline strength wasn't too formidable, but it unexpectedly gave them a threatening feeling. But this wasn't true. The Black and White fire dragons were startled. Instead, a blazing heat flashed in their eyes. In essence, they were one. Neither side had full confidence they could defeat the other and swallow it, becoming the only existence left. Thus, in this seemingly intense battle, the final outcome could only depend on their own luck. But luck was the most difficult thing to grasp. No one wanted to entrust their life or death to such an illusory existence. As long as there was a chance to increase their chances of victory, the Black and White dragons wouldn't let it go. And now, this assistance had appeared. All that mattered now was who could seize it. Bang! The black dragon swung its tail fiercely and sent the white dragon flying. However, the white dragon also paid the price of having a large wound torn open on its body. The black dragon didn't continue fighting. It turned and, in a flash, drilled into Qin Yu's body, vanishing from sight. The white dragon let out a low roar and followed closely behind, entering the flesh as well. The black fire dragon drilled into the black metallic luster condensed from the power of the abyss, the third heart that could be called the heart of the abyss. In the next moment, a berserk abyssal power erupted. The heart of the abyss madly throbbed as countless runes condensed from demonic energy howled out. Every rune was like a miniature abyssal creature, one that crazily chased after Qin Yu and swallowed his bloodline, condensing into a golden rune. Every time it devoured one, the heart of the abyss's control over its body would grow a little stronger. Even though the increase was so small that it was negligible, in the current situation, any advantage could become the key to victory. The heart of the abyss had already attacked, so the other one certainly wouldn't sit still and wait for death. The white dragon broke into the ancient's heart and countless white runes erupted with it. What was different from the abyssal runes was that the white runes didn't choose to swallow Qin Yu's bloodline runes. Rather, after touching them, they fused together. But whether it was swallowing or fusing, the result was the same for Qin Yu. The black and white dragons were seizing his bloodline to increase their chances of victory. A trace of horror instinctively rose up from his soul. Without any reason, Qin Yu naturally knew that he couldn't sit back and watch as his bloodline was completely stolen away. Otherwise, the backlash from severing his bloodline would be enough to cause his soul to fall into a state of absolute weakness. At that time, even if he waited for the perfect opportunity to attack, he would lose all ability to fight. He had to attack ahead of time. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Before he could speak, the space within the cosmic sea-cross bell suddenly collapsed inwards and the phantom of a great sun appeared in the pitch-black darkness. The little blue lamp's thoughts fluctuated. Qin Yu, you originally had a better chance, but in this world, there is nothing that completely follows your own will. What should I do? As expected, the little blue lamp wouldn't sit back and watch him die like this. Although this fellow had been hiding for some unknown reason, it still wouldn't drop the ball in a critical moment. I will attack and the strength hidden within your body will erupt. None of this needs your guidance, because when you face the abyss, they will instinctively resist. But remember, whether or not you can survive in the end will depend on yourself. The little blue lamp was silent for a moment. Then, it continued to say, do your best and don't let yourself die. If you really cannot escape this calamity, I guarantee that in the future I will take revenge for you. Qin Yu was expressionless. I won't die. He still had too many wishes, too many unwillingness. How could he die like this? No matter who it was, whether it was the King of the Abyss or the Supreme Elder who created the myriad soul Dao in the past, so what? If he didn't want to die, then none of them could kill him. This wasn't some brainless arrogance or pride, but an obsession that strengthened his heart. If he didn't even have an obsession to live on, then how could he survive in such a dangerous and hopeless situation? Dong within his chest, 3 hearts wildly beat. The heart of the abyss that had fused with the black fire dragon began to dance with black flames. This was the burning of abyssal demonic energy, releasing swallowing black runes that wildly swallowed up the strength of his bloodline. After fusing with the ancient's heart of the white fire dragon, the white runes rapidly fused together. The golden bloodline runes turned pure white in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu's own heart continued to beat quickly, but it gradually became weaker and weaker. It contracted and expanded, becoming sluggish. This was because the strength of his bloodline was rapidly fading away. It was on the verge of drying up. Ding-ling-ling. The ringing of a bell suddenly resounded, and it was clear and oppressive. When it entered the ears, it was like a few large stones had been stuffed into one's chest, and it was filled with a burning sensation that caused every single breath to become extremely difficult. The soul didn't need to gasp for breath, but what this bell sound targeted was precisely the soul. This was because it came from the cosmic sea-cross bell, a treasure that originated from a mysterious land. Its background was far more formidable than what Qin Yu knew, and it was a supreme soul treasure. If the wills of the black and white fire dragons existed within their bodies, then even the strength of the cosmic sea-cross bell wouldn't be able to easily shake them. But now, they had abandoned their ruined bodies and entered Qin Yu's body, only retaining the purest strength of their soul. This allowed the cosmic sea-cross bell's strength to be displayed to its greatest degree. As the bell's sound entered his ears, the beating of the heart of the abyss and the ancient's heart paused for a brief moment. Then, the black and white fire dragons emitted deep and pained roars. With their strength, the moment the cosmic sea-cross bell attacked, it had already sensed the aura of Qin Yu's soul. In their eyes, the soul of a weak human cultivator was like a candle that could be casually extinguished. Yet, it had remained hidden until now and had even inflicted a certain degree of damage upon them. Although it wasn't serious, the black and white fire dragons felt as if their dignity had been challenged. Of course, what was even more important was that they actually felt a threat from Qin Yu's soul aura. One couldn't help but acknowledge that these old antiques that had lived for endless years had a powerful and keen intuition. Moreover, they firmly believed in their own judgment. This was because over the countless years, they had verified the accuracy of their intuition many times. Thus, the The moment they sensed Qin Yu's soul aura, the black and white fire dragons made the same decision: they would stop fighting and erase this boy's soul first. Chapter 1032. The black and white fire dragon's senses were sharp and accurate, but they underestimated the impact of Qin Yu's soul. This was because what he needed to do now was suppress all the heretical forces that invaded his body and swallow and refine them. Since he had to use his full strength, the soul impact from the cosmic sea crossbell was only the beginning. It was only the weakest of the several forces hidden within Qin Yu's body. Within his soul space, the purple moon and blue sun that rose in the east and set in the west simultaneously shined with light, releasing boundless fluctuations of strength. They galvanized the entire sun and moon force field. Like the tides of the sea, they violently rose and fell, carrying with them a vast strength that swept out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the ancient's heart and the heart of the abyss were wrapped in layers, forming a terrifying impact that howled outwards like invisible blades. The sun and moon force field itself transcended the heavens and earth. The impact formed from its vibrations also belonged to the level of the world beyond. Thus, no strength within the scope of the world could resist it. In a way, it had the attribute of ignoring all defenses, and its killing might was terrifying. From within Qin Yu's body, there was a series of crackling sounds. The black and white that were crazily swallowing and assimilating the bloodline runes suddenly broke apart like bamboo in a raging fire. Dong dong, the ancient's heart and the heart of the abyss violently shook. With pained roars, the phantoms of the black and white fire dragons appeared. Their eyes widened in shock. Strength beyond the world. With Qin Yu's cultivation, he was actually able to release such a degree of strength. This far surpassed their imaginations. In truth, this had nothing to do with arrogance or carelessness. Rather, according to common sense, it was impossible for Qin Yu to control strength beyond the world. To transcend the world and not decay with the sun and moon, this was a kind of transcendence of life. It represented a great liberation, a great sublimation. Even in their heyday, they hadn't been able to cross this threshold. They were still some distance away from transcending the world. Even so, this didn't mean that the black and white fire dragons didn't have the ability to resist the impact of this strength. Every abyssal king stood at the peak of the abyssal races. They had the qualifications to obtain the recognition of the abyss and inherit a portion of its might. And the abyss was an existence that stood in opposition to the world of living beings. It was like a projection of the world on the other side, eternal and inextinguishable. As long as the abyss wasn't destroyed, the Abyss King who had inherited the power of the abyss would be almost immortal. Even if their mortal bodies were destroyed and their souls were torn apart, they could still be nurtured for countless years and return from the abyss. A long, long time ago, there was a brilliant cultivator with grand ambitions who attempted to refine the soul of the Abyssal King. The specific process was unknown, but in the end, he succeeded halfway and fused with the Abyssal King, becoming inseparable. Even though the two of them had never truly fused together due to the lack of a suitable medium, they still possessed the same undying attribute. The unworldly power that erupted from the sun and moon fields had indeed caused great damage to the black and white fire dragons. However, as their bodies were being destroyed, they were still constantly recovering. Of course, the recovery speed was slower than the shattering. If the sun and moon force field could unleash an even stronger force, or if it could last longer, it could slowly grind the black and white fire dragons to death. But unfortunately, with Qin Yu's current cultivation, he couldn't truly control the sun and moon force field, nor could he stimulate the impact of the unworldly power. The eruption at this moment was only because the sun and moon force field had sensed its master's determination to perish together with him. Thus, it was bound to be unable to last for long. Moreover, after this, the purple moon and blue sun would fall into a weakened state for a long period of time. Qin Yu, the secrets hidden within this junior's body are far greater than anything we can think of. If we can seize his body, we can take that final step and completely transcend the world. Afterwards, we can break free of the limits of our lifespans and enjoy true immortality. The white fire dragon roared. Its eyes remained calm, but beneath this calmness were tumbling undercurrents. This was because to them, this was far too critical. In the imagination of the black and white fire dragons, they would use this step of fusing together to allow their own level of life to finally transcend. But now, a shortcut had appeared in front of them. After seizing Qin Yu's body, their lives could transcend. Then, when they fused together, the massive increase in energy would be enough to allow their cultivation levels to rise even further, infinitely approaching the true peak boundary of this world. This good fortune was enough to move the hearts of any living being in the world, to the point where they would go crazy for it. Swallow him. Completely swallow him. We must plunder away all of this human's strength. The black fire dragon roared, naked greed surging in its eyes. The existence of the cosmic sea-cross bell had already surpassed their expectations, and the impact of the unworldly power far surpassed their imaginations. This shouldn't have been an existence that Qin Yu had the qualifications to touch. In their eyes, this was his limit. As long as he could make it through, he could eat to his heart's content. Of course, this wasn't to be underestimated, because Qin Yu had already brought a sufficiently powerful psychological impact to the black and white fire dragons. It was just that in this world, there were always some things that couldn't be deduced with common sense. For instance, when facing Qin Yu, the black and white fire dragon's judgment wasn't wrong at all. They simply didn't know who they were facing. Indeed, in terms of cultivation, Qin Yu simply didn't have the qualifications to be compared with them. Even today, when he was far from his peak state in the past, any one of them had the strength to easily erase Qin Yu. But in terms of trump cards, even if the two of them were added together, they still couldn't compare with Qin Yu. He was indeed an anomaly in the world. He should have died, but he chose to live on. He was destined to live an ordinary and humble life, but because of the foot-long sea blue light, he rose up. When a grass root lived for a long time, it would become tough enough. If it wasn't tough enough, then that was because it hadn't lived long enough. Qin Yu was prepared. He wanted to be the longest living grass root in the world. In the end, he wanted to possess the strength to easily tear apart the world. So, he certainly wasn't prepared to die. He wasn't prepared to hand over his strength and obediently allow it to be swallowed up. They wanted to plunder all of his strength. Then, it would be rude not to reciprocate. Let's see who will have the last laugh today. After stepping out from the cosmic sea-cross bell, Qin Yu's soul instantly returned to his mortal body. He could clearly feel the two incomparably terrifying strengths that had broken into his body. Once released, it would be enough to instantly tear his entire body, including his soul, to shreds. If he didn't want to die, then the only way was to suppress this strength forever, or take it for his own use. Suppressing it forever was impossible. Then, there was only one choice. Qin Yu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. In that instant, his thoughts fused into a towering existence. It connected the heavens and earth, pure and flawless. It was like a sparkling and translucent jade that stood in the vault of heaven and earth. When he opened his eyes again, at this moment, he was the jade and the jade was him. Qin Yu could feel that what he possessed right now was a vast and endless strength that seemed to contain the strength of the entire world. He lifted his hand and slowly pressed it down. Bang! It was endlessly terrifying, containing the great Tao of the heavens and earth. A wild strength instantly arrived, grasping the ancient's heart and the heart of the abyss. Above them, the black and white fire dragon phantoms revealed looks of shock and alarm. They roared and wildly struggled. This was another strength that surpassed their imaginations. It seemed to contain some sort of invincible and powerful will. No matter how the endless years washed over it, it still couldn't weaken it in the least. The black and white fire dragons could hear roars in their ears, reaching straight into the depths of their minds. Each roar contained an indomitable determination, a formidable strength that left one's heart trembling. Above the heart of the abyss, the black fire dragon roared, eternal and inextinguishable. You are their inheritor. Damn it. You are their inheritor. Its body seemed to have been placed in some strong acid. It was suffering intense corrosion, rapidly breaking apart and dissipating. After roaring, it began to howl in pain. Save me. Hurry and save me. Otherwise, if I die, you will also suffer a backlash. To the black fire dragon that occupied the heart of the abyss, the strength of the jade egg clearly had an additional killing power. This should be related to the inheritor of eternal undying that it had roared about. But as soon as this thought appeared in Qin Yu's mind, it vanished. Right now, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the black and white fire dragons and survive this chaotic situation. Save you? I don't think there is a need for me to do that. The strength of the eternal and inextinguishable inheritance has actually helped me a great deal. The white fire dragon opened its mouth. After roaring, it released a terrifying swallowing strength. When the black and white fire dragons were evenly matched, neither could do anything to the other. But now that the power of the abyss had been severely wounded, this balance was broken. The two were originally one. Now that one was weakened, it was no longer able to resist the plundering of the other, because, putting aside their own wills, the strength they possessed instinctively yearned to fuse with the other and become even stronger. Ah! With an unwilling roar, the black fire dragon collapsed. Its body turned into a black current that submerged into the white fire dragon's body. After swallowing the black fire dragon, changes began to occur all over its body. With loud crackling sounds, its body began to expand at an astonishing speed. At the same time, black and white colors began to appear on the surface of its scales. They constantly swirled around, as if they were forming a samsara cycle, mysterious and mystical. Roar! The fire dragon reared its head back and roared. A different aura spread out from its body. The boundless suppressive strength began to violently shake. Because at this moment, after completing the fusion, it had completed its life transformation. It had transcended the shackles of the world and become a true immortal existence. Not only did its strength rise, but the rise in its life made it impossible for it to lock onto its target. No matter how formidable the strength of the world was, it was impossible for it to harm a life form that transcended the world. If it weren't for the jade egg itself possessing a transcendental attribute, then the suppressive strength it released would have been completely ineffective. Qin Yu, with your cultivation you already possess such good fortune. If you are given enough time to truly grow, not even I dare to guess just how powerful you will become. The fire dragon slowly spoke, its massive body swimming through its blood vessels. But today, you must perish. I will obtain all of your strength and the chance to reach the peak of the world. I guarantee you that if there is a day in the future when I can stabilize the ruler realm, I will surely reverse time and bring you back from the realm of death. I will grant you a new life. The fire dragon's body moved. Black and white flames were released from its scales, weaving together to form a vortex. Rumble rumble as the vortex spun, a powerful pulling force was released. This strength wrapped around Qin Yu, completely swallowing up everything he had, including his flesh and blood, his soul. Then, a new life would be born in this vortex. It would bid farewell to the past, leaving no trace behind. Even if a ruler-level existence were to descend and reverse time to investigate, they still wouldn't be able to lock onto his tracks. At that time, he would be able to begin a brand new life. Whether it was the abyss or the world of living beings, they were destined to submit beneath his feet. Catcher, Qin Yu could hear cracking sounds coming from all around him. Each sound meant that a terrifying crack had appeared. Each crack seemed to be on his body. Or, it was more accurate to say that the pain they produced was directly affecting his soul. It made him feel as if he would be torn to shreds and vanish into thin air. As he thought, whether it was the Abyssal King or the great figure that built the myriad soul Dao in the past, neither of them could be easily killed. Even though countless years had passed and they had become incomparably weak, they still weren't existences that he could rely on his own strength to contend with. Little blue lamp. With a deep roar, madness shined in his eyes. This was Qin Yu's final trump card and also his most powerful method. The reason he was able to live to this day and climb up the great Dao to his current cultivation was all because of this little blue lamp. If he failed again, then perhaps he was doomed to die today. Banger above Qin Yu's head, space shattered. But this wasn't the end. Rather, it was the beginning of a massive collapse. An invisible and terrifying strength. It swept out in all directions like a tide, causing space to collapse inch by inch and forming a dark void that stretched as far as the eye could see. He was trapped in this dark void, imprisoned by an invisible strength. In the next moment, the phantom of a great sun arrived. In that moment, the radiant sunlight covered Qin Yu like fire. The light surged as if it were burning. But now, these flames didn't cause any damage to Qin Yu at all. But this didn't mean that they were nothing more than phantoms without any strength. On the contrary, the might of these flames was strong enough to instantly burn mountains and seas into nothingness, turning the world into a purgatory. However, all of the strength it released had already smashed into Qin Yu's chest. It turned into an endless hell of fire that imprisoned the fire dragon within. As space shattered and the dark void arrived, the fire dragon could already feel fear rising from the depths of its heart. With its current level of life and the strength it possessed, it could be said that it stood at the peak of all existences in the infinite heavens. If it could feel fear and even despair, then there was only one possibility: a ruler. This was the strength of a ruler. The fire dragon couldn't help but doubt its own understanding once more. What it wanted to kill was a little cultivator that hadn't even stepped into the original divinity realm. How could it possibly draw out the highest peak existence in the world? Could it be that some ruler had determined that Qin Yu would inherit their legacy and become a candidate to become the new ruler? If this was true, then there would inevitably be a mark left on his body that belonged to a ruler. But the fire dragon hadn't sensed anything strange before. With the situation having reached this step, thinking about these things was meaningless. The fire dragon never imagined that after it completed its fusion and its strength rose to its peak, it would face the desperate straits of death. Ruler, that was an existence that could reverse the river of time, an existence that possessed inconceivable might. With just a thought, it could cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to cave in. Even if it were the fire dragon, it still wouldn't have the strength to face a ruler. As the fire dragon was filled with despair, the endless hell of fire arrived. It felt an intense pain. Black and white scales that flowed endlessly broke apart in the flames, revealing the blurry flesh and blood underneath. Then, it was burned into an even more miserable state. But at this time, the despair in the fire dragon's eyes began to fade away. After the joy of surviving a calamity, it was replaced by a wild joy that was hard to suppress. It wasn't a ruler, the one who attacked wasn't a ruler. Otherwise, within the hell of fire, it would have been instantly burnt to nothing. It wouldn't have had the chance to carefully experience this pain. But this hell of fire did indeed possess some characteristics that belonged to the ruler level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily injured. Then, there was only one possibility: the mark of a ruler. In this world, besides a ruler, there was nothing that could withstand their terrifying might. Whether it was life or matter, the moment they touched the power of a ruler, they would be annihilated, turning into nothingness. Besides that, there was only one existence that could release a portion of the might of a ruler. That was the unsurpassed mark of a ruler. In the vast world, there were endless worlds. But there was a limit to the number of rulers. This was because the number of rulers that could entrust their lives to become rulers had been constant since ancient times. Thump, thump, the fire dragon's heart wildly beat. At this moment, it even forgot about the torment of purgatory its body was withstanding. Its eyes stubbornly stared at the sea of fire in front of it, as if it were looking at a transcendent great Tao that led straight to the peak of the world. Endless years ago, a time so long ago that not even the will of the fire dragon was born, there was a ruler that suddenly perished. His mark wasn't passed down, but shattered into countless fragments that scattered through the world. For billions and billions of years, countless lives searched for the fragments of the ruler's mark. They hoped that one day they would be able to reform the ruler's mark and fill in the empty seat of the ruler in the universe. But the river of time flowed for an incalculable amount of time. Trillions of geniuses appeared, like stars illuminating a corner of the heavens. But in the end, they all perished one after another, and no one was able to truly become a ruler. There were even rumors that said that the ruler that perished in the past had destroyed his own mark before he died, causing the ruler of the world to be eternally absent. The fire dragon didn't know whether or not this rumor was true. But there was one thing it was sure of, and that was that what appeared in front of it was a fragment of the ruler's mark. Moreover, this fragment seemed to have already approved of Qin Yu. Thus, when he faced death, it had taken the initiative to descend. It had to obtain it. It had to obtain it. With the sovereign brand fragment in his hands, and his current cultivation base, he would be second only to sovereigns. In fact, He could even dodge a sovereign's attack in advance. Furthermore, by relying on the connection between the sealing marks of the sovereign, it would be able to gather all of the other sealing marks together, and eventually become something that could illuminate heaven and earth, something that would never be destroyed. Ruler. Ruler, roar. Within the Inferno prison, the fire dragon crazily roared. Crazed wasn't just a description. At this moment, it had truly gone mad. So what if he had to give up everything he had for the sake of the sovereign's brand? Even if he had to start from scratch, it was definitely worth it. Bang ere bang, the fire dragon's massive body began to disintegrate bit by bit. This wasn't because of the Inferno prison, but rather because it had chosen to destroy itself. Of course, this method of self-destruction was, strictly speaking, the same as a cultivator's self-destruction. From this, it could be imagined just what kind of astonishing energy impact would be produced when the fire dragon self-detonated. It was so powerful that even the Inferno prison, which possessed a portion of the sovereign realm's power, was unable to withstand it. It was absolutely impossible for the fire dragon to tear open the Inferno prison by self-detonating. Even if it only possessed a portion of the sovereign realm's might, it would still be a true peak invincible existence. Unless another ruler attacked, it would be impossible to break through. But, if it concentrated its self-detonation strength and opened a crack in the Inferno prison, there was still a chance. Now, what the fire dragon needed to do was open a path through the Inferno prison. Even if it could only last for a moment, it would be enough for the remnant souls in the head to rush out and swallow Qin Yu's soul. Chapter 1033. This was the situation that the little blue lamp was most worried about. With his strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the fire dragon. Of course, the premise of this was that he had to risk being discovered. Once they were discovered, whether it was him or Qin Yu, they were doomed to die. So, as Qin Yu's cultivation grew stronger and he came into contact with higher levels, he became more and more silent, trying to reduce his traces as much as possible. This was the reason. Of course, in today's situation where Qin Yu was facing a hopeless life or death situation, the fire dragon had no choice but to take the risk. But, doing so wasn't foolproof. This was because the fire dragon's strength had already surpassed a certain boundary. Even if it fell into the burning flame hells, it still had the strength to desperately struggle. For instance, if it were to burn itself and erupt with a terrifying strength for a short period of time, it might be able to open an exit to the burning flame hells. In order to accomplish this, the fire dragon in its pure soul state had to pay a tremendous price. Its remnant soul strength was less than 1/10 of its original strength. But comparatively speaking, it was still far more formidable than Qin Yu's soul. Although it was impossible to determine victory or defeat in a battle of souls with absolute strength, even if all factors were considered, Qin Yu didn't have much of a chance of victory against the fire dragon. This was because the little blue lamp had already predicted this situation before it attacked. Thus, it had said that if Qin Yu wanted to survive, he would have to rely on himself in the end. Now was the time to fulfill its prophecy. Qin Yu, the fire dragon is burning its soul and a remnant soul will break out. This is its final counterattack. If you can swallow up its remnant soul, you can cross today's calamity. The little blue lamp didn't say what the consequences of failure would be, but Qin Yu was well aware of it. As he thought, no matter how many cards he had in his hands, there was no way he could make up for the absolute disparity in strength. He still had to rely on himself to find a way out. Qin Yu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. In the next moment, within his soul space, his soul's main body opened its eyes, a sharp light surging within them. I hope that after this fire dragon breaks out of the burning flame hells, its remnant strength won't be too strong. Just as this thought appeared, the little blue lamp's deep and low voice resounded in his ears. It's coming. Bang, with a loud ringing sound, it was like he had been struck in the head. Qin Yu's field of vision darkened, and in the next moment there were loud cracking sounds coming from above his head. He looked up and saw that the space above his soul space had already been heavily smashed apart. A fierce and ugly dragon head emerged. After being burnt by the flames, its scales had fallen off and it was dripping with blood. It glared at Qin Yu, its eyes filled with greed and cruelty. Roar! With a loud roar, two thick dragon claws shot out, grabbing onto the crack in the soul space and forcefully ripping it open. Then, its entire body drilled in. With just a glance, Qin Yu could feel an indescribably terrifying pressure pressing down on him. It was like an entire mountain range was placed on his chest, making it hard for him to even breathe. Indeed, compared to its complete state, the fire dragon before them had been severely weakened, be it in terms of size or power. But it still surpassed Qin Yu's expectations. Compared to the fire dragon in front of him, his soul was like comparing an adult to a child. This severely lowered his evaluation of the fire dragon. What to do? Qin Yu's mind shook. He was stunned for a moment, even feeling a bit of fear and despair. But the fire dragon didn't stop its actions. Although its remnant soul had escaped from the hells of flame, it wasn't sure whether or not the ruler's mark in Qin Yu's hand had any other methods. If there was another method similar to the hells of flame, then with its current condition, it would be hard for it to escape death. Thus, it had to act quickly without any hesitation. As long as it swallowed Qin Yu's soul, the ruler's mark would be in its hands. Roar with another roar, the fire dragon howled forwards, its eyes locked onto Qin Yu's soul, cold and tyrannical. Fear was unavoidable. If it was anyone else, they would tremble in fear when facing a fire dragon that was far stronger than them and had such a terrifying appearance. Despair, perhaps there was a moment, but that didn't mean Qin Yu had given up on resisting. On the contrary, his will to live had never wavered. The fire dragon was indeed powerful, but this was his soul space. In other words, this was his home ground. Set. With a loud shout, Qin Yu lifted a hand. The phantom of an ancient bronze mirror appeared in front of him and shot out a beam of light. This beam of light submerged into the fire dragon's body. This was the soul-setting divine light that Qin Yu had inadvertently obtained. To the soul, it had the ability to ignore defensive seals to a certain degree. No matter how powerful one was, as long as they were struck by the soul-setting divine light, they would fall into a brief daze. As for the fire dragon in front of him, it was no surprise. Although it had become an existence that transcended the world and its soul had undergone a qualitative leap, the soul-setting divine light was still effective. Even so, the soul-setting divine light was still effective. From this, it could be seen that the rank of this supernatural power was far, far higher than Qin Yu had imagined. But right now, his cultivation was limited and he couldn't display the true might of the soul-setting divine light. Of course, at this time, Qin Yu didn't have the mind to pay attention to these things. The slightly sluggish fire dragon only paused for a tenth of a breath of time before breaking free of the soul-setting divine light's seal. Although it was incomparably short, the fire dragon still felt a great sense of alarm rise in its heart. Qin Yu was truly worthy of being someone that obtained the approval of the ruler's mark. Although his cultivation was weak, he actually had countless astonishing methods. For instance, this soul-setting divine light didn't seem too formidable, but it seemed to carry with it some great will of the heavens and earth that was actually able to forcefully seal it away. If this method fell into the hands of a formidable existence on the same level as it, even if it was only for a moment, it would still be able to reverse the situation. At the very least, it would have been severely wounded by now. In such a situation, this fire dragon was still able to counterattack. This junior Qin Yu absolutely couldn't be underestimated. A decisive light flashed in the fire dragon's eyes. It took a deep breath and then its body exploded, turning into a mass of black and white fog that howled towards Qin Yu's soul. This was a method similar to the disintegration of the divine soul. It could release the strength of the soul to the greatest degree. Of course, this method wasn't without limits. Once it was used, it had to swallow other souls in order to completely reform itself. Otherwise, it would gradually dissipate until it was completely annihilated. To the fire dragon, if it couldn't swallow Qin Yu's soul, then it would be erased by the ruler's mark. Since that was the case, it didn't fear risking its life. Moreover, with Qin Yu's cultivation, no matter how many cards he had, his weak cultivation was an irreparable shortcoming. With such a weak soul, as long as he approached it, he would be able to swallow it up in 2 or 3 bites. The degree of danger wasn't as high as he imagined. Qin Yu's soul space was his home field. Thus, even when facing the formidable remnant soul of the fire dragon, he still had a chance to attack ahead of time. But now, it seemed he would only have one such chance. He didn't have much time. After the fire dragon disintegrated, the black and white fog it formed arrived. It split open from the middle and swallowed Qin Yu's soul like a giant mouth. Of course, this didn't mean that Qin Yu's soul was eaten up like this. On the contrary, the true swallowing process had just begun. To Qin Yu, this wasn't a comfortable feeling. What he felt right now could be described as if he had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Every inch of his soul felt like it was being fried. This was only a description. In truth, replacing the pot of boiling oil with strong acid was more appropriate. This was because Qin Yu's soul was being corroded and plundered from the outside. And what plundered him was the black and white fog that wrapped around him. The soul was the foundation of a cultivator. It was born from the heavens and earth and was the most mysterious and mystical of all. Perhaps besides those at the supreme ruler realm, no one dared to say that they could completely grasp the mysteries of the circulation of the soul. But there was one point that all cultivators knew. The soul was extremely sensitive. If any pain was placed on the soul, it would be infinitely magnified, becoming incomparably terrifying and shocking. So, it was more accurate to say that this was the most painful moment Qin Yu had ever faced in his life. The degree of pain was enough to collapse anyone's will in a single breath of time and cause their mind to collapse. Once this happened, the soul would lose all resistance and there wouldn't be any accidents during the body seizing process. Even if Qin Yu's mind was powerful enough and he had experienced many tribulations, his ability to withstand pain had greatly increased. But now, he was only able to inspect it for a very short period of time, perhaps not even 10 breaths of time. Because of self-preservation, his consciousness fell into darkness. Even so, his powerful instinct to survive still urged his soul to swallow the fire dragon. With a great tearing motion, masses of black and white fog were torn off and swallowed into his stomach. Soul seizing was an incomparably dangerous process to begin with. This was because no matter how powerful a soul was, unless it reached the legendary realm of condensing the void into reality, it would always be extremely soft. Even if the fire dragon's remnant soul was far more formidable than Qin Yu's soul, it would still be ruthlessly torn apart by Qin Yu during the body seizing process. Of course, in comparison, Qin Yu's swallowing speed was far inferior to the fire dragon's. So, in the end, his soul would completely dissipate and become a part of the fire dragon's soul. But this was based on the premise that everything proceeded normally without any accidents. Accidents were bound to occur. Otherwise, if Qin Yu died here, there wouldn't be the great waves that would illuminate the highest heavens. Just as the fire dragon felt that the body seizing process was nearing its end, and as long as it put in a little more effort, it would be able to swallow Qin Yu's soul. Only then did it relax. It seemed that the power of the ruler's mark also had its limits. It couldn't attack it again and again. Once the body seizing was completed, everything would be settled. However, the toughness of Qin Yu's soul surpassed its expectations. During the entire body seizing process, he instinctively devoured the fire dragon in order to supplement his lost soul strength. If it weren't for this, the entire swallowing process would have already been completed. But this was also good. Because he had swallowed a massive amount of the fire dragon's soul, Qin Yu's soul was already filled with the fire dragon's aura. This meant that after the fire dragon swallowed Qin Yu's soul, it would be less troublesome and the fusion would be smoother. Now was the time to end this. The fire dragon's thoughts stirred. The black and white fog that wrapped around Qin Yu's soul began to surge faster. But now, Qin Yu's soul was much more transparent than before. It was like a shadow that faced the suddenly rising plundering strength. Because of the pain, it twitched as if it would collapse in the next moment. But at this time, the fire dragon suddenly heard a yawn, as if someone had just woken up from a deep slumber. A trace of horror rose from the depths of its heart. It didn't know where this yawn came from, but it could feel despair. Within the black and white fog, a fierce dragon head appeared. It opened its jaws and bit down at Qin Yu's soul. It wanted to eat Qin Yu's soul right now. Although this sort of crude method was likely to cause damage to the soul and cause it to lose the strength of its inheritance, it couldn't care less. Its intuition told it that if it didn't attack now, it would never have another chance. Chapter 1034. Humph. Little thing, You woke me up and you still dare to open your mouth. You've got some guts. A slightly lazy voice rang out. There was a slight smell of someone who had just woken up. It fell into the ears softly, and the image of a girl from the Jiangnan River appeared in his mind. Her cheeks were slightly red in the afternoon, and her beautiful hair was messy. But now, as this voice fell into the fire dragon's ears, it didn't feel warm at all. Instead, it was filled with endless fear and cold. Puff, it couldn't be seen who attacked nor could it be seen where the sword light came from, but the fog that wrapped around Qin Yu was instantly cut in half. Normally, fog was something intangible and intangible. Even if it was cut in half, it should still be able to fuse back together in the next moment. However, the strange thing was that the half of the mist that had been sliced off by the sword seemed to have been burned by a raging flame, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ah! The dragon head that wanted to bite down on Qin Yu's soul emitted a mournful howl before it shattered. The fog was the fire dragon. Now that it was cut in half, it was the same as its entire body being cut in half. Before this, it was mentioned that the soul had to withstand pain. Thus, it wasn't hard to imagine just how terrifying the pain the fire dragon was experiencing right now was. Within Qin Yu's soul space, a figure covered her mouth and yawned. She lowered her head and looked at Qin Yu. After blinking her eyes, she wrinkled her nose. I really regret taking you in as a disciple. How come there are so many things happening every day and you're still able to disturb me? I've only slept for a short period of time. If it weren't for, humph, I really want to watch you get eaten up by someone so that you don't disturb me all the time. She stood there, her mouth muttering to herself. But the pained and terrified fire dragon clearly didn't sense her existence. As if, as long as she didn't want to, even if she stood in front of him, she was nothing but air. Suddenly, space rippled in front of him and the little blue lamp appeared. It turned into a figure that bowed. Greetings, ruler. The woman glanced at him. You've developed your own spiritual wisdom. It seems that this piece of yours isn't small, or have you swallowed other fragments already? The little blue lamp was silent for a moment. I was just lucky. I haven't encountered any other fragments yet. Rise. From a certain perspective, you are far more noble than I am. Moreover, I am no longer the ruler. The woman waved her hand, her tone casual. The little blue lamp shook its head. No, you are the true ruler. He looked at Qin Yu's soul, his eyes filled with emotion. I already sensed that he had a great destiny and that he would have great achievements in the future. But I never imagined that he would have the qualifications to be accepted as your disciple. If so, then I can rest assured. The woman sneered. Don't try to shirk your responsibility. I was able to do it because the commotion was too big. Otherwise, I wouldn't have woken up. Moreover, you probably know that in my current state, I can't descend into the world frequently. So, in the future, you should keep an eye on him, or tell this kid to be more cautious. Don't always stir up trouble. If one day he plays himself to death, I don't really care. After all, there are many disciples in a big family, and you will be in trouble. The little blue lamp cupped his hands together. You are right. I will tell him. Stop, don't try to test me. Although I've accepted him as my disciple, I won't let him know before he passes the test. You should understand the rules, so it's best if you don't speak too much, otherwise you will stir up trouble. Humph, you shouldn't want to know why I'm in this state, right? The little blue lamp's heart chilled. He nodded, no longer speaking. Since you are taking care of me, I won't stay any longer. After all, if my existence is discovered, there will be great trouble. As he spoke, space fluctuated and he vanished from sight. The woman was stunned for a moment. She rubbed her temples and said, You ran quite fast. As she spoke, she lifted her hand and slashed again. Shua sword light flashed. The black and white fog that wrapped around Qin Yu was cut in half once more. Ah! In the fog, the fire dragon's pained roar echoed out. Who is it? It couldn't sense any aura at all. This sword light had appeared out of thin air and its strength was terrifying to the extreme, able to directly wound its source. After 2 consecutive sword strikes, the fire dragon's strength was greatly reduced. It didn't even have a third of its original strength. The woman simply ignored the fire dragon's roar. She looked at Qin Yu's soul in the fog. I've already used 2 sword strikes. If you still can't survive, then that is your fate. If you die, you can only blame yourself for being useless. A moment later, a translucent dragon head appeared, biting towards Qin Yu's soul. But just as it moved, it was cut apart by the sword light. Puff! Another half of the fog was directly annihilated. The woman curled her lips, revealing a bit of contempt. Useless, really useless. You can't even deal with such a weak soul. You might as well find a piece of tofu and smash yourself to death so you don't disgrace yourself in the future. She had completely forgotten that not too long ago, she had said that Qin Yu's life and death depended on himself and that she wouldn't help him again. Indeed, a woman's words couldn't be trusted. The more beautiful they were, the more unreliable they were. If the fire dragon knew all of this, it would definitely vomit blood in grief and indignation. It reared its head back and roared, "You have no bottom line at all." But in truth, she didn't seem to have any bottom line at all. Because after this sword strike, the woman slashed out 3 more times. The massive mass of fog only had a thin layer left over, barely wrapping around Qin Yu. A transparent fire dragon phantom howled in the fog, its eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. But it couldn't change the situation it was facing. Since time immemorial, no matter when or where, competing with one's background was an unavoidable matter. Qin Yu originally didn't have much of a background, but he didn't know that after becoming the disciple of someone else, he had obtained a golden thigh, and the purity of that golden thigh was 9,999%. Although her words were filled with disdain, the truth was that she was very satisfied with this disciple of hers. In particular, when she discovered that Qin Yu had obtained a portion of the ruler's mark's approval, her satisfaction rose even higher. Although the ruler's mark was something that she couldn't do without, it was still the key to the Great Tao. If she couldn't even obtain the key, then what use was it even if she was talented? Sometimes, something like luck was incomparably important. In this woman's opinion, this disciple with such a weak cultivation had far too good of a luck. If it weren't for this, why would she attack again and again? Because some of what she said before was true. For instance, in her current state, it would be best if she didn't descend. And even if she did, the number of times she attacked should be strictly limited. In order to slash out 6 times in a short period of time, even she would have to pay a considerable price. Of course, if it were just to kill the fire dragon, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. If any one of those sword strikes erupted, it would be more than enough to leave the fire dragon beyond redemption. The reason she kept slashing out again and again was because she wanted to help Qin Yu preserve as much of the fire dragon's strength as possible. Only like this could he obtain the greatest benefits after swallowing it. Although she didn't clearly state her stance, the fire dragon soon realized what Qin Yu's female teacher was thinking. It was filled with anger, fear, despair, and even a bit of ruthlessness. Although it still hadn't been able to sense who the person who attacked was, it wasn't difficult to guess the identity of the person who could easily accomplish such a feat. Ruler. Only an unsurpassed existence could play with it in the palm of its hand. But even if a ruler could kill it, they couldn't treat it as food on a plate and feed it into Qin Yu's stomach. It couldn't flee, but it could choose to end its own life. Moreover, it wasn't certain that the fire dragon would die. It had to be known that half of its soul source came from the Abyssal King. As for the Abyssal King, once they obtained the recognition of the Abyssal Will, it was nearly impossible to kill them. Even if their souls were destroyed, there was still a chance that they could resurrect from the Abyssal World after a long period of time. Although they might not succeed, there was at least a slim chance. As the fire dragon swam through the fog, a decisive light flashed in its eyes. In that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from its body. The woman suddenly clapped her hands, joy in her eyes. "I've caught you." Bang! An invisible strength instantly arrived, suppressing all of the fog. The fire dragon phantom that swam through the fog froze in place. Now, the scales on its body began to crack apart, revealing the body beneath. The surface was covered with fine lines. On the verge of shattering, on the brink of life and death, this was the fire dragon's current state. Its eyes widened as if it could sense something incomparably terrifying. It crazily struggled to escape. But what a pity, facing the suppression of this boundless strength, everything it did was futile. Little thing, you can be too clever for your own good. This is exactly what you're doing right now. If you hadn't blown yourself up and exposed your life mark, then my disciple would have had to expend a bit more effort to eat you. Now, since you are useless, you should obediently dissipate. With a snap of her fingers, the light in the fire dragon's eyes rapidly vanished. In the blink of an eye, all that was left over was an empty void. Rumble, rumble, the abyssal city violently tumbled about. It was like a terrifying creature that had been buried deep within was about to awaken from its slumber. The originally withered and dissipated abyssal demon energy gushed out once more. In the blink of an eye, it filled every inch of space within the world. The woman looked up at the pitch-black skies, a dignified expression on her face. But the corners of her lips curved up in a faint excitement. As expected, you fellow are still so brainless. This is the world of living beings, not a place where you can act like a tyrant. You actually dared to directly descend here. It seems that after so many years of not fighting, you've already forgotten my methods. Originally, if I didn't have even 10% confidence in this matter, I would at most have tried. But now that you've arrived, as long as I can sever your will, perhaps I might have a better chance. She lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Although there was clearly nothing there, it was like she was grasping something cold and hard. In the air, the temperature crazily fell. Strong winds howled, as if there were mournful wails. It was as if the entire world could sense the terrifying strength that was about to appear. This strength was so dreadful that it could cause tremendous damage to the world itself. She lifted her hand and slashed forwards. The woman's movements weren't fast, but one could clearly see the movement of her wrist. But the moment her hand fell, a startling sword light shot up into the skies. Like a heaven-defying flood, it howled into the horizon. With a single sword strike, the pitch-black skies were split in half. Within the tumbling waves of endless abyssal demon energy, it scattered and vanished. Roar, an angry roar echoed out from within the dissipating abyssal demon energy. It carried with it a thick sense of unwillingness and resentment. Intense fluctuations of will swept through the entire city, shaking all the surviving cultivators until they fainted. The woman shot up into the skies. After several breaths of time, she drew back. She was holding a dark mass of light in her palm. It was like a liquid substance, but also like a living creature that struggled to escape. However, he was firmly imprisoned by those fair and slender fingers, and was unable to escape at all. Looking down at this object, a strange light shined in the woman's eyes. She had actually succeeded. In front of her, the fire dragon with empty eyes burst apart like bubbles. Even though it was only an extremely small portion of the abyssal source, it was still incomparably precious, even to her. Hesitation flashed in the woman's eyes. She hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. There are countless things in the world, and each one is born for a reason. This thing was born because of Chinyu, so if I were to occupy it then that would be boring. That's fine. Since it was born because of you, I'll give it to you. But I can't let you obtain such a good thing for free. You have to help me a little. Looking down at the unconscious Chinyu, the woman's eyes flashed with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 1035. The skies were dark and the earth was dyed red with blood. Strong black winds howled without end, sweeping up large amounts of sand between the thorns. With a crashing sound, it was like a rain of stones, making one feel anxious. A woman sat at the entrance of a cave, calmly looking at the scene in front of her. Her eyes were bright and there seemed to be some interest in them. After an unknown period of time, there was some movement from deep within the cave. A moment later, a young man walked out from the darkness. He looked at the woman's back and frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Who are you? Where is this place?" The young man who spoke was Chinyu. The woman turned around, revealing an ordinary face. There were several small freckles on both sides of her nose. She was the most ordinary 16 to 17-year-old girl and couldn't be considered beautiful. But she gave Chinyu a completely different feeling. He instinctively felt a sense of closeness towards her from the depths of his heart. "This is the abyss. I am your savior." Her reply was simple and effective. Chinyu's complexion changed. Abyss. He never imagined that after he fainted and woke up, he would be here. Looking outside the cave, he could see that the black winds were indeed stirring up faint abyssal demonic energy. In the legends, the world of the abyss was filled with demonic energy and was the nemesis of all flesh and blood beings. Once one entered, they would instantly be corroded into a puddle of blood. But now, he didn't feel any discomfort when he breathed in. In fact, as tiny traces of abyssal demonic energy were sucked into his body, he even felt refreshed and comfortable. What was going on here? The woman lightly said, "The reason is simple. It is because your current state is that of an abyssal life form." Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his shaking heart. He closed his eyes and sensed his current situation. After a long time, he opened his eyes, a complex color on his face. This was because what the woman in front of him said was correct. He had indeed transformed into an abyssal life form. In his chest, the other two hearts had temporarily fallen into a dormant state. Only the black heart of the abyss was vigorously beating, pushing the power of the abyss to flow through his limbs and bones. And what was even more astonishing was that Qin Yu discovered that all of his strength was in a dormant state, like his two hearts were sealed away. The abyss and the world of the living operate on different laws. Since you have entered here, you cannot use the strength of the other world. Of course, correspondingly, you will also obtain a blessing from the laws of the abyss, the woman said with a smile. Qin Yu said in a low voice, "Just who are you and why did I enter the abyss?" The woman's smile remained unchanged. "You do indeed deserve a name. From now on, you can call me Teacher Liao. As for why you entered the abyss, that is because you fused with a portion of the abyss's origin source, so it is only natural that you would be brought here." The spring and autumn annals brushed past some of her contributions to the book. She couldn't possibly say, "Because I've been wanting to enter the abyss for a long time, so I let you bring me in." Harmony, harmony. Without giving Qin Yu any more time to think, Liaosha continued, "I saved your life, and I'm sure you don't doubt that. So, it's time for you to repay me." Qin Yu looked at her. This woman didn't have the least bit of aura around her, as if she were the most ordinary of women. Even if she had lost all of her strength, she could still be crushed to death with just her mortal body alone. But for some unknown reason, when he faced her, he felt an instinctive dread. There was no reason for it, but it truly existed in his heart. Of course, the most important point was that it was absolutely impossible for an ordinary woman to save him, much less appear in the abyss. Perhaps the ordinary appearance he saw in front of him was because his strength wasn't enough to see through this woman's concealment. That's right, Qin Yu didn't doubt this woman at all when she said that she was his savior. If it weren't for this, then with the state he was in before he fainted, he would have been swallowed up by the fire dragon and his soul would have perished. "What do you want?" Liaosha turned her head and continued to look at the flying sand and stones outside. "I want to see more of this world." Qin Yu, what sort of request was this? Just at this moment, a series of hurried knocking sounds came from outside the cave. A black shadow was charging towards the cave against the rain of stones that filled the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this was an abyssal creature shaped like a blue wolf. Its entire body was covered in dense scales, and its eyes were stubbornly staring at Liaosha. Its mouth was wide open, revealing fangs that constantly dripped with stinking saliva. "Protect me," Liaosha lightly said. As Qin Yu was startled, the abyssal scaled wolf outside the cave had already leapt up, tearing at her. This woman could save him in the myriad soul Dao and even bring the two of them into the abyss, so why would she need his protection? As his thoughts raced, Qin Yu had already attacked. He didn't think too much about it, his body instinctively responded. Within his chest, the pitch-black heart of the abyss fiercely beat. A tyrannical strength gushed out from his limbs and bones. As the ground cracked apart, Qin Yu was like a shadow as he landed at the cave entrance. He stood in front of the scaled wolf and punched out. The abyssal scaled wolf's sharp claws were pitch black and shined with a metallic luster. They were the hardest part of its body, even its fangs were 2 levels lower than them. As it saw Qin Yu's fist coming at it, awe appeared in its eyes. But soon, this awe was drowned out by the greed and desire in its heart. Roar with a deep roar, the abyssal scaled wolf's speed increased. Bang! There was a loud explosion accompanied by a pained roar. The abyssal scaled wolf's bull-like body was sent flying backwards. Its incomparably hard claws were broken off and its entire front leg was broken into several pieces. It tumbled to the ground, rolling around in pain. Fresh blood dripped down from its face. It turned out to be a broken claw that had actually pierced into its eye socket. It was so deep that it pierced through one of its eyeballs. Qin Yu looked down at the white mark on his fist, his eyes shaking. Although the ancient undying body was powerful, it absolutely couldn't reach such a degree. The scaled wolf he fought just now might not have been too strong, but its claws were incredibly sharp. But even so, it hadn't been able to cause any damage to Qin Yu's fist. Was this the transformation of its body caused by the abyssal strength? As Qin Yu's thoughts raced, the severely wounded abyssal scaled wolf finally crawled up from the ground. Its blinded eye was still dripping blood. Because its front leg had been broken into several pieces, it was curled up in the air, constantly swaying in the wind. After suffering such heavy wounds, when it faced Qin Yu, its remaining eye revealed a look of fear. But it didn't run away. Instead, deep and low roars came from deep within its throat, one that gradually became a bit more crazed and cruel. Qin Yu frowned. He glanced at the quiet Liao She. After several breaths of time, with the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, the abyssal scaled wolf's giant body's aura completely dissipated, turning into a corpse. Qin Yu's complexion changed. This was because he discovered that as the abyssal scaled wolf died, a blood dot had appeared in his soul space, shining with a dim blood-red light. Liao She said, "This is the mark of the abyssal life form you killed. The stronger you are, the brighter the blood dot will be. It doesn't have much use now, but once you return to the world of the living, you will discover that these blood dots can give you great benefits." She smiled. This can also be considered the path of balance. Abyssal life forms eat flesh and blood not only because they taste good, but also because flesh and blood are great supplements to them. And when flesh and blood beings kill abyssal life forms, they will naturally have harvests. As for the specifics, you will naturally find out in the future, so I won't say anything more. Qin Yu turned and looked at her. "This abyssal scaled wolf's goal was you?" Liao She nodded. "That's right. In my current state, there is a small problem. My body will release a scent that is very tempting to abyssal life forms. In short, it will make them want to eat me up into their stomachs. What you need to do is protect me in the abyss and live as long as possible. Moreover, there is something else I must remind you of. The longer you stay here, the stronger the scent on my body will become. So, you had best think of a way. Otherwise, even if you hide here without moving, you will still attract more and more abyssal life forms." Qin Yu frowned. If this was the case, then everything made sense. No wonder that the abyssal scaled wolf hadn't left after being severely wounded by him, but had instead desperately continued to attack. It seemed that the tempting scent that Liao She spoke of wasn't as simple as just tempting. He feared that it would drive abyssal life forms crazy. If this was the case, wanting to protect her wouldn't be simple at all. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into danger. After all, this was an incomparably terrifying abyss. Liao She's lips curved up in a smile. "I am your savior. Are you not even willing to agree to such a simple request?" Qin Yu remained expressionless. "Since you saved my life, I will naturally repay you with all my strength. But, if I really reach a critical moment of life or death, please don't blame me for running away." He was willing to repay this kindness, but he never thought that he would give up his life because of it. This had nothing to do with selfishness. Rather, in his opinion, this mysterious Liao She might not die so easily. Perhaps what he needed to do next was to protect his own life. Liao She smiled. "You are quite magnanimous, but I don't blame you. If you really reach a critical moment of life or death, you can run away. However, there is something I must remind you of. It is best if you help me live a little longer, because the longer I stay in the abyss, the more help I can give you, for instance, how to unravel the myriad soul Dao." Qin Yu's eyes exploded with a sharp light. "Are you serious?" Liao She lightly said, "I never lie." "Good." Qin Yu took a deep breath. "I will do my best to protect you." Liao She blinked, a bit surprised. "Aren't you afraid that I am lying to you?" Qin Yu said, "I believe in my own intuition. A man's sixth sense. Liaosha whispered. He couldn't help but curl his lips. He actually dared to believe something like this. Didn't he know that most intuition was a lie? Qin Yu strode out of the cave and arrived beside the abyssal scaled wolf's corpse. He allowed the sand and stones to fall on him, making loud crackling sounds. Thinking for a moment, he grabbed the scaled wolf's corpse and walked back into the cave. You said that you wanted me to protect you and help you survive as long as possible in the abyss. Liaosha looked at Qin Yu and then at the wolf corpse in his hands. That's right. But what do you want to do? Qin Yu tore off the wolf's head. The corpse was still warm and a massive amount of black blood splashed out. It's simple. Since your scent will attract the abyssal creatures to go crazy, I will cover it up. Liaosha's eyes widened. But before she could object, Qin Yu grabbed her wrist. This is the method I came up with. If you don't agree, then I won't go back on my word. A moment later, the wolf corpse was tossed to the ground. Liaosha's body was covered in black wolf blood that emitted a pungent stench. Liaosha clenched her teeth. Can't you think of some other method? Qin Yu lightly said, there might be other methods, but this is the most direct and also the most effective. He squatted down and skinned the scaled wolf. Then, he took out the softest part of its neck and turned it into a coarse wolfskin mask. Wear it. In the future, without my permission, you cannot take it off. Although Liaosha's appearance was ordinary, it had an invisible charm to it. Qin Yu didn't want to provoke unnecessary trouble. Her robes were soaked in wolf blood and her entire body was soaked in the stench. Liaosha looked at the coarse wolfskin mask in Qin Yu's hands and opened her mouth. Finally, she took it, as if she had already given up on resisting. However, her teeth were clenched even tighter. She roared out in her heart, "Brat Qin Yu, just you wait. The debt between us is becoming increasingly thick." Chapter 1036. After putting on the wolf blood clothes and the wolfskin mask, Qin Yu didn't stop. He dismembered the abyssal scaled wolf into pieces and scattered them around the cave. By doing this, he should be able to cover up Liaosha's scent, right? Qin Yu didn't know the answer. He could only leave it to time to find out. Humph. Don't you know that abyssal life forms like to devour each other to strengthen themselves? The scent of this abyssal scaled wolf's flesh and blood will soon attract the surrounding hunters. At that time, you will be in even more trouble. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. If they want to come, then let them. I welcome them. Even though his cultivation had been sealed, after entering the abyss, he had still managed to obtain an extremely powerful strength. For instance, this abyssal scaled wolf. Although he didn't know what level of strength it was in the abyss, when Qin Yu killed it, it was like killing a chicken. Although it was a bit excessive to say that Qin Yu killed it like a chicken, the truth was that it wasn't too difficult. If it weren't for him wanting to test his current strength, there wouldn't have been any white marks on his fists. Of course, the faint white marks left behind by the wolf claws had long since disappeared. Liaosha coldly sneered and turned to sit down. As he looked at Qin Yu's back, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Putting aside his decisiveness and wisdom, this boy's luck was truly good. After she entered the abyss, she had sealed away all of her strength. If even the tiniest bit leaked out, the will of the abyss would sense it. Thus, she really didn't have the slightest ability to protect herself. Only when she was done playing around and wanted to leave could she truly release the aura that belonged to her. If Qin Yu had woken up a bit later, or if the abyssal scaled wolf had arrived a bit earlier, she might have been forced to leave. This seemed like a simple matter, but the truth was that it had an incomparably profound effect. This meant that she could continue staying in the abyss and carefully observe the whirl. Reality proved that Liaosha was right. The scent of the abyssal scaled wolf's flesh and blood had indeed attracted other hunters. Unfortunately, they weren't too strong. After they found the abyssal scaled wolf, they didn't take away the flesh and blood of the abyssal scaled wolf. Instead, they left their own corpses behind. Thus, as time passed, the cave was filled with the broken limbs of abyssal life forms. Black blood nearly soaked the ground, emitting a thick stench that could make one faint with just a single breath. Even better news was that besides the first few abyssal life forms that came, no one else was able to detect Liaosha's scent. It seemed that Qin Yu's plan was useful. By borrowing the stench of the abyssal life forms from the abyssal life forms, he could sense. Liaosha had said that all she wanted was to stay in the abyss for a period of time. There was no special requirement regarding the location or the environment. This meant that this cave was a good choice. However, if what Liaosha said was true, then as time passed, the smell on her body would become more and more intense. At that time, the smell of the abyssal creature's flesh and blood would most likely be unable to be concealed. Perhaps he needed the flesh and blood of even stronger abyssal life forms to continue concealing himself. Abyssal life form, and you closed his eyes and closed. And. He took. And, perhaps. To the. Qin. You closed his eyes. God. He too. Ming, For instance, the abyssal life forms that were attracted by the stench of flesh and blood. As long as he saw them, he would know their species and approximate strength. Of course, the abilities of the abyssal life forms weren't limited to just this. Qin Yu slowly perceived a cultivation method from them. The content was similar to what Liaosha had said before. The abyssal life forms swallowed each other to constantly strengthen themselves. This cultivation method was born from the abyssal life forms. After perceiving it, it was branded into Qin Yu's soul. It didn't have a name. Then, let's call it blood refining. Sure, Qin Yu opened his eyes. After leaving the cave, he arrived beside the corpse of an abyssal life form. This corpse was shaped like a lion. It was 20 feet long, and besides scales covering its body, there was also a spiral horn on its head. Even though it had died, this horn still had traces of black lightning lingering around it, constantly emitting crackling sounds. The Dark Thunder Demon Lion could be considered to stand at the top of the food chain amongst the abyssal beasts. As for natural existences that could force it to be stronger, they were extremely rare. Using it as an experiment was quite suitable. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu squatted down. He lifted a hand and pointed a finger at the Dark Thunder Demon Lion. His thoughts stirred and he immediately opened the blood-refining art. Faint traces of blood-red light appeared on the Dark Thunder Demon Lion's body, gathering towards him like a living creature. They flowed along his finger and constantly fused into Qin Yu's body. This feeling. Qin Yu's face revealed an intoxicated expression. As blood energy flowed into his body, he could clearly feel the heart of the abyss beating even more powerfully. Heat tumbled through his limbs and bones, making him feel comfortable to the extreme. When the last wisp of blood energy was completely plundered away, the Dark Thunder Demon Lion's body had withered like a piece of wood that had been dried up for countless years. With a light cracking sound, it shattered into powder. Qin Yu opened his eyes. There was a trace of blood red in the depths of his eyes. He licked the corners of his lips, feeling an impatient impulse. His heart felt like it was crawling with ants. He wished he could immediately open the blood-refining art and begin plundering blood energy once more. Something was wrong. Qin Yu took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the impulse in his heart. The blood energy within his body tumbled for a long time before it slowly calmed down. Liaosha's voice sounded out. You're smart. Although this plundering art can strengthen one's body, there is an enormous downside to it. If you cannot restrain its temptation and sink into it, you will quickly plunder too much and your bloodline will become impure. Finally, your bloodline will go berserk and you will become a monster that is neither human nor ghost. You might even lose your mind and become a walking corpse that only knows how to slaughter. Qin Yu's heart chilled. Liaosha had no reason to lie to him. Indeed, there was something wrong with that feeling just now. Luckily, he had been cautious enough and hadn't been swallowed by the desire to plunder. I call this art blood refining. It is to seize the bloodline of an outside world to strengthen oneself. But now, it seems that its flaws are far too great. That desire to devour just now was something that even he had nearly been unable to suppress. Those who were weaker might have already fallen into it. Blood refining. Liaosha repeated this name several times. Then, she nodded. This name is quite appropriate. The foundation of an abyssal creature is their own bloodline. Through cultivation or plundering, they can constantly strengthen themselves and absorb more abyssal demonic energy until the will of the abyss descends upon them. She glanced at Qin Yu. There are countless arts in the world, and no matter how perfect they seem, there will always be flaws. This is because in this world, there is no such thing as true perfection. The bloodline law that you perceived from the source of the abyss may affect your mind, but as long as your will is strong enough and your mind isn't blinded by bloodthirst, as well as you control the frequency at which you use it, it can be considered a heaven-defying cultivation art. Of course, I must remind you that this cultivation art can only be used in the abyss, because it is a method approved by the will of the abyss. It cannot be used outside. Moreover, as your cultivation deepens, the more strength you obtain from the blood-refining art, the more powerful the influence it will have on your mind will become. Qin Yu had a dignified expression. There is nothing in this world that is perfect. As he thought to himself, a light flashed in his eyes, as if he had gained something. After several breaths of time, he composed himself. He cupped his hands together and bowed. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Liaoshe. Liaoshe closed her eyes. It's nothing. I just hope that you can help me stay in the abyss for a little longer. Seeing that she wasn't willing to speak further, Qin Yu turned and returned to the entrance of the cave. He sat down cross-legged and began to sense the changes occurring within his body. The bloodline of the Dark Thunder Demon Lion that had been plundered by the blood-refining art was now within the heart of the abyss. As Qin Yu focused his consciousness on it, he could even see a shrunken blood-red Dark Thunder Demon Lion struggling and roaring within the heart of the abyss. What he needed to do next was to thoroughly refine its bloodline. After stripping away all the impurities, it would return to his body. This process wouldn't be too fast and it would also require a massive amount of energy. But, only like this would he be able to obtain the purest bloodline strength that wouldn't harm him. As Qin Yu closed his eyes and urged the heart of the abyss to beat, constantly tempering the Dark Thunder Demon Lion's bloodline as it contracted and expanded, Liaoshe suddenly opened her eyes. When she looked at him, there was a different light in her eyes. After fusing with the abyssal source, Qin Yu was able to perceive the inheritance arts of the abyssal royal family from the will of the abyss. She already knew this. But, Liaoshe never imagined that Qin Yu would obtain a blood-refining art. It had to be known that although this plundering bloodline-strengthening art had major drawbacks, the speed at which one's strength increased was terrifying. With the special characteristics of abyssal life forms, one wouldn't need to cultivate after obtaining it. As long as one lived long enough, they could eat and become an abyssal king. With Liaoshe's understanding of the abyss, Qin Yu's blood-refining art was an incomparably precious treasure even amongst the abyssal royal family. Perhaps only the most powerful royal bloodlines would have fragmented inheritances. This boy's luck was truly invincible. Moreover, this was only the first inheritance art he had awakened. By fusing with the abyssal source, he would be able to awaken at least 2 different talents. I really want to know what other abilities you will obtain during the second awakening. She looked deeply at Qin Yu as she whispered. Luck was the most illusory of all things. No one could explain it clearly, but it truly existed. There were trillions and trillions of cultivators in the world. Why was it that some people could leap into the skies and step into the highest heavens, while others perished early and turned to dust? There was no other reason, only luck. This wasn't a fallacy. Rather, it was a conclusion drawn by those who had lived long enough and seen far too many people with amazing talent and hard work. Of course, something like luck was only left to those who worked hard. If one just sat around and waited for death, then they could only pray for some dogshit luck. Entering the abyss was originally a whim of Liaoshe's. She thought that she would soon be expelled, but she never imagined that Qin Yu would think of such a shameless method. Staying here a bit longer was naturally good for her. Moreover, Liaoshe also wanted to know what changes would happen to Qin Yu. I hope I can stay here for a few more days, but if I rely on this method, I fear I won't be able to last too long. At this time, Liaoshe suddenly frowned. She looked up into the distance. Strong winds howled and sand and stones flew everywhere. The world was vast and boundless without any abnormalities, but she seemed to sense something. A large black iron carriage wrapped in some kind of thick beast skin was moving forward in the fierce wind. The carriage was pulled by two giant horned demonic cows. They breathed out white gas from their noses and mouths, and no matter how many flying stones hit their bodies, it was like scratching an itch. They couldn't hurt these abyssal demonic cows at all. Suddenly, there was a whistle and the giant horned demon cows stopped. The black iron carriage opened and a group of people in thick robes stepped out. Their feet touched the ground and they wore thick robes. Their appearances were almost identical to those of humans, but the abyssal energy lingering around their bodies was enough to indicate their status. "My lord, not too far away, there is a large pile of demon skull remains. There is no lack of powerful demon beasts among them, so I didn't dare to approach." A tall abyssal demon bowed. Chapter 1037. She wore a deep purple robe that covered her entire body. But her petite figure was enough to show that the one that this group of tall abyssal demons respectfully addressed as my lord was a woman. She looked up in front of her. A purple light flashed and an invisible strength surged around her. All the falling stones that approached instantly froze and fell to the ground. Recently, holy energy has been spewing out frequently and there are many signs of it becoming berserk. Although the timing isn't right, according to my observations, perhaps the beast tide is about to erupt again. A cold voice sounded out from beneath the robe. The surrounding abyssal demons paled, their pupils shrinking in panic. The abyss was endless, so deep that no end could be seen. Even the demons that had lived here for generations did not know where it led to. In this vast world, besides the abyssal demons, there were also endless demon beasts. To a certain degree, the abyssal demon beasts were the true masters of this world. Normally, things were still fine. Although there were demon beasts causing chaos in the deep abyss, the abyssal demons were able to suppress them and maintain order. But every once in a while, when the demonic energy erupting from the abyss became unstable, the demon beasts would gradually fall into a berserk state. At that time, hundreds of millions of demon beasts would gather together and wildly attack the region ruled by the abyssal demons. For countless years, the abyssal demons had recorded that countless demon cities had been destroyed because of this kind of demon beast rampage, with incomparably heavy casualties. This was the beast tide. The young girl beneath the robe came from a deeper abyss. Her identity was mysterious and she was formidable. Although she hadn't been here for long, she had already obtained recognition through her own performance. No one dared to doubt her words. Thus, as time passed, the abyssal demons' complexions became increasingly ugly. Once the beast tide erupted, all abyssal demons would have to hide in the cities and use the thick walls to resist the impact. And outside the cities, everything would be torn to pieces by the rampaging demon beasts. Putting aside the deaths and injuries, just this alone would cause immeasurable losses. "My lord, if this is really the case, we must immediately return to the cities and gather our clansmen to hide in the cities," the tall abyssal demon said. The purple in the woman's eyes deepened. She slowly said, "There is still some time before the beast tide erupts. Let's first investigate the situation. I suspect that because of the holy energy rampage, a powerful demon beast has arrived from a deeper abyss. If we cannot kill it before the beast tide, once it erupts, it will likely control over 10,000 demon beast." 10,000 beast level? The abyssal demons cried out in alarm, their eyes filled with terror. With the strength of the city they were in, if they really encountered the attack of 10,000 beasts, it was extremely likely that it would be breached. At that time, everyone would die. The stronger the demon beast was, the harder it would be to maintain its sanity after being invaded by the holy energy. It would instinctively slaughter and devour flesh to strengthen itself. The scene before them was similar. The tall demon turned around. His appearance was similar to that of a human, but his face was covered in dark scales. He said, "My lord is right. For the safety of the city, we must clearly investigate what happened here. If there really is a 10,000 beasts magical beast here, we must kill it before the beast tide erupt." "Yes, leader." The surrounding abyssal demon energy roared. Cruel killing intent broke out from their bodies and blood-red eyes appeared in their eyes. Beneath the black robes, the woman relaxed. Fortunately, her reason was sufficient, otherwise these striped crows might not have taken such a risk. In the depths of his eyes, a hint of purple flashed, and there was some nervousness in it. Just what was hidden here? Could this be what she was looking for? If so, then these striped crows were simply sending themselves to their deaths. But that didn't matter. They were just a group of lowly beings. If they died, then they died. What did it have to do with her? As long as she could confirm that what she was looking for was here, she would naturally have a way to obtain it. Thinking of this, the purple eyes beneath the black robes began to glow with both nervousness and anticipation. Go! With low roars, a dozen or so striped crow warriors rushed into the flying sand and stones with small steps. They were very experienced. The sounds they made were perfectly concealed in the flying sand and stones. Soon, the stench of blood unique to demon beasts entered their noses and mouths. The striped crows that rushed into this hell all revealed nervous expressions. There were far too many corpses, and they had been torn to shreds. Nearly everything was dyed pitch black as far as the eye could see. As they continued to enter, fear began to appear in their eyes. This was because amongst these shredded corpses, they saw many astonishingly strong demon beasts. The abyssal scaled wolf was a powerful and astonishingly fast predator. Its claws were especially sharp, and even a well-crafted demon beast leather pouch would find it difficult to resist its tearing. But now, half of the wolf's corpse was tossed to the ground. Looking at how much it had been buried in the sand, it had already been dead for at least 2 days. Even its sharp claws and several pieces of its forelimbs could be clearly seen. The spotted scaled demonic snake was a type of grotesque snake whose body was covered in scales of different colors. As it lived longer, the color of the scales on its body would also increase. In front of them, this spotted scaled demon snake that had been torn into several pieces had scales of 7 or 8 different colors. It had lived for at least 300 years and was extremely powerful. It would take at least 10 striped crow warriors to kill it, and it would be difficult to avoid injuries. There was also the earth-shatter beast, the 8-legged blood spider, the black steel armor, and other terrifying demon beasts. In particular, the latter had incomparably tough skin and flesh that even sharp weapons would find it difficult to cut through. But now, it had been torn to shreds, with almost no part of it intact. Gulp, the dozen striped crows gulped. The blood-red light in their eyes faded and they felt the courage in their chests vanish. Standing there, they raised their heads and looked forward. They could faintly see the silhouette of a low mountain peak. All of the demon beast corpses that had been killed were scattered around this mountain peak. Without accident, the demon beast they were looking for was likely to have escaped from the deep abyss and was hiding here. But now, their goal was right in front of them and they didn't have the courage to continue forward. Those that came today were the strongest warriors of their tribe. Jiao Li was the patriarch's son and he carried a saint artifact of their tribe with him, so he possessed formidable strength. But facing such a terrifying demon beast, the striped crows still didn't feel confident. If the striped crows knew that not too far away from where they were standing, there was a corpse of a dark thunder demon snake, they would surely turn around and leave. This was a dark thunder demon snake. It had the bloodline of a demon dragon flowing through its body. Not only did it have infinite potential to grow, but it was also incomparably formidable amongst demon beasts, strong enough to reach the 10,000 beast level. Dressed in purple robes, the woman walked silently behind the striped crows, the purple in her eyes becoming even deeper. At this time, as she looked at something flashing not too far away, her nose suddenly twitched. In the next moment, her eyes widened, revealing shock. Here, demon beast corpses were strewn all over the place and a pungent stench assailed the nostrils. But, she could still smell a very special scent. It wasn't strong, but it carried with it a special quality that instantly ignited the desire to occupy her heart. Fine scales rapidly appeared beneath her flesh and blood. They were translucent, as if they were polished from crystal. They covered the woman's entire face. There wasn't too much ferocity. At this moment, she gave off a strange sense of beauty, as if she were a beauty carved from crystal. A pair of purple eyes stared straight at the short mountain. She could even see that pitch-black cave. Her intuition told her that the source of that scent just now was in this cave, but unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't capture that scent again. But her instincts told her that no matter where that scent came from, she had to obtain it. Striped crows, you warriors are born with no concept of fear. You possess an invincible strength that can tear apart all obstacles in front of you. Now is the time for you to display your formidable strength. A clear and cold voice sounded out from beneath the robes. Every syllable was incomparably cold, but it also contained a powerful, bewitching ability. The fear and hesitation in Jiao Li's eyes rapidly faded away. He could feel that the woman behind him was incomparably important to him. In order to protect her, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice anything. He lifted a hand. Demonic energy surged and a black leather drum appeared. Its surface was heavily worn and some of the patterns on the drum had already become blurry. But as it appeared, the abyssal demon energy in this space seemed to be attracted to it and began to gather from all directions. It gathered into a ball that tumbled endlessly. Woo-woo, a figure appeared in the abyssal demon energy. It was a strangely shaped demon beast. Its eyes were blood red as if they were soaked in blood. It glared at the cave and roared out loud. Out! Jiao Li roared out loud. He ruthlessly struck the leather drum in his hands. There was no sound, but the blood-eyed demon beast phantom condensed in the abyssal demon energy seemed to be strongly driven. It rushed out, straight towards the cave. Bang! There was a dull thud, like a mountain crashing down from the highest heavens, crashing into the earth. The deep sound penetrated into the mind. The blood-eyed demon beast phantom that rushed to the cave entrance was like a bubble, directly popping and dissipating. The abyssal demon energy that condensed its body collapsed and dissipated with it. With a loud whoosh, it rushed out in all directions, forming a ring-shaped impact that instantly swept away all the sand and stones in the world. For a short period of time, a blank space appeared. The leather drum in Jiao Li's hand cracked open from the middle. Everyone seemed to hear a howl of despair. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His spirit instantly withered and the determination and courage in his eyes were like a punctured ball. In the blink of an eye, all that was left over was fear. All of the striped crow warriors stared with wide eyes at the figure that walked out of the cave entrance. His figure couldn't be considered tall. Compared to them, he couldn't be considered strong. But now, the aura he emitted caused them to instinctively feel endless fear. It was like they were facing a predator at the top of the food chain. With just a glance, he could kill them. Chapter 1038. Beneath the robes, the purple eyes fiercely shrank. The beautiful face covered in scales revealed a look of shock. She didn't think that she would encounter a member of the royal family in such a remote place. Moreover, from his aura, she could tell that he was extremely strong. The royal family had a high status and lived in the center of the abyss. They wouldn't easily appear, so why was this person in front of her here? Could it be that he had also sensed something? Also, what did that aura from before have to do with him? Countless thoughts raced through her mind. Her beautiful purple eyes became increasingly solemn. No matter what, it wasn't good news to encounter a powerful member of the royal family in the territory of the striped crow race. Royal clan. A striped crow warrior's legs went weak and he knelt on the ground. His tall and sturdy body trembled. The cruel laws of the abyss created a strict hierarchy. The dignity of a noble member of the abyss royal family could not be violated. The strength of the striped crow race could only be considered below average amongst the races of the abyss. And the strongest member of their race was only at the level of a demon general. They simply couldn't resist the anger of a royal family member. Even if they were all killed, there wouldn't be any trouble. In fact, their race would even have to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Jiao Li's face was filled with despair. But at this time, a light flashed in his eyes as if he was grasping at the last straw of hope. He turned and knelt down. "My lady, please save us. We absolutely didn't mean to offend the noble royal family member. She came from a deeper layer of the abyss and had purple eyes. These were the hallmarks of a high-level abyssal race. The reason the striped crow race had committed such a grave mistake was because they had followed her orders. Now that they had caused trouble, they naturally had to ask her for help. This was their last chance." Beneath the robes, there was a moment of silence. Then, two white and delicate palms crossed in front of each other. This was the benefit of a high-level demon race. A clear and cold voice sounded out, "Royal Spirit Demon Races Mion Ya greets the royal family member. Today's matter is a misunderstanding. We are willing to pay compensation in exchange for your forgiveness. Please forgive our offense. Royal Spirit Demon Race. Jiao Li's eyes suddenly lit up. Sure enough, he saw that the black robe was pulled down, revealing a fair and flawless beautiful face. It was cold and expressionless, and two delicate horns were faintly discernible between the black hair on top of her head. There's hope. Although the Royal Spirit Demon Race wasn't the Abyssal King race, it was still one of the more powerful races in the Abyssal realm. There weren't many of them, but they possessed a powerful royal spirit inheritance. Even when facing the Abyssal King race, they were qualified to speak on equal terms. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. Leave this place immediately. Ah. Yes, we will leave immediately. Thank you for your magnanimity. Thank you. Jiao Li trembled with excitement. The group of striped crow warriors shivered in fear as they ran away. Each of them felt that their lives had been saved. A trace of shock was revealed in Mion Ye's eyes. Evidently, she did not expect that the matter would be resolved so easily. Her eyes flickered as she paused at the entrance of the cave. Soon after, she bowed once again. Thank you, sir. We will take our leave. After boarding the black iron carriage pulled by the giant horned magic cow, the speckled crow turned around without hesitation and ran far away. Only then did the people in the carriage let out a sigh of relief. The Abyssal royal family was extremely strong and viewed ordinary demon races as slaves. It was normal for them to kill them at every turn. For them to be able to escape this calamity today could only be considered their good luck. Jiao Li bowed. Thank you, Lady Mion Ya, for helping us. Otherwise, we would have died today. He lowered his head, his face hidden in the darkness so that no one could see him clearly. Mion Ya had already pulled up her black robes, covering herself once more. She lightly said, "There is no need to be polite. I had no intention of putting you all in danger. This is what I should do." She stood up and said, "I have already stayed here for a long time. I will leave today." Soon, with a whistle, the giant horned magic cow came to a stop. Mion Ya stepped down from the black iron carriage. She took several light steps forwards and soon vanished into the sandstorm. Jiao Li's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. Finally, he clenched his teeth and said, "Let's go. Young master, there is a problem with this woman. She deliberately bewitched us, but are we just going to let her leave like this?" A striped crow warrior asked in a low voice. Jiao Li's complexion became even uglier. What else can we do? The strength of the royal spirit demon race is not something we can provoke. There is no need to say anything else. Return to the city immediately. The giant horned magic cow pulled the black iron carriage once more, rumbling away into the distance. Not long after the striped crows left, there was a fluctuation in space. Mion Ya, who had left in another direction, slowly appeared. As she looked in the direction that the striped crows left in, a cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes. These lowly and inferior races had actually dared to show her any disrespect. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't want to stir up any more trouble, she would have killed them all just now. Turning around, Mion Ya looked in the direction that the black iron carriage had come from. A purple light surged in her eyes as she revealed a thoughtful look. After a short period of hesitation, she turned back. Several steps later, her body faded away like a shadow. Facing the striped crows that had come looking for him, the only thing Qin Yu had done was to defeat the phantom of the blood-eyed demon beast, causing them to fall into a state of extreme fear. Royal race. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He looked at Liao Shi, who had a calm expression, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. The problem lies in your appearance. Liao Shi rolled her eyes at Qin Yu. The abyssal races are different from the world of the living. The more powerful their bloodline, the more similar their external characteristics are to humans, and vice versa. But only the abyssal royal race has a powerful king that has obtained the recognition of the abyss. Their bloodline is raised to the limit, and their appearance is completely the same as that of humans. So, when they see you, they treat you as a member of the royal race. Listening to her speak, some information appeared in Qin Yu's mind. He knew that what she said was correct and also understood the reason for the striped crow's fear. As long as a member of the royal race had a valid reason, their strength was enough to destroy a tribe of low-level abyssal races and they wouldn't provoke any trouble. You seem to understand the abyss. After looking at it for a long time, of course I know some things. But this is only the tip of the iceberg. If you want me to help you crack the myriad soul Dao, this little bit of time is far from enough. How long do you need? The longer the better. Qin Yu rubbed his temples, giving up on this meaningless topic. Will there be trouble if I let these demons leave? The striped crows are only a low-level abyssal race and their strength is limited. Once they recognize you as a member of the royal race, they won't provoke you again. Liao She paused for a moment, his lips curling up in a smile. But that girl is a bit interesting. I fear she won't give up so easily. Qin Yu frowned. What do you mean? Liao She blinked. This question, it would be better if you asked her yourself. Qin Yu's complexion changed. At this time, the beating heart of the abyss in his chest sent out a warning. His thoughts racing, Qin Yu stood up and walked outside the cave. He expressionlessly said, Miss Mion Ya, may I ask why you have returned? His icy cold voice was unable to be covered up by the howling wind and sand. It spread far and wide. After several breaths of silence, there was a fluctuation in space. Mion Ya, dressed in a deep purple robe, appeared from within. You are truly worthy of being a member of the royal race. You have such keen senses. Mion Ya admires you. Qin Yu didn't respond to this, but his eyes became even colder. Mion Ya took a deep breath. She lifted her palm and demonic energy surged from her heart. Then, something appeared. It was clearly a crystallized jet-black heart. This is the most precious treasure in my hands. It is the heart left behind by an abyssal king after he perished. Although the abyssal source contained within this heart has already dispersed, there is still a bit of the aura of an abyssal king left behind. With this, one can greatly increase their closeness to the holy energy of the abyssal and increase their cultivation speed. Speaking to here, Mion Ya paused for a moment. A purple light surged in the depths of her eyes. I am willing to use this object to make a transaction with you. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. Leave here, sir. Mion Ya shouted out loud. The effects of this crystallized heart will definitely satisfy you. Let me finish speaking. All I ask is that there is something on your side. It is not impossible to trade for it. Qin Yu took a step forwards. Wherever his foot landed, the ground instantly shattered. Countless cracks spread out like a spider web. I will only say the same thing once. Leave, or die. Mion Ya's pupils violently shrank. At this moment, she could feel a blazing killing intent coming from Qin Yu. She didn't doubt Qin Yu's determination. If she refused, he would immediately attack. Damn it. Mion Yang's complexion was ugly. But as she met Qin Yu's eyes, her heart became increasingly cold. She took a deep breath and cupped her hands in front of her. I have been presumptuous. Since you are unwilling, then Mion Ya bids her farewells. She turned and left, her figure hidden in the sandstorm. The moment she vanished, a voice echoed out from afar. Even if the beast tide erupts, no matter why you are here, it is best for you to leave first. Consider this message as an apology from Mion Ya. Qin Yu frowned. Beast tide. He turned around and looked at teacher Liao who was deep within the cave. She is right. Abyssal demonic energy is rioting and there are many chaotic and unstable fluctuations. This is indeed a sign of a beast tide. It should erupt within 5 days. Teacher Liao smiled. Then, his tone suddenly changed. This little girl should have sensed my aura. With your intelligence, you should be able to figure out why you haven't killed her yet. Could it be that you have compassion for her because she is so beautiful? Qin Yu's lips twitched. I didn't kill her because I wasn't confident. Teacher Liao clapped her hands. You are quite self-aware. This little girl isn't easy to kill. You were right not to kill her. She blinked. However, she might not have told you about the beast tide out of kindness. I believe that you will meet again soon. Qin Yu had a calm expression. If she continues to pester me, although I am not confident, I can only try to kill her. This matter involved cracking the myriad soul Dao. No matter who it was, they could not affect this. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of killing anyone. Moreover, this was only an abyssal life form. As for the trouble that might arise, if he couldn't avoid it, he could only calmly face it. Chapter 1039. Julu City was built with the back of a mountain, and there was an endless canyon in front of it. There was only a bridge made of demonic trees that connected the two sides of the canyon. The terrain was extremely steep. Thus, when the beast tide arrived, it became the best choice for the various abyssal tribes to avoid calamity. Less than 4 days after the news of the beast tide arrived, Julu City was already filled with people. However, there was still a large number of abyssal demons pouring in, causing the city's environment to become increasingly tense. The prices of all kinds of resources skyrocketed, causing some merchants who had been hoarding to make a lot of money. An honored guest has arrived. As the green-tailed demon's voice rang out from the entrance, the noisy hall immediately fell silent. Countless gazes gathered on him. At this time, it was a seller's market. Furthermore, there were many guests. It was already good to have someone greet them. For them to receive such treatment, it was clear that this person was truly an honored guest. In the Thousand Eye Hall, such treatment was naturally due to the accumulation of demonic crystals. They had spent at least 10 million demonic crystals. What entered the eyes of the demons was a large man. He was nearly 3 meters tall, and his muscles looked like they were made of iron. He gave off a valiant aura. With just one glance, everyone could tell that this person was not someone to be trifled with. They immediately looked away. Normally, Julu City's order was pretty good. But now that the beast tide had arrived, the situation had changed. At this time, no one cared if a few demons died. Mr. Liu Hua, you're here. The steward has already ordered us to bring you in. Please. The fox race woman was the most charming, and her figure was even more alluring. She wore a short skirt that revealed a pair of slender, white legs. Her chest was even more eye-catching. After bowing with a smile, she turned around and led the way, her fiery red tail twisting around her slender waist. Liu Hua remained expressionless. After nodding slightly, he followed behind the fox woman. He did not care about the lingering gazes. This performance caused the expressions of many demons in the dark to change. After thinking about it, they suppressed the desire in their hearts. Demonic crystals were tempting, but one needed to be alive to enjoy them. No matter how they looked at it, Liu Hua did not seem like a good target. After leaving the hall, the noise in his ears instantly disappeared. At the end of the beautifully decorated and spotless passageway was a very large reception room. The steward of the Thousand Eye Hall was a smiling fox elder dressed in a long black robe. He had obviously received the news in advance and was waiting outside the door. Mr. Liu Hua, please enter. The fox girl retracted her seductive demeanor, and her face unexpectedly became as pure as ice and as pure as jade. She didn't speak a single word as she sat in front of the short table and began to boil water for tea. What the abyssal demons drank was a kind of tea tree that was rooted in the abyss and grew by absorbing demonic energy. It was greatly beneficial to the demon race's cultivation. Adding on the fact that there were very few of them, they could be considered a treasure even more precious than demon crystals. It was something that only the upper echelons had the qualifications to enjoy. As the host and guest sat down, Old Fox gestured with his hand. Sir, please enjoy. Liu Hua's expression was indifferent as he said, I did not come to the Thousand Eye Hall to drink tea. Old Fox's eyes flashed. It seems that Mr. is in a hurry. Then, I won't delay any further. As he spoke, he clapped his hands. The fox girl put down the tea set. After carefully wiping her hands, she went to the back of the reception room and brought out a black box made entirely of demon crystals. She placed it in front of Liu Hua. The things that Mr. wants, my Thousand Eye Hall has already prepared them. One of them is the blood of the 6-eared yin monkey. It is an unexpected harvest. The value of this item far exceeds the demon crystals that Mr. has paid. But in order to express our gratitude for Mr.'s trust, my Thousand Eye Hall will not charge any additional fees. I only hope that in the future, if Mr. Liu Hua still needs it, You will continue to cooperate with my Thousand-Eye Hall, Old Fox said with a sincere expression. Liu Hua's expression relaxed. He nodded. I already understand the sincerity of the Thousand-Eye Hall. He opened the black magic crystal box. Inside were 8 exquisitely crafted clear tubes. Inside were different colored liquids, each flashing with a halo of light. He picked them up one by one. After carefully inspecting them, Liu Hua closed the magic crystal box and stood up. There is no problem. It was a pleasure working with you. Old Fox smiled. Today's transaction is the largest that our hall has made in the last half a year. Now that the city is in chaos, if Mr. Liu Hua is willing, you can rest in our hall for several days. The fox girl will be responsible for taking care of your daily needs. The indifferent fox girl's face flushed red. But her eyes were quite bold. She directly looked at him, her eyes bright and watery, as if they had a pair of small hooks. But unfortunately, this performance that could make an ordinary man's throat dry up didn't arouse Liu Hua's attention at all. He didn't even look at the fox girl before directly refusing her. I have other matters to attend to. I will bid my farewells here. He stood up and left. Old Fox smiled and nodded. That's also good. Someone come and send Mr. away. When his figure vanished, the fox girl looked up, a puzzled expression on her face. Why did you let him leave so easily? Old Fox furrowed his eyebrows. This person is not good to provoke. Now that the beast tide is about to arrive, it is best not to cause as much trouble as possible. After leaving the Thousand-Eye Hall, Liu Hua blended into the streets. In the rolling stream of people, he vanished without a trace. A moment later, several abyssal demons stopped, their complexions pale. The figure they had locked onto had actually vanished from right under their noses. Damn it, a fat sheep had run away. Creak, the courtyard doors were pushed open from the outside and Liu Hua stepped in. After carefully inspecting the area and making sure that no one had touched it, he turned and closed the doors. You're back. Liao She walked out. His eyes fell on Qin Yu and he couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Your form metamorphosis bloodline ability is actually quite good for disguising yourself and escaping. She never imagined that Qin Yu would awaken a second bloodline inheritance so quickly. But this time, his luck didn't seem so good. Form metamorphosis. As long as one obtained a part of another's body, whether it was blood, hair, scales, or anything else, they could transform into the appearance of the other party. From the current tests, it seemed that there were no race restrictions. After metamorphosis, one could even obtain a portion of the other party's abilities. If that was all there was to it, this could be considered a very good bloodline ability. After all, if one could obtain a portion of a tyrannical creature's body and use it as a medium, they could erupt with a terrifying strength for a short period of time. Unfortunately, after Qin Yu took form metamorphosis, everything would be fine if he didn't attack. Otherwise, he would wildly burn away the medium he used. The greater the eruption of strength, the faster it would burn away. According to Liao She's judgment, this was basically a useless ability. But as Liao She said, if it was used purely to hide oneself, it was indeed quite amazing. At most, it could be considered a consolation prize. Qin Yu had a calm expression. The bloodline ability obtained from fusing with the abyssal source was only an unexpected harvest for him. It was best to be strong, but if it was useless, he wouldn't care too much. Here's what you want. Check it. When he was in the Thousand-Eye Hall, he had pretended to look through it, but the truth was that he couldn't tell what was inside. Liao She's eyes brightened. She turned and took the magic crystal box away. After a moment, her voice echoed in the room. There's no problem with it. I'll try making it. Qin Yu nodded. He returned to the stone bench in the courtyard and sat down. His eyes swept over the courtyard, his expression calm. In truth, he didn't know who Liu Hua was. On the day he brought Liao She to Giant Deer City, this fellow had recklessly jumped out and insisted on buying Qin Yu's dirty maid. Even after Qin Yu rejected him, he still didn't relent and even tried to steal her. Qin Yu had no choice but to spend a bit of effort to kill off Liu Hua and his demon subordinates. Then, he conveniently took Liu Hua's things and became rich. When he was cleaning up the items, he learned that Liu Hua was a demon refiner of the abyss. This was a profession unique to the abyss. The general scope of its work was to use various external objects to strengthen the bloodline of the demons. Strictly speaking, the races of the abyss were built upon various bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline, the more powerful they would be. Demon refiners were a relatively high-end profession. In addition, Liu Hua should have some skill in this field, thus he gave Qin Yu a massive number of demon crystals. Liao She received a manual. It was unknown how she looked through it or whether she truly understood it, but she actually found a way to hide her aura. Today, Qin Yu had taken back the magic crystal box from the Thousand Eye Temple, and all of them were materials that he needed. Although he didn't know how effective they were, their value was astonishing. The demon crystals Qin Yu obtained from Liu Hua were nearly all used up in this transaction. It was also because of this that he was treated as an honored guest by the Thousand Eye Hall. After all, even for the upper demons who spent money like dirt, spending 10 million demon crystals at once was a heroic act that soared to the heavens. Although it didn't take much effort to obtain it and he didn't feel too much pain spending it, for him to waste 2 days on this matter, it was best if it was of some use. Otherwise, Qin Yu would have to think of other ways to conceal Liao She's aura. In Julu City, a massive number of demons had gathered, and there were many tyrannical individuals among them. In these last 2 days, Qin Yu had sensed several auras that left him feeling dread. If these people were to discover Liao She's existence, then even if Qin Yu did as he said he would and fled by himself, he feared he wouldn't be able to escape Julu City alive. He had inexplicably entered the abyss and even fused with a portion of the abyss source. But Qin Yu had already tried, and it was nearly impossible for him to unravel the myriad soul Dao on his own. Thus, Liao She was his only chance. No matter what, he would do his best to ensure her safety. All sorts of thoughts raced through Qin Yu's mind. After an unknown period of time, there was a loud bang in his ears. He stood up and rushed towards Liao She's room. Bang, he slammed open the door and a massive amount of fog rushed out. Liao She's laughter echoed out from within the fog. Ha ha ha, I really am a genius. I actually succeeded on my first try. Qin Yu relaxed. At this time, as the fog dispersed, the room gradually became clear and Liao She's figure appeared. Qin Yu's eyes swept over her body and he stiffened. He turned around and said, "Since I succeeded, I might as well test the effects." As he spoke, he walked away. Liao She glanced at his back and then looked down at herself. Because of the final explosion, her dress had been torn in many places. She smirked. She thought that it was just a bag of skin, so if she looked, then she looked. If she didn't even care, then she should be embarrassed. Haha, what a hypocrite. Liao She casually pulled at her clothes and covered up the exposed parts. Then, she excitedly looked down at the item in her hands. This was a jade-like ornament. It was round and about the size of a child's palm. There was a halo of light constantly flowing on its surface, making it quite eye-catching. Qin Yu, hurry up and find something to string this on and help me put it on." In the courtyard, Qin Yu's eyes twitched as he watched Liao She run out of the room. He really couldn't tell that this woman's mind was actually so broad and broad. Although it was pleasing to the eye, Qin Yu still felt a trace of dread when facing this incomparably mysterious woman of unknown identity. There was no reason for it. He was just worried. Although Liao She didn't care about it right now, if he continued to stare at her like this, it was likely that he would run into misfortune in the future. Cough. I'm going to find something. You wait in the courtyard and don't move around. Qin Yu hurriedly pushed open the door and left. A moment later, he returned and handed the item in his hands to Liao She. Go and change your clothes first. I'll help you string this up. Liao She humphed twice. Qin Yu, do I not look good? Yes. If you look good, then why do you want me to change my clothes? I'm afraid of death. Liao She covered her mouth and laughed. Brat, I've discovered that you are quite cautious. She rubbed her chin as if thinking about something. Then, she nodded. Although I don't care too much about it, what you said makes sense. Then I'll go and change my clothes. Qin Yu's forehead began to sweat. What do you mean by makes sense? Could it be that if I look at you too much, I really might die? Fuck, This is like a meteorite crater from the heavens. If I hadn't been vigilant enough, I really would have died because of you. Qin Yu's face darkened. He used a rope made from animal skin to string the ornament and helped Liaosha put it on. Then, he focused his mind to sense it. The aura really did seem a bit different, but Qin Yu wasn't a pure abyssal creature after all. He needed to confirm the effects of this thing. What you said makes sense. Let's go, let's take a stroll around Giant Deer City, Liaosha said excitedly. Ever since she entered the abyss, she had been tightly controlled by Qin Yu. She basically hadn't seen the living conditions of the demons in the abyss. But unfortunately, this suggestion was rejected by Qin Yu without hesitation. What nonsense. If this thing was effective, then that would be for the best. But if, he didn't want to die with her. Moreover, according to Qin Yu's speculations, the most likely scenario was that he would die alone. Liaosha absolutely wouldn't die with him. You wait here. I will go and capture some abyssal demons. After coldly suppressing Liaosha's protests, Qin Yu left behind these words and left once more. In the current Giant Deer City, there was no longer any order to speak of. As long as there wasn't too much of a commotion, no one would care if there were a few demons missing. Moreover, the demons were cruel and violent by nature. There were many conflicts in the dark and countless corpses appeared in the city every day. Qin Yu easily captured 4 abyssal demons. They were all of different races. One of them had a long nose and seemed to have the bloodline of an abyssal demon hound flowing through his body. His sense of smell was amazing. After waking up the 4 abyssal demons, Liaosha put on a veil and walked in front of them. Reality proved that the effect of the round pendant was excellent. The 4 abyssal demons didn't discover him at all. They only wailed and begged for mercy. After confirming the effects of the pendant, he finished off the 4 abyssal demons. As a stowaway from the world of flesh and blood, Qin Yu didn't feel any psychological burden at all when he killed creatures in the abyss. Moreover, every abyssal creature he killed now represented an unknown reward. Now, within his soul space, there were already countless stars. If Liaosha wasn't wrong, then after he returned to the world of the living, these stars would transform into rewards for him. Strictly speaking, Qin Yu had already obtained a similar reward. When he first entered the myriad soul Dao, the first abyssal creature he killed had given him a reward from the heavens and earth. And that was only a single one. If he were to multiply them together, just what sort of harvest would there be? Qin Yu was filled with anticipation towards this reward. As the first treasure I refined in the abyss, it has the qualifications for me to personally name it. Liaosha paced back and forth. She had changed into a purple dress that was popular among the women of the high-level races of the abyss. It was a bit tight and outlined her graceful curves. Thinking back to the scene he saw before, Qin Yu felt his nose itch. He coughed and looked away. Liaosha curled her lips. She looked at Qin Yu and said, "This round pendant is to conceal my aura. It is also a method of disguise. Let's call it the hypocrisy pendant." Qin Yu was expressionless. He thought that this name had nothing to do with him at all, so he absolutely couldn't reveal the slightest bit of embarrassment. Otherwise, he would be admitting that he wasn't fighting, and that would be far too shameful. Chapter 1040. In fact, Qin Yu never imagined that Liaosha would be so addicted to the experience of being a demon refiner that she couldn't extricate herself. Even though he thought her slogan of becoming the most powerful demon refiner in the abyss was laughable. But Liaosha said that the process of being a demon refiner could help her see the world of the abyss more clearly. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Even now, Qin Yu didn't understand what Liaosha meant by seeing the world of the abyss. But as long as she didn't leave this courtyard and the abyssal demons didn't discover Liaosha's existence, then what she did wasn't important. Moreover, Qin Yu had some plans in his heart. Disregarding the slogan of becoming the strongest demon refiner in the abyss, the success of the hypocrisy pendant proved that Liaosha had some talent in the aspect of demon refiners. If so, then she might be able to refine even stronger items that could conceal her aura in the future. This was a situation that Qin Yu was happy to see. So, he would let her do whatever she wanted. But soon, it became clear that Qin Yu had underestimated Liaosha's enthusiasm. Moreover, he had placed himself in the wrong position. Bystander? Haha, he was far too naive. I told you before that after I entered the abyss, I couldn't use any strength. And in the demon refiner profession, there are certain steps that require the assistance of abyssal demon energy to proceed. Don't look at me like that. The fact that the hypocrisy pendant was successfully refined is a special case and doesn't represent anything. In short, you must be my assistant. When I need you, help me complete the special steps of the refinement. Of course, you can refuse, but I must remind you that if I am in a bad mood, I will become excited and the aura I release will rapidly become stronger. When that happens, the abyssal demons will be drawn in. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Qin Yu's face darkened. He wanted to roar out loud. Like hell, I'll believe you. You are such a bad woman. This reason was just too good. Although he knew that there was an 80% chance that she was speaking nonsense, Qin Yu didn't dare to gamble. Taking 10,000 steps back, even though Liao Shi needed his help and protection, when it came to the myriad soul Dao, he was still in a passive position. Without much hesitation, the first assistant to the future strongest demon refiner in the Chaos Abyss officially assumed his position with an incredibly grim expression. Liao Shi had a smug look on his face as his eyes narrowed into slits. These abyssal jade slips were left behind by Liu Hua. They contain the necessary requirements to become a true demon refiner. I've already looked through it, and you meet the requirements. What you need to do now is to familiarize yourself with what a demon refiner is, as well as the scope of your work and the things to take note of. You don't need to be proficient, just remember to do as I say, so you can take some time to look at these things. Right now, the most important thing is to help me find some materials. Oh, let me think, what should I refine for my second work? The next day, the gloomy Qin Yu transformed into flowing fire once more. He closed the courtyard doors and hurriedly left. In just one day, the number of abyss devils in Julu City had clearly increased. The city was filled with restlessness. In a short period of time, Qin Yu had personally witnessed 7 or 8 clashes between the demons. In the most fiery one, both sides fought with true fire and directly revealed their true demonic forms. They bit at each other until their bodies were covered in wounds and their intestines flowed to the ground, forming a long pool. One couldn't help but admire the abyssal devil's potent vitality. Even though they suffered such serious injuries, they didn't care at all and continued to brutally slaughter each other. Qin Yu glanced around several times. When he heard that the demon guards of Julu City were rushing over, he quickly turned and left to avoid trouble. A moment later, the Thousand Eye Temple appeared in the distance. As the largest chain organization in the Chaos Abyss, it was said that wherever the abyssal races resided, there would be a branch stationed there. Whether this was true or not, Qin Yu knew that it was indeed extremely strong. The last transaction had cost an astonishing amount of money, but at the very least it had managed to gather what Qin Yu needed within the allotted time. Oh, that was wrong. It was what Liao Shi needed. But no matter who it was that wanted it, with such a strong partner, although it revealed a bit of ill intent, it didn't take action. This was better than Qin Yu looking for someone else in the dark. So, Qin Yu chose the Thousand Eye Temple for the new materials that Liao Shi needed. Just like last time, Qin Yu's arrival caused the eyes of the green-tailed demon guard responsible for welcoming guests to brighten. He turned and shouted, "Honored guest has arrived." Without surprise, he received another harvest. A massive number of surprised eyes filled with ill intent. Today, there were even more demons in the Thousand Eye Temple than there were yesterday. All sorts of discussions and bargaining sounds mixed together, creating an uproar. The fox girl that he had met twice soon appeared in front of him. She bowed and said, "Mr. Wildfire has come again. I wonder what you need today." As she spoke, there was a bit of bitterness in her eyes. She was truly worthy of being the fox race that was famous for their affection and ability to play with the hearts of others. Just a single glance was enough to show off her skills. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to resist her gaze. Qin Yu said, "I have a transaction I hope to ask the Thousand Eye Temple for help." The fox girl smiled. "There are many people here. Mister, please follow me." Qin Yu waved his hand. "It's only a small transaction, there is no need to trouble yourself." The fox girl shook her head. Mr. is an honored guest of my thousand-eye temple. No matter where or when you are, you will receive the highest level of hospitality. If you don't agree, this fox girl will definitely be punished. Although Mr. doesn't care about the body of a fox girl, I still hope that you can take pity on her. This fox girl's acting skills were truly exquisite. Feeling the change in the eyes of the surrounding abyssals, Chinyu felt that if he continued to decline, there would definitely be people jumping out to take pity on her. Haha, the abyssals were truly impulsive fools. Chinyu secretly ridiculed them. He took a deep breath and said, "Please lead the way." In the current situation, if it wasn't necessary, he would avoid it if he could. The fox girl's anger turned into a smile. She gestured with her hand and swayed her alluring figure as she led Chinyu out of the hall. Who is this person? Even in the Thousand-Eye Temple, he can receive such courteous treatment. An abyssal demon asked. Another demon said, I saw this person yesterday. His name is Wildfire. I don't know what his background is, but he is definitely wealthy. Hehe, to have a fox girl try so hard to seduce him, he can't just be described as wealthy. Another demon coldly sneered. After a moment of silence, the hall was restored to its noisy state once more. But many of the demons had a gloomy look in their eyes. The beast tide was approaching. Unless they obtained a special amnesty from Julu City, everyone would have to climb up the city walls to resist the crazy onslaught of demon beasts. Although Julu City had never had a record of being breached by demon beasts, there had been serious casualties in previous beast tides. No one had full confidence they could safely survive the beast tide. Thus, during this period of time, everyone was desperately thinking of ways to increase their strength. It was because of this that business in the Thousand-Eye Temple was booming. If they could swallow such a fat sheep into their stomachs, it would be enough to buy several powerful armors as well as life-saving potions. Was there a risk in trying to steal it? Haha, living in the abyss, when was there ever a day without danger? Just walking down the road, there was a chance that a demon beast would jump out and eat you, or perhaps you would be captured and your bloodline extracted to be refined into a potion. Only with harvests did one have to pay. In a place like the abyss, it was impossible to survive if one was too careful. Chinyu followed the same passage as yesterday. But this time, he wasn't brought directly to Steward Old Fox. Instead, he was brought to another reception room. The fox girl gently brewed tea. She had an apologetic expression. Because I didn't know Mr. would come today, the steward has other arrangements and is currently receiving guests. But I have already passed on the message. I ask Mr. to wait here for a moment. The steward will soon catch up. Chinyu took out a magic crystal card. This was a special card made from demon crystals. It was similar to a jade slip in the world of the living. It could record some information. The reason I came this time is to purchase some materials. The list is here, so there shouldn't be a need for the steward to appear. The fox girl hesitated for a moment. She took the magic crystal card and looked through it. A trace of doubt appeared in her heart, but she didn't reveal it. She smiled and said, "It is indeed within my transaction authority. If Mr. is in a hurry to use it, I can prepare it now." Chinyu nodded. "Thank you." The fox girl bowed and left. She soon returned and placed a demonic leather bag on the table. "I ask Mr. to check it." Chinyu picked it up. "I believe in the credibility of the Thousand-Eye Temple. How many demonic crystals are there in total? Mr. is an honored guest of my Thousand-Eye Temple. You can enjoy a 20% discount. You can just pay 20,000 demonic crystals." Chinyu's heart twitched. He never thought that in Flowing Fire's records, these relatively ordinary materials would be so expensive. Luckily, he still had 20,000 demonic crystals on him. If he couldn't take them out, then he would lose face. After completing the payment, Chinyu didn't wait for Old Fox. He stood up and bid his farewells. The fox girl saw him off as usual. When Chinyu stepped out of the Thousand-Eye Temple, she hesitated for a moment and said, "Guest, you should be careful." Chinyu looked at her. "Thank you for the reminder." He stepped out of the Thousand-Eye Temple and mixed into the crowd of demons. Looking at his back, the fox girl turned and left. When she returned to the reception room, she saw Old Fox standing there, holding the magic crystal card in his hand. He left. Old Fox laid down the magic crystal card and turned around. The fox girl respectfully said, "Yes, I have already warned him to be careful. But I fear it will be difficult for him to throw off those people following him today." Old Fox lightly said, "That is his own matter. It has nothing to do with us." His eyes flashed, and he tapped the magicrystal card with his finger. Interesting. A magicrystal alchemist completed a transaction of 10 million crystals yesterday, and now he's here to buy these entry-level materials. I have no idea what he's up to. The fox girl nodded. She suddenly thought of something. "Steward, the guest that is looking for someone is urging us again. I wonder if there is any news." Old Fox had a calm expression. "Not yet. Tell her to wait for the time being. As long as that person is really in this level of the abyss, our Thousand-Eye Temple will definitely be able to find him." "Yes." The fox girl bowed and left. From the moment he left the Thousand-Eye Temple, Qin Yu knew that he was being watched. His eyes flashed. He didn't shake them off like he did yesterday. After thinking for a moment, he took the initiative to walk towards a remote area. Although the current giant deer city was already overcrowded with people and there was basically no place that was peaceful, there were still some places that were blind spots in the city. Even if he caused trouble there, the demon guards wouldn't care. For instance, the alley that Qin Yu had just entered was called Merry Forest. No matter where it was, there would always be a dark place where light couldn't penetrate. Giant Deer City's Merry Forest was such a place. In front of him was a massive pile of low buildings. There were cold and gloomy eyes staring at him from both sides. There was an invisible aura in the air that left one feeling restless and fearful. Seeing Qin Yu enter the Merry Forest, the complexions of the chasing abyssal demons changed. There were several waves of them that hesitated before directly leaving. But not all demons feared the reputation of the Merry Forest. Although a strong dragon couldn't suppress a local snake, that was only relatively speaking. In the face of absolute strength, everything would be crushed to powder. There was certainly nothing to fear. However, the Merry Forest was infamous. Everyone was only here for wealth, so it was better to be safe. "Let's join forces. After we kill Willowfire, we'll evenly divide the harvest." "All right." The three waves of abyssal demons that had decided to rush in reached a consensus after a brief discussion. They joined together and chased after Qin Yu. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the deep passageway, like a drop of water falling into sand. After entering the Merry Forest, there was no need to hide anymore. The group of demons sped up and soon caught up to Qin Yu. "Stop!" With a loud shout, an abyssal demon diabolically grinned. He lifted a hand and pressed forwards. Bang! Abyssal demonic energy erupted, turning into a great axe that fell from the skies, straight towards Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu didn't turn his head. But, as if he could see the attack coming from behind him, he dodged to the side. The ground cracked apart, tearing open a long hole. Many of the low buildings on both sides collapsed. Behind the windows and on both sides of the passageway, the abyssal demons that had been coldly watching Qin Yu suddenly stood up, their gazes becoming increasingly hostile. In the air, a cold yin aura flourish. The abyssal demon diabolically grinned. "We came for him. After we kill him, we'll leave. You had best not stir up trouble for yourselves." Whoosh! With the sound of breaking air, the demon's complexion changed. His eyes popped out as if he had sensed something extremely terrifying. With a strange cry, he stomped his feet and began to rapidly retreat. But at this time, a black shadow suddenly accelerated, piercing through the demon's chest and leaving behind a trail of blood. Unlike demon beasts, the blood of the abyssal demons was also red. It was just that compared to the blood of flesh and blood beings, it was a bit darker. "It has been a long time since anyone has dared to cause trouble in my Merry Forest. You outsiders sure have guts. Since that's the case, none of you shall leave." Sneering coldly, the encirclement of demons parted to reveal a path for them. A young devil strode forward. He wasn't tall or burly, and was actually quite thin compared to the larger devils. However, the surrounding devils all had cold, frighteningly cold expressions on their faces as they stared at him with awe and veneration. "Horned python race. Among the demons chasing Qin Yu, one of them paled and shouted out loud. Seeing the dense, dark grey lines on the exposed flesh of the young man from the Devil Clan, the rest of the people were also horrified. They never imagined that they would encounter an expert of the horned python race in this merry forest. The abyssal races were differentiated by their bloodline. The status of the horned python race was only inferior to some powerful royal races. Even amongst the superior races, they were considered one of the best. Their race was born with infinite strength. When they grew up, a single horn would fall off their head. After being refined by demonic energy, it would become their strongest weapon. It was incomparably sharp and indestructible. And, most importantly, he had killed that abyssal demon with a single strike. He had displayed absolute strength. This was at least at the demon general level, and an outstanding one at that. Perhaps he wasn't too far away from the demon commander level. The abyssal demons that had aggressively charged into Merry Forest to chase Qin Yu were like balloons that had been punctured. Their arrogance vanished one by one, and the fear in their eyes became thicker and thicker. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We absolutely have no intention of provoking Merry Forest, an abyssal demon hurriedly said. The horned python youth sneered. Trash like you think you are worthy of provoking Merry Forest? Die. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. After killing that demon, the shadow that had sunk deep into the ground howled out. Puff air puff, there was a series of sounds of flesh and blood being torn apart. The sound was so dense that it made one's scalp tingle. The smell of blood in the air thickened. Run. Hurry and run. The demons fled in panic. But unfortunately, they weren't fast enough. Even though they managed to escape, the shadow still caught up to them and pierced through their chests. In a short several breaths of time, the horned python youth lifted his hand and a pitch-black spear fell into his grasp. All of the abyssal demons that chased after him died where they stood. He turned around, his icy gaze falling on Qin Yu. Since you are being chased by so many people, you must be a fat sheep. Take out something on your body and perhaps you can buy your life. Chapter 1041. It was said that those who did not think far ahead would have immediate worries. Although these words were slightly negative and inauspicious, there was still some truth to them. In Qin Yu's opinion, it was necessary to maintain the fine style of being vigilant in times of peace in the abyss. Thus, after entering Giant Deer City, he had already prepared for the worst. For instance, if Liaosha's existence was discovered by the abyssal demons, Merry Forest was the escape route that Qin Yu had found for himself. This lawless, chaotic, and gloomy land where countless sins were committed every day was the best choice for him. As long as he could escape there, he might have a chance to escape this calamity. It was precisely because of this that Qin Yu had some understanding of the Merry Forest. So when he heard the words of the young man from the Horned Python clan, his eyes flickered, and he revealed a trace of surprise. You can buy your life in the Merry Forest? The Horned Python youth was expressionless. I'm in a good mood today. Qin Yu glanced at him and slowly shook his head. That's a bit disappointing. I don't have anything on me that I can give you for your good mood today. The Horned Python youth frowned. Do you want to die? Of course not. Qin Yu smiled. Although I can be considered to have lived for a long time, I am still far from having nothing to live for. That's why we have to live. We must live. The Horned Python youth's eyes twitched. He felt that his patience had reached its limit. After several breaths of silence, he lifted a finger and said, The exit is over there. Let's go now. Qin Yu's eyebrows shot up. He immediately smiled and said, Then, thank you. He swept his eyes over the demon corpses strewn all over the ground and sighed inwardly. He had originally wanted to borrow these abyssal demons to make another fortune. Although Qin Yu didn't care much about things like demon crystals, Liaosha wanted to become a demon refiner. This was clearly a money-burning profession, so it was better to be prepared. But now, this idea had fallen through. Well, he would think of another way. He turned and left. But today, it was destined that Qin Yu wouldn't leave Merry Forest so easily. Just as he turned around, he heard a giggle. Black Edge, this person is in trouble. He purposely escaped into my Merry Forest. Wouldn't it be a joke if we let him go just like that? The surrounding devils quickly scattered, and a female devil led them over. She was tall and slender, comparable to an ordinary male devil. In addition to her bold clothing, her curves were all over the place. At this moment, a pair of light violet eyes were looking at the young man from the horned python clan, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly to reveal a trace of ridicule. Black Light knitted his brows tightly before relaxing. He spoke in a faint voice, "This place is under my jurisdiction. I will decide how to deal with it. Ying Feng, you should not meddle in other people's business. Since his lordship has given me the position of patrol, there's nothing in the entire Merry Forest that I can't manage. Or could it be that, you, Black Edge, think too highly of yourself and dare to question his lordship's appointment?" The smile on Ying Feng's face became even more obvious. Black Edge's expression was calm and unmoved. "My loyalty to the Lord is not something you have the right to question." "Good. Then I will personally deal with this person who dares to cause trouble and intrude into my Merry Forest." Ying Feng covered her mouth and giggled. She swept her eyes over Qin Yu and lightly said, "Go, cut off his head and hang it at the entrance. Let everyone know just how stupid it is to provoke our Merry Forest." "Yes, miss." A demon behind her bowed and stepped forwards. As his eyes fell on Qin Yu, his eyes instantly turned blood red. "The smell of your body isn't bad. I will taste your blood. If it tastes good, then I will eat you." The abyssal demons possessed intelligence no less than that of humans. But all sorts of powerful demonic bloodlines flowed through their bodies, originating from the same source as the abyssal demon beasts. Because of the influence of the demonic bloodline, they had a violent and cruel nature and a bloodthirsty desire. It wasn't rare for them to swallow powerful enemies to strengthen themselves. So, what this demon said was not to scare Qin Yu, but the true thoughts in his heart. Qin Yu could clearly feel this. He frowned, a bit of cold intent gushing out from the depths of his heart. Because the heart of the abyss had absorbed a portion of the abyssal source, his current state was that of a true abyssal demon. But he still felt a deep disgust towards such bloody methods. Qin Yu didn't want to complicate matters, so he was willing to leave. But, since the people of Merry Forest didn't want to give up, then he would have to see just how much strength this darkland of Giant Deer City was hiding. Dong, the ground cracked apart. The crimson-eyed abyssal demon turned into a shadow and rushed forwards. Before he arrived, a cruel aura covered his mind. If one's will wasn't firm, they would be affected by this aura. Panic and fear would grow in their hearts, causing their strength to fall. He lifted his arm and punched out. The surface of his giant fist was wrapped in surging abyssal demon energy. As he tore through the air, the surrounding abyssal demons' complexions changed. This sort of strength approached that of a demon general. It was said that Miss Ying Feng was incredibly strong and had countless powerhouses under her command. Now that they saw it, it was no wonder that the Lord valued her so highly. Humph. Ku Ya's demon break strike is becoming more and more powerful. If he uses his full strength, even a demon general wouldn't dare to face him head-on. Killing this boy is as easy as flipping his hand. I think that if this fist falls, he can pierce through his chest and dig out his beating heart. Hehe, this is Ku Ya's specialty. He can punch through the chest and dig out the heart, swallowing it with a flip of his hand. Ku Ya, be careful. Don't destroy this person's head. The miss wants to hang it at the entrance. Ying Feng coldly sneered. She glanced at Black Edge. The two of them were the most capable subordinates of the Lord, so competition was inevitable. There had already been many conflicts in the dark between them. If she killed this person today, she would lose face for Black Edge. She would gain the upper hand so that the various mountain peaks of Merry Forest would know who they should rely on the most. But as her eyes fell on Black Edge's face, Ying Feng suddenly frowned. This was because she discovered that Black Edge's expression was far too calm, as if he didn't care about what was happening in front of him. What was going on here? Without waiting for Ying Feng to think too much, a loud sound suddenly rang out, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Her heart slightly contracted, and she abruptly raised her head, only to see a large shadow flying towards her. The person was in midair, continuously spurting out blood from all 7 orifices, mixed with pieces of flesh that came from who knows where. Bang! He crashed into the ground, smashing a deep pit in the ground. Looking at Kuya lying at the bottom of the pit, it was clear that he was gasping for breath. Everyone fell deathly silent. The demons' eyes widened, horror on their faces. They never imagined that things would end like this. Black-Edge's pupils shrank. In that split second just now, he had barely managed to see Qin Yu's attack. It was just a single strike, without any build-up or preparation. It was a straight punch, yet it sent Kuya tumbling and flying. Now, as he swept his eyes over the deep pit in the ground and saw Kuya lying there, he became increasingly solemn. This person's strength was much higher than he expected. He was absolutely at the demon general level, and his strength was tyrannical. Ying Feng looked away from Black-Edge's face, an icy cold light in her eyes. For a woman of the demon race like her to have her current status, even if she ignored her own strength, she was still smart enough to react. She feared that Black-Edge had long since realized that this demon in front of him wasn't someone he could provoke, so he uncharacteristically allowed him to leave. But she didn't know about this. She thought that she had found a chance to suppress Black-Edge's arrogance and cause herself to fall into the pit. Or, it could be said that Black-Edge had already sensed her arrival and deliberately played along with her, leading her into his trap. But no matter which possibility it wasn't the key right now. The key was today's situation. If Ying Feng couldn't kill this demon in front of her, she would lose all face. She absolutely could not accept this. Taking a deep breath, Ying Feng lifted a hand and pressed down. In the pit, Kuya's neck broke. His body twitched several times before he lost all signs of life. Your injuries are too heavy, I cannot save you. But, Kuya, don't worry. I will kill this person and tear out his bones to take revenge for you. Behind her, her subordinates roared in a low voice, their eyes filled with brutality. Their suppressed arrogance burned fiercely once again. In the abyss, there was constant slaughter. They were used to seeing death. Since they couldn't be cured, there was no meaning in living. Instead, they might as well die. Moreover, Miss Ying Feng had said that she would take revenge for Kuya. Those who dared to kill them would all die a more miserable death. At this time, Black-Edge suddenly spoke up. Ying Feng, I advise you to stop here and leave with your subordinates. Ying Feng was silent for a moment. Then, she suddenly laughed, her chest jiggling. Large patches of white and delicate skin moved the mind. I just killed my closest subordinate with my own hands, and now you want me to stop? Black-Edge, do you think I will agree? Black-Edge frowned. He looked deeply at her. I am only fulfilling my duty as a subordinate of Master. Since you don't agree, then no matter what happens, it has nothing to do with me. Ying Feng's eyes sparkled and her cheeks blushed red. She said in a soft voice, of course, everything that happens today will be borne by me alone. She looked at Qin Yu and stepped forwards. Indeed, I underestimated you. But, if I can kill a powerful demon general and seize your bloodline, perhaps I can break through my current limit. An invisible aura was released from her body, instantly filling every inch of the surrounding space. The abyssal demons all had stunned expressions. Then, they smiled, as if they had fallen into some incomparably wonderful dream. Black-Edge frowned. He drew back several steps, avoiding the shroud of this aura. Besides him, only Ying Feng's subordinates were able to barely resist this strength that tugged at their minds. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. However, looking at their bodies shivering and their foreheads covered in sweat, one could see that it was extremely difficult for them to resist. In the legends, the Abyssal Sea women had the bloodline of the Nightmare royal family flowing through their bodies. They possessed an extremely formidable ability to control the mind. In the boundless Abyssal Sea, the Sea Ladies were synonymous with death. Any target that they set their eyes on would eventually disappear into the boundless sea. Perhaps they would only be discovered hundreds or thousands of years later. Those large ships that sank to the bottom of the sea, perfectly preserved but empty, had created their illustrious reputation. As for Ying Feng, strictly speaking, she belonged to a certain abyssal species that had fused with the Sea Women's bloodline. Not only did she obtain the Sea Women's ability to control the mind, but she was also able to leave the sea abyss and live on land. Of course, This was an absolute secret in Merry Forest, and Black Edge had also unintentionally found out about it. Thus, he had always dreaded Ying Feng. Although there were many conflicts between them in secret, he had endured and never erupted in front of her. This was because Black Edge wasn't confident he could resist the Sea Women's abilities. The strength of the abyssal races was established on their bloodline. Besides a few races, they were naturally at a disadvantage when facing the abilities of the Sea Women. In addition, the influence of the demonic bloodline on the mind made it easier to control. In the abyss, a demon general could be considered a powerhouse. But facing Ying Feng, they couldn't gain the upper hand, because besides the ability to control the mind, she was also a formidable demon general level existence. Of course, because most of her strength was plundered, Ying Feng's strength was mixed and mixed. She could only be considered at the bottom of the demon generals. But no matter how low she was still a demon general. If she lost control of her mind, then unless her strength reached the demon commander level and she had the protection of abyssal demonic energy, she would undoubtedly die. Looking at Ying Feng walking towards him and feeling the strength that constantly interfered with his soul, Qin Yu was stunned. This was because he was extremely familiar with this strength, as if it were something that originally belonged to him. With just a thought, he could control it in his hand. Even this abyssal demon woman in front of him could be controlled. Feeling the heart of the abyss excitedly beating in his chest, Qin Yu thought to himself, could this be because of the nightmare bloodline? The reason he was able to successfully condense the heart of the abyss was because he borrowed the power of the dark parasol. Although after fusing with the source of the abyss, the demonic bloodline within his body had undergone a transformation, no one would doubt that he was a nightmare royal. So, Ying Feng, who had an incomplete nightmare bloodline flowing through her body, wanted to use the bewitching abilities of the nightmare race to deal with Qin Yu. How should it be said, this was no different from seeking death. Moreover, she had taken the initiative to deliver a saber into Qin Yu's hands and then put her neck in his hands. Qin Yu's complexion became increasingly strange. But now, his eyes were dull and his expression was strange. In Ying Feng's eyes, this was a sign that he had fallen into her control. Although this was a bit different from what she had imagined, he was still a demon general level existence. It was reasonable for him to have some ability to resist her, so she didn't think too much about it. Her eyes turned icy cold and Ying Feng's expression became increasingly gentle. Her ruddy complexion deepened and her breathing quickened. She walked to Qin Yu's side and stretched out her arms, wrapping them around his neck. She gently pressed her body against his and breathed into his ear. Do you love me? Yes. Qin Yu's expression was wooden. If you love me, then kill yourself, okay? Okay. Qin Yu didn't hesitate. He turned his hand and thrust it into his neck. Blood instantly gushed out, splashing onto Ying Feng. She took a deep breath. The taste of this blood was so delicious that it left her completely intoxicated. Without any hesitation, Ying Feng leaned against Qin Yu's neck and opened her mouth to gulp down great mouthfuls of blood. With every mouthful, she could feel a change occurring within her body. A formidable strength constantly rose from her body, surging into her limbs and bones. The bottleneck that had plagued her for so many years was instantly broken. Ah, this is it, this is it. Let the strength come even more fiercely. Ying Feng screamed in excitement. She swallowed even faster. As for Qin Yu, the blood in his body seemed endless, violently gushing out. The strength within her body grew stronger and stronger. Finally, it broke through a certain limit. Ying Feng felt as if she had entered a completely new realm. This was a powerful will that felt as if the surrounding world was in her grasp. With a single thought, she could mobilize the endless abyss demon energy for her own use. Demon Commander. This was the Demon Commander realm. Tears flowed down from her eyes. Ying Feng trembled as she released Qin Yu. She looked at her hands and muttered, Demon Commander. I broke into the Demon Commander realm. Mother, do you see? I became a Demon Commander. Those who harmed you, those who expelled us, they will all pay the most tragic and despairing price for their action. Your daughter guarantees you that I will send all of them into the most terrifying abyss of purgatory, where they will howl for all eternity. Ying Feng laughed after she cried. Then, She looked at the dead Qin Yu, who was still crazily gushing blood from the wound on his neck. No, Demon Commander is not enough. I will become the Supreme King and control the will of the Abyss to thoroughly destroy them. She threw herself at Qin Yu. She opened her mouth and bit down on the wound, crazily swallowing blood. Black Light felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake. He froze where he was. As he looked at Ying Feng, who was lying on the ground, constantly biting and swallowing dirt, his face paled. Although he had already expected that Qin Yu would not be easy to deal with, he never imagined that he would be formidable to such a degree. Demon General, no, absolutely not. To be able to make Ying Feng fall into an illusion without any resistance, how could such a powerful ability be possessed by someone at the level of a demon general? Could it be that he was a demon commander? As he thought of this, Blacklight's face paled even more. He could not suppress the panic and despair in his eyes. As a superior demon general, he was even more aware of the terrifying power that a demon commander could possess. Even if there were 10 of him joining forces, they would still be completely crushed when facing a demon commander. This was because a demon commander and a demon general might seem to only be a single rank apart, but it represented two completely different species. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Qin Yu's gaze fell on him. With just a thought, he could guess what this boy was thinking. It seemed that his performance had completely frightened this young powerhouse of the horned python race. As his thoughts raced, Qin Yu's gaze changed. He looked up ahead. In the next moment, a calm voice sounded in his ears. My subordinates had eyes but failed to see. They have offended you. I ask that you show mercy and let them live. The tone was calm, but there was a faint yin-cold aura that wrapped around his body, causing one to shudder. It was like in the next moment, a trillion fine needles would fall down, ripping apart one's soul. Demon Commander. With a thought, he could mobilize the abyssal demonic energy for his own use. There was no other possibility for such a method. Qin Yu was expressionless. After confronting this aura for several breaths of time, he turned and left. Black Light fell to the ground. He gasped for breath, sweat dripping down his body. He had never felt that death was so close to him. It was like he would be swallowed up in the next moment. Chapter 1042. Qin Yu left Merry Forest amidst many awestruck gazes. As he looked back at this area filled with low buildings, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. To be able to control an entire area in the massive giant deer city and become the true ruler, there was indeed a reason for this. Demon Commander. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Qin Yu wouldn't have believed it. A dignified powerhouse that stood at the peak of the abyss would actually be willing to hide in such a small and narrow place. That's right, although Merry Forest was infamous, it was an unregulated area of giant deer city that occupied nearly a fifth of the entire city. But to a demon commander, this place was far, far too small. It was like a great dragon that had drilled into a small pond, it simply couldn't stretch out. Indeed, the longer one lived in this world, the more one would encounter all sorts of strange things. But it wasn't like he didn't have any harvests. Facing this demon commander that was hiding in Merry Forest, Qin Yu felt that he could still face him head-on. This allowed him to have an approximate understanding of his own strength. After the heart of the abyss fused with the abyss source, it had given him a great surprise. The only pity was that this strength could only be obtained in the abyss. Once Qin Yu returned to the world of the living, the abilities he obtained from the abyss would likely be sealed away just like his current cultivation. Shaking his head, Qin Yu cast these thoughts aside and turned to leave. This time, he smoothly returned to his courtyard. He had made a great fortune from willow fire. In addition, in order to ensure Liaosha's safety, Qin Yu had spent a great deal of thought to purchase this courtyard. It wasn't too far from the giant deer city lord's residence in a straight line. So, even though there were undercurrents surging in giant deer city and there were many conflicts and frictions, this area was still relatively safe. After inspecting the arrangements and making sure no one had triggered anything, Qin Yu closed the courtyard doors. The impatient Liaosha stared at him with wide eyes. What took you so long? Hurry and give me the things. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He thought, if it weren't for the fact that you went crazy and insisted on becoming an abyssal demon refiner, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. If it weren't for the fact that I needed your help in unraveling the myriad soul Tao, I wouldn't care how you died, he thought to himself but didn't reveal anything on his face. He took out the demonic leather bag and said, "Everything you want is here." Liao She grabbed it and flipped through it carefully, and a hint of delight appeared on his face. However, a hint of wariness soon surfaced on his face. "You seem to be treating me nicely, but were you cursing me in your heart just now?" Qin Yu nearly choked on his saliva. Was this a woman's intuition, or was it some sort of mind-reading supernatural ability that he didn't know about? "I can tell from your expression that I must have guessed correctly. I'm warning you, you'd better not scold me. My senses are very accurate." Qin Yu turned around and walked away. "I don't know what you're talking about." It was clearly not a wise choice to be entangled with her on this topic. "Hey, remember to read what I give you. Don't wait until I need your help and you still don't know anything. As the future strongest fiend refiner in the abyss, failure would be the greatest insult to me. I will be very angry." A threat? This was definitely a blatant threat. Qin Yu nodded with a dark expression. When he heard the door close behind him, he bitterly smiled and sat down in the courtyard. Thinking for a moment, he took out the magic crystal card that Liao She had given him and probed it with his divine sense. He had to take a look. If the refinement really failed because of him, who knew what kind of tricks this woman would come up with? Although he hadn't come into contact with the fiend refiner profession before, Qin Yu could still be considered an alchemy grandmaster. Moreover, he had even been a beast trainer grandmaster for a period of time. Perhaps it was because there were some similarities between these several professions, so Qin Yu soon immersed himself in them. Some things didn't seem too difficult to understand. Gradually, Qin Yu gained an intuitive understanding of the fiend refiner profession. At the very least, he had a general understanding of it. Of course, this didn't mean that Qin Yu had become an abyssal fiend refiner. To be more accurate, he was still far from it. At most, he had an elementary understanding of fiend refinement. Qin Yu, hurry and come in." Her urgent voice was accompanied by a slight gasp for breath. As it fell into his ears, it caused his imagination to run wild. Qin Yu woke up with a start, a helpless look on his face. This woman Liao She was becoming more and more strange recently. He always felt that something was wrong. Why did she have to use such a voice to call out to someone? If he didn't understand, he would think that he was doing something with her. Although he ridiculed her in his heart, Qin Yu didn't dare to delay. His figure flickered and he flew into her room like a fleeting shadow. As soon as he saw her, Qin Yu's face froze. Who knew what problems had occurred during the refinement process? Her clothes had been fine just a moment ago, but now they were torn in many places and there were even burn marks, revealing large swathes of her fair skin. The degree of her nakedness was even more eye-catching than what Qin Yu had seen yesterday. It was enough to make one's nose bleed. "What are you standing around for? It's your turn. Hurry up and pour in the abyssal demon energy. Remember, you have to be very, very gentle. They are too weak right now and can't withstand the slightest fluctuation." A ball of light floated in front of Liao She. All sorts of mottled lights surged, sometimes red, sometimes green, and sometimes blue. It gave off an incomparably chaotic feeling, as if it could explode at any moment. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, Qin Yu braced himself and walked over. Before he could do anything, Liao She hugged him tightly. "Hurry up and do it. I will tell you how much demonic energy you need to pour in through my senses." This woman, being caught off guard by her hug, Qin Yu almost jumped in fright. If he really did that, even the slightest fluctuation of energy would spread and the ball of light in front of him would be destroyed. Qin Yu tried his best not to feel the astonishing sensation of contact. He steadied his mind and slowly circulated the demonic energy in his body. As soon as he moved, Liao She lowered her voice and said, "Slow down, a little slower. You're using too much demonic energy. Yes, reduce it by a third and the flow can be slightly faster. Do you see the changes in the light? After they stabilize, continue pouring it in like this for 3 breaths of time. Increase the demonic energy output by 3 times. Faster. I have to be decisive and need these disobedient little things together. I'm about to succeed. That's the tempo." Just maintain it for a little longer, and you can retreat. Leave the rest to me. Alright, you can leave now. Close the door and don't disturb me. Qin Yu exited the room and closed the door gently. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. He subconsciously raised his hand to wipe the beads of sweat off his forehead. Given his mental fortitude, he wasn't nervous at all when it came to supplying some demonic energy. The key was that Liao Shi. In order not to affect the forging process, she had been whispering into his ears the entire time. It was only today that Qin Yu truly understood the meaning of this phrase. Although Qin Yu was dissatisfied with Liao Shi, her aura was truly refreshing to the heart and mind. Only the heavens knew how much effort it took for Qin Yu to not make a fool of himself. Qin Yu turned his head to look at the door and bitterly smiled. He thought that this assistant's job was a bit too uncomfortable. This definitely wasn't an act of showing off after taking advantage of her. The key was that Qin Yu already knew that Liao Shi wasn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, she had even vaguely confirmed this point. If he took advantage of her now, who knew what kind of price he would have to pay in the future? Qin Yu's intuition told him that this was a situation he absolutely didn't want to face. Calm down, calm down. I can't be blinded by this woman's tricks. Who knows when she will turn against me? An hour later, Liao Shi, who was dressed in tattered clothes and had a deranged appearance, rushed out of the room. She was even more eye-catching than Qin Yu. She was holding a black pill in her hands. Success. Success. Ha ha ha, I knew that I was a true genius. I will definitely become the strongest demon refiner in the abyss in the future. Qin Yu looked at the two little rabbits that were jumping up and down as she moved. He took a deep breath, silently praying that he couldn't see anything. All the pink skulls were fleeting clouds, so he mustn't be blinded by them. Of course, only Qin Yu knew how effective it would be. But looking at his lowered head, it didn't seem to be too good. However, Liao Shi had actually succeeded in refining a potion. This was a bit beyond Qin Yu's expectations. But thinking about it carefully, she had even refined the pendant of hypocrisy that could conceal one's aura. This sort of elementary potion didn't seem like much at all. Of course, the potion had been refined. But as to how effective it was, he needed to test it out before he knew. Following that, Qin Yu decisively rejected Liao Shi's suggestion to have him test the potion. No matter how she curled her lips, Qin Yu remained expressionless. Nonsense, if you want me to test the potion, then I'll do it. Whose fault will it be if I die? Qin Yu, since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, then go and capture a few abyssal demons. Remember, you must injure them. I want to see how the potion works. Qin Yu's lips twitched as he heard this. He thought to himself, do you think you can get injured just because you want to? In the end, I have to do it. But when he left the door, Qin Yu suddenly discovered that Liao Shi's words were quite accurate. An abyssal demon was lying not too far away from the door. There was a large pool of blood beneath his body. Although there were many demons coming and going, none of them stopped at all. The beast tide was approaching. Everyone was racking their brains, thinking of how to survive this calamity. Who would have the mind to care about the life and death of others? Qin Yu glanced around. Then, he reached out and grabbed the person, turned around, and pushed open the door. Such heavy injuries should be enough to satisfy you, right? It feels quite sturdy. Such a large body, it must be good material. Seeing Qin Yu turn around and leave with such a heavily injured abyssal demon, Liao Shi was pleasantly surprised. She repeatedly told him to put the person down. But when it was time to save the person, she was a bit lost. After thinking for a long time, she took out 3 black potions and had Qin Yu mix them with water and force them into the person's mouth. The unconscious abyssal demon soon twitched. His face was fierce and blood wildly gushed out from his wounds. After several moments, there was no more movement. Liao Shi was stunned. He's dead. Qin Yu inspected him and said, not yet, but he's almost there. His lips twitched and he rubbed his temples. Was this what you meant by not appreciating someone's good intentions? His stomach had been torn open and wrapped up. Even after bleeding all over the ground, he still hadn't died. Such a strong abyssal demon had died in just 2 or 3 moves. Luckily I firmly refused, Otherwise the one lying on the ground right now would have been me. That's not right. How could this be? The potions I refined were absolutely correct. This shouldn't be the result. Liao She had an incredulous expression. Seeing this, Qin Yu's complexion darkened even further. This demon was about to die and you still say it's impossible? Ha ha ha, you really are blind. Don't let him suffer. Let me kill him and that will be a release. As Qin Yu spoke, he was about to attack. Liao She screamed, "Don't move. This is my first test subject. I absolutely cannot kill him." Qin Yu had no expression. I can't guarantee that in his current state, this demon won't explode with a bang. If you are caught up in it, don't blame me for not warning you. Liao She bit his lips. In any case, you can't kill him, then throw him out the door. What if he survives? Qin Yu chuckled inwardly. Speaking of this demon, he had thrown him far away from the door. Otherwise, if he really died at the door, it would be troublesome. Women were unreasonable. If he killed him and destroyed his corpse, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Qin Yu, believe me, there is definitely no problem with the potions. Why don't you try it yourself? Perhaps it's because of that demon's physique and he can't use the potions I refined? Liao She earnestly said. Qin Yu pointed to his forehead. Do I look stupid to you? He turned and walked away. It was impossible to test the potions. No matter what, it was impossible. You can go crazy however you want, but I won't accompany you any longer. Behind him, Liao She's nagging continued. Something's wrong. How could this be? I can't be wrong. My name is Sledgehammer. That's right, it's Sledgehammer, Sledgehammer, Sledgehammer. To us abyssal demons, a name is nothing more than a code name. It has no meaning at all. As long as you are strong enough, no one will laugh at you. This is what my father told me. He also told me that as a descendant of the Raging Ox tribe, no matter what, I cannot admit defeat. No matter who it is, as long as they dare to speak, then there is no need to say anything and we will face them head on. I think that what my father said is reasonable, so I have always done so. Wherever the sledgehammer went, anyone who dared to jump out would be smashed to the ground. But as the saying goes, if one walks by the river for too long, how can one's shoes not be wet? I, Neo Sledgehammer, have rampaged through the abyss for so many years, and now I have finally met my match. That was a mongrel from the Raging Tiger tribe. He actually dared to call me stupid. I don't care how strong you are, I will roll up my sleeves and fight. The process was too painful and I don't want to recall it. In the end, when I really couldn't win against him, I suddenly twisted one of his arms and ran away. My intestines drooped out, and I casually wrapped them with some paste. I don't know how far I ran, but my vision darkened and I collapsed. I originally thought that I was dead for sure, but who can tell me how I came back to life in a pile of corpses? Moreover, my Neo Sledgehammer's arms and thighs are clearly thicker than before. I can clearly feel an incomparably powerful strength running through them. Could this be the so-called good fortune after surviving a great disaster? Did my bloodline evolve? After walking out of the pile of corpses, I found a river and washed my body. Looking at my reflection in the river, I saw two thick black horns on my head, and I couldn't help but cry. Father, so you weren't bragging. Our ancestor really is a black demon ox. Your son has awakened again today. It is our ancestor's bloodline. Don't worry, Sledgehammer will definitely make our ox family famous in the abyss. I will also find you a few daughters-in-law and give birth to a few hundred children to continue our ox family's bloodline. But now, I have something more important to do. If the Raging Tiger tribe dares to fight me head-on, your Grandpa Sledgehammer has returned. From PH, this time, your Grandpa Sledgehammer will definitely let you understand what is called a fist as big as an alms bowl, and what is called a different kind of red flower. Chapter 1043. The beast tide that the entire abyss was waiting for had finally erupted. Even though they were far away from the city walls, they could still hear the heaven-shaking sounds of battle. Occasionally, there would be heaven-shaking explosions and they could feel the ground beneath their feet tremble. Today's Julu city was more chaotic than ever. The abyssal demons hurrying to and fro on the streets all had panic on their faces. Occasionally, there would be a few words. It seemed that some changes had occurred in the beast tide. The number of demon beasts gathered outside the city was far greater than in the past, and it was still increasing. However, Qin Yu did not care much about these things. No matter how many demon beasts there were, they would only cause casualties among the abyssal demons. As for whether Julu City would be breached, not to mention that Julu City was a natural stronghold, it had a strong defense, and there were countless powerhouses in the city. There had never been an accident in the tens of millions of years of beast tides. Of course, even if Julu City was really breached by the beast tide, so what? Qin Yu was confident that with his strength, even if he brought along a burden like Liaoshe, he could escape faster than most abyssal demons. After the city was breached, there would be great chaos. The demon beasts would be busy killing and devouring flesh and blood, so it would not be difficult for him to escape in the chaos. Thus, this matter only lingered in Qin Yu's mind for a brief moment before he threw it to the back of his mind. A moment later, he stopped and looked up. The Thousand-Eye Temple was already in sight. Looking at the flow of people entering and exiting, Qin Yu sighed. The business here was getting better day by day. The green-tailed demon at the entrance seemed a bit weak because he had used up too much energy. He only nodded when he saw Qin Yu and hurried to greet other customers. It was not that he was deliberately neglecting them, but because of the beast tide, the Thousand-Eye Temple had been crazily selling all kinds of goods. Even though the price had risen again and again, the sales continued to rise. In just these 2 or 3 days, there were 7 or 8 large orders worth over 10 million. It was said that the highest was over 40 million demon crystals. Naturally, in this busy situation, the treatment Qin Yu received in the Thousand-Eye Temple was greatly reduced. However, this result was more in line with Qin Yu's intentions. Because he was not buying anything today, he was selling things. That's right, what Qin Yu wanted to sell was the batch of potions that Liaoshe had refined a few days ago. She had given it a resounding name, Vigorous Ascension Pill. The strength was indeed very great, and it could also help people ascend to the heavens. Previously, that ridiculously strong and sturdy demon who was heavily injured but didn't die was easily taken care of by just 3 pills. Although he didn't see the demon's corpse later, it was likely that it had been taken care of by the demon guards. But according to Qin Yu's inspection, it was basically hopeless. TSK, Qin Yu really couldn't figure it out. The truth was right before his eyes, so how could Liaoshe still have the face to come up with such a name? Furthermore, what was even more unacceptable to him was that Liaoshe had actually asked him to sell the Heaven Ascension pills in exchange for demonic crystals so that he could purchase more materials. From what she had said, there might have been a very small accident with the Heavenly Ascension pill this time. However, as long as she was just a little more serious, there would definitely be no problem. The next time she refined the potion, it would definitely be perfect. Of course, Qin Yu didn't care about these words at all. So what if he didn't take it seriously? So what if he couldn't accept it? Facing Liaoshe's shameless pestering, he could only pinch his nose and come out to sell her Heaven Ascension pills. It wasn't that Qin Yu hadn't thought of going out and finding a place to throw away the potion. Then, he could find some abyssal demons to chat with and borrow their demonic crystals. But Liaoshe seemed to have already thought of this possibility. She demanded that Qin Yu bring the transaction proof back to her, otherwise this matter wouldn't end here. Thus, he had come to this place again today. Following the dense stream of people, he squeezed into the Thousand-Eye Temple. 2 days ago, the temple had already been extremely noisy. Now, the volume of noise had risen by 2 or 3 levels. Every subordinate demon of the Thousand-Eye Temple was surrounded by a group of people who were dealing with all sorts of questions. There was also a long line of people at the trading counter. Qin Yu glanced around and decisively gave up on the idea of asking people. In any case, the line was quite long, so he casually found someone to stand at the back. There was no need to doubt the strength of the Thousand-Eye Temple. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to blossom in every level of the abyss and establish countless branches. No demon dared to cause trouble here, so although the queue was slow, it was smooth and no accidents occurred. Finally, it was Qin Yu's turn. Behind the counter was a demoness of the demon rabbit race. Compared to other demons, this was a type that had a rather gentle personality. It was said that the entire demon race was discussing the issue of vegetarianism and rejecting any bloodshed. As for why this could be seen at a glance, it was because of the two drooping white rabbit ears on her head. In addition, she was wearing a typical rabbit dress. At the very least, in Qin Yu's eyes, this outfit was quite pleasing to the eye. "Dear guest, how are you? What do you need?" Although she was tired, the rabbit girl still revealed a sweet smile. Qin Yu sat down and placed a bottle on the table. "Cough. I have some potions here. Do you want to buy them?" He seemed calm, but when he said this, he didn't have much confidence in his heart. He was afraid that someone would throw the bottle at his face. The rabbit girl was startled. She didn't think that there would be people selling potions during the beast tide outbreak. All the demons should be desperately trying to buy them. But this wasn't the key point. If it was a qualified potion, the Thousand Eye Temple could buy it and sell it, and they would be able to earn demonic crystals. "I will." Looking at the potions on the table, the rabbit girl continued, "But before the transaction, we need to do an inspection. You might have to wait a bit." Qin Yu stood up. "No problem, I'll wait on the side." The rabbit girl smiled sweetly. "Then we'll trouble you. We will do it as soon as possible." She handed the bottle to a demon and invited the next customer to take care of it. Perhaps the Thousand Eye Temple's business was too good, or perhaps the potions Qin Yu was selling were not worth mentioning in their eyes. After waiting for a long time, the appraisal results came out. A normal quality healing potion was worth 22,000 demonic crystals. But this was already beyond Qin Yu's expectations. He couldn't help but doubt the Thousand Eye Temple's appraisal standards. Were they sure that this was an ordinary healing potion? Haha, please understand the name of the Great Strength Heaven Ascension Pill. Of course, Qin Yu wouldn't bother reminding them. As for who these pills would end up being sold to and what kind of storm it would cause, that wasn't something he needed to worry about. As for the price, he didn't have any objections. And strictly speaking, not including the discount the fox girl gave him last time, Liao She was still making a profit. 22,000 demonic crystals, please accept it. The rabbit girl spoke even faster as she handed a magic leather bag to Qin Yu. "Please give me a transaction certificate. The name of the demon refiner is, cough cough, Abyss number 1. Qin Yu's face darkened. This was one of the reasons why he had come to the Thousand Eye Temple to make a transaction. If he wanted to leave his name, then so be it. Why did he have to be so impolite? He was simply trying to swallow the heavens. Sure enough, all of the surrounding devils, including the rabbit girl, were looking at him with extremely strange expressions. They were basically saying, "Brother, you're so arrogant, so how did you survive until today in our massive abyss? It will take some time to issue the certificate. If you are willing to wait, then there is no problem." Qin Yu nodded. "Do it." If he couldn't get the certificate back, that woman Liao She wouldn't give up. After waiting for a long time, he finally obtained the certificate from the rabbit girl. Then, he turned and left the Thousand Eye Temple. Although he didn't make any noise this time, it didn't mean that no one had noticed his existence. There were some people in the Thousand Eye Temple who had seen Qin Yu before, and their expressions changed slightly as fear appeared in their eyes. They had thought that Qin Yu had disappeared for the past 2 days because he had been killed. They didn't expect him to appear again today. However, there was still no news from some of the people who had followed him before. Thinking about it, this person was not to be trifled with. Many demons secretly rejoiced that they hadn't made a move. Otherwise, they might have been the ones to disappear today. Apart from that, there was also someone who had noticed Qin Yu's arrival. It was the seductive fox girl. When she was sending off a customer, she accidentally saw Qin Yu. After thinking about it, she didn't go up to him. But after Qin Yu left, she found someone to ask about his actions today. "Selling potions?" The fox girl frowned, a puzzled look in her eyes. With the wealth that Liu Hua had displayed in his first transaction, there was no need to do so. Moreover, he was only selling some ordinary healing potions. After asking about the type, she immediately recalled that the second batch of materials that Liu Hua had bought from the Thousand Eye Temple just so happened to be the materials needed to refine these ordinary healing potions. Waving her hand, The fox girl sent away the demons in front of her. She returned to the guest room and walked behind the resting old fox. She whispered what had happened. Elder Fox raised his hand and massaged his eyebrows. There's no need to bother about Liu Hua anymore. I've obtained some information about him. He's just a demon refiner with a little fame in a remote area. His net worth is not much. The 10 million magical crystals from the first transaction are almost all gone. Speaking to here, he paused. He remembered the first time he saw Liu Hua. Perhaps it was just an illusion. How could a little demon refiner give him any pressure? Of course, he couldn't bring the 22,000 demon crystals back. Qin Yu walked around and exchanged them for materials near the Thousand Eye Temple. As for why he didn't directly buy it from the Thousand Eye Temple, it was because he couldn't stand the caring gazes of the people in the Thousand Eye Temple. But more importantly, Qin Yu didn't want to have any more contact with the people in the Thousand Eye Temple. For example, that fox girl who had seen him but pretended not to know him. He didn't want her to be curious about him because of the difference in their previous transaction. In reality, Qin Yu didn't think too much about it. The fox girl was indeed curious, but she had been dispelled by the old fox. She even secretly rejoiced that he hadn't taken too much advantage of her. Without the VIP discount from the Thousand Eye Temple, and with the skyrocketing price of materials in Julu City, the 22,000 demon crystals were only enough to buy less than half of what he had originally spent. This made Liao She very dissatisfied. She felt that Qin Yu was too useless. He had used the potions that she had carefully refined to exchange for these few things. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman was still useful and that he was a little afraid of her, Qin Yu would have made her understand how serious the consequences of speaking carelessly were. He made another note in his notebook and endured it for now. A black demon ox race member called Nyo Dachui had recently become famous in Julu City. The reason for this was naturally not because he had used his arm's bowl-sized fist to kill a tiger-mastiff hybrid demon on the spot, but because of his bizarre self-transformation experience. After a great battle, he had almost been torn to shreds. Who would have thought that he would survive and even transform his bloodline instead? Indeed, there were cases in the abyss where one's bloodline awakened because they had suffered heavy injuries and were on the brink of death. For a period of time, there were even many abyss demons who deliberately used this method to stimulate their bloodline and become even more powerful. But without exception, these attempts all ended in failure. After countless abyss demons died, these methods were eventually abandoned. But today, a living example had appeared in front of them. Nyo Dachui had suddenly become the target of envy. It was said that an old and frail black demon ox expert had heard of this matter and said that he wanted Nyo Dachui to be the man of his 8 daughters, so that the black demon ox bloodline could continue to flourish. Leaving aside the question of whether Nyo Dachui could withstand the 8 majestic and strong black demon ox women, just this experience alone was enough to make people envious. After the city lord's mansion deliberately spread the news, Nyo Dachui had already become the target of the abyss demons who were defending the city walls against the beast tide. Perhaps I can also awaken a stronger bloodline during this tempering? That was what Big Mountain of the Wind Wolf race thought. As a member of the abyss demon tribe known for their speed, Big Mountain could not understand why his parents would give him such a name. It seemed that there had been a lot of confusion regarding his name recently. In the future, he would try to reduce it as much as possible. In short, Big Mountain felt that he was not inferior to Nyo Dachui in any way. If Nyo Dachui could awaken his bloodline, then he would not necessarily die. With all these thoughts in his mind, Big Mountain looked down at his nearly torn chest and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of black blood. His vision darkened. Then, the heroic spirit in his heart instantly dissipated. Such heavy injuries, and they were also highly toxic. Without the antidote, it would be very difficult for him to survive. I am still so young. Although I have interacted with many female demon tribe members, I did not leave behind any bloodline. I am not willing to die like this. Trembling, Big Mountain took out a few magic medicines from his bosom. These were the healing magic medicines that he had spent a large sum of money to buy from the Thousand Eye Palace before he was sent to the city walls. Although the quality was only ordinary, the reputation of the Thousand Eye Palace was still very good. Hopefully, they would do something for him. Randomly grabbing a handful of them, he stuffed them into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed them with great effort. Big Mountain held the wound on his chest. After a while, his eyes suddenly widened, and his body suddenly twitched a few times before he fell to the ground. Quick, 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 another one has been poisoned. Quickly throw him off the city walls. We definitely cannot let the demon beasts take him as rations. With a plop, the Wind Wolf race's Big Mountain was thrown off the city walls. He became one of the corpses and was buried in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1044. I was very, very serious this time. There is absolutely no problem with the potion I refined. Qin Yu, what kind of look is that? I'm telling the truth, you must believe in my professionalism. Liao She had a dissatisfied expression. Her lips curled into an arc that was big enough to hang a row of oil bottles on them. You've only known about the existence of demon refiners for less than 10 days. You want me to believe in your professionalism? Like hell I'll believe you. Moreover, although I don't know how you managed to sell the potion you refined, I saw the effects with my own eyes. Whoever bought it would be unlucky. Qin Yu, because of your incomparably excessive actions, I have been injured and my heart is filled with grief. My emotions are about to violently fluctuate and it is likely that my aura will leak out. Liao She was expressionless. She glanced at Qin Yu from the corner of her eyes. Her meaning could be summarized as, I can't control myself any longer, so hurry up and do as you see fit. Qin Yu paled. His cheeks trembled several times. He gritted his teeth and roared, what do you want now? Liao She stretched out 2 slender fingers. With a light pop, she said, simple. Sell the potion I refined. I want you to see with your own eyes just how popular they are. It is enough to make all the demons in the abyss go crazy for them. I vomit. Qin Yu's face darkened so much that it seemed as if water would drip from it. Their gazes collided in midair, neither willing to back down. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, I'll catch some demons for you to experiment on. Ha, the beast tide has already erupted and the City Lord Mansion is trying to think of ways to send the demons up the city walls to defend against the invasion of demon beasts. You want to try catching some people now? Once you're discovered, you'll be the first one to be sent up the wall. Liao She traced the bottle in her hand, her face filled with pride and gentleness. Moreover, do you think just any demon has the qualifications to use the potion I refined? Even if they don't need to bathe and change clothes, they should at least spend a great deal of money to buy it. Because of this, the two argued for a long time. Finally, Qin Yu admitted defeat once more. Of course, Liao She was also forced to make concessions. This was the last time Qin Yu would help her sell the potion she refined. In the future, she couldn't use this as an excuse to pester him. After leaving the courtyard and closing the door, Qin Yu's lips twitched. Liao She had agreed so quickly just now, and it was precisely because she had agreed so quickly that he felt uneasy. Based on his understanding of Liao She, it was highly likely that she would renege on her promise. Qin Yu rubbed his temples with a headache. He took a deep breath and suppressed his chaotic thoughts. Then, he walked out the door. Of course, he couldn't go to the Thousand Eye Palace anymore. He didn't know what would happen to the potions he had sold to them before, so he didn't want to take the initiative to deliver them to them. Fortunately, in the huge Julu city, other than the Thousand Eye Temple, there were many other places that sold potions. Stop! With a loud shout, a squad of demon guards blocked Qin Yu's way. The one leading them had a scar on his face and a fierce expression. He coldly swept his eyes over Qin Yu and said, "Take out your identity card." Qin Yu took out a black iron token. The back of the token was engraved with the seal of Julu City. This was the proof that he was a native of this place. Once again, he had to thank Liu Hua, who was already dead, for contributing a large amount of magical crystals, allowing Qin Yu to buy that small courtyard at a high price. Otherwise, the foreign demons would have to climb up the city walls to defend against the beast tide. After inspecting the place, they handed the iron token to Qin Yu and hurriedly left. Today, there were fewer people on the streets. The people coming and going were even more hurried. Qin Yu thought about the demons of Julu City. They were being baptized by the calamity, and who knew how many would die every day, but no matter how he thought about it, it was hard for him to feel compassion for them. It was as if the more that died, the better. He decided not to think about it for now. He had to find a place to sell off this pile of hot potions. In Julu City, another person's bloodline underwent a transformation at the critical moment of life and death. This time, the lucky one was a wind wolf called Big Mountain. Of course, this wasn't the right way to address him. He should be called Sir Big Mountain of the Silver Moon Wolf race. This was because, among the races of the Abyss, the Silver Moon Wolf race had a royal bloodline. The king of their race was called the Howling Moon Wolf King. They were incomparably powerful and there were many legends about them in the Abyss. First, it was the Black Demon Bull bloodline. Today, the Silver Moon royal race had appeared. Although the impact of the beast tide made the people of Julu City anxious, many people's eyes brightened. A single bloodline transformation might have been a lucky coincidence. But for it to happen twice in a row, this couldn't be explained with just the word coincidence. In Julu City, undercurrents began to appear. In areas that ordinary people couldn't detect, people began to search for the reason why Big Hammer Nyo and Big Mountain of the Wind Wolf race had undergone a bloodline transformation. His long silver hair had become much more handsome, and his every movement exuded an intimidating aura. Of course, he knew that the transformation of his bloodline was completely different from the so-called transformation of his bloodline when he was gravely injured and had a firm will. In the end, when he fought against the shadow of death, the transformation of his bloodline was completely unrelated. He looked up at the giant signboard of the Thousand Eye Temple. Then, Big Mountain adjusted his hood and took a deep breath before stepping inside. Of course, he didn't hide his appearance to pretend to be mysterious. Rather, he had already faintly felt that something was wrong. "How many ordinary healing potions do you need?" Big Mountain took out a bottle and lowered his voice. "I want potions refined by this, the First Lord of the Abyss." "How many do you have?" The rabbit girl behind the counter was stunned. This was because she still had some impression of this name. But because it was too deafening, it would take a long time to forget it. She lightly coughed and smiled. "Our Thousand Eye Temple's potions will only be officially sold to the public after they pass the inspection. The effects will all be the same. No, I only want potions refined by the First Lord of the Abyss. The price is negotiable. Give them all to me." Big Mountain frowned. At this time, the crowd behind him parted and the fox girl seductively walked in. She smiled and said, "Dear customer, our Thousand Eye Temple can satisfy your request, but it will take some time to prepare. Please follow me into the reception room and wait." Big Mountain's complexion changed. He took a step back and said, "I still have matters to attend to. I will come back later." The fox girl took a step forward and grabbed his arm. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, she slowly said, "Sir Big Mountain, the Silver Moon royal bloodline in your body is something that many people covet. Normally, no one would dare to provoke someone with a royal bloodline, but now that the beast tide is attacking the city, casualties are unavoidable. Moreover, it will be difficult to investigate the matter afterwards. According to what my Thousand Eye Palace knows, there is already a wolf clan powerhouse in Merry Forest who has placed an order to take your bloodline. If you leave just like that, something might happen." Underneath his robes, Big Mountain's face paled. This was the greatest fear in his heart. The fox girl continued to say, "Sir Big Mountain, my Thousand Eye Temple still has some deterrence. How about you stay here for now? At least you will be safe." A moment later, in a beautifully decorated reception room, Big Mountain was holding a cup of tea brewed by the fox girl. He let out a sigh and revealed a dejected expression. "I can tell you, but the Thousand Eye Temple must guarantee my safety." Old Fox smiled. "From today onwards, Sir Big Mountain is a guest of my Thousand Eye Temple in Julu City." Big Mountain was silent for a moment. He clenched his teeth and said, "Yesterday, when I was on the verge of death, I took the healing potions I bought from you. At that time, I wasn't unconscious, so I was able to sense something." He pursed his lips and continued to say, "The reason why I was able to awaken my bloodline is most likely because I took those potions." Old Fox frowned. He said in a low voice, "Guest Big Mountain, you mean that some ordinary healing potions were able to awaken your bloodline?" "That's right. That is why I came here, hoping to buy some more. After saying this, Big Mountain felt much more relaxed. He took out the bottle he had hidden in his chest and placed it on the table. The potions I bought were placed in this bottle. I carefully examined it and found that the words "First in the Abyss" are engraved on the bottom. This should be the mark of the person who refined the potions. Old Fox's lips twitched. First in the Abyss, what big words. But if what Big Mountain said was true, then his title of First in the Abyss was quite appropriate. The Abyss was endless and had millions of races. Although the profession of demon refiner was rare, there were still many of them in the entire Abyss. The top existences were called Abyss Walkers. They had a status that was comparable to the Abyss King. In some ways, the influence of an Abyss Walker was even greater than that of an Abyss King. Because the reason why these top demon refiners were called Abyss Walkers was because they had the ability to change fate, awaken their bloodline. As mentioned before, the races of the Abyss were a species built on the bloodline of a demon. The level of their reincarnation basically determined their future achievements. Of course, this was not absolute. Because over the long years, after all sorts of hybridization, it was very difficult to find an absolutely pure bloodline in the entire Abyss. It was just that only the bloodlines that made up the most of the bloodlines would appear. As for the thinner bloodlines, they were hidden and almost impossible to awaken. In the body of the weakest demon rat, there might even be the strongest bloodline of an Abyss demon dragon. Of course, this was only an analogy. Because no matter how lustful an Abyss demon dragon was, it would be extremely difficult for them to interact with an Abyss demon rat. And what the Abyss Walkers possessed was the ability to refine potions that could awaken the hidden bloodline of the Abyss demon race through their powerful demon refiner skills. This ability, in the eyes of any Abyss race, was absolutely heaven-defying. It was a power that only the will of the Abyss could control. Thus, they were called Abyss Walkers. This meant that they could descend a portion of the Abyss's power. After arranging for Big Mountain to settle down in the Giant Deer City branch, Old Fox's eyes flashed. He said in a low voice, "Immediately find the source of these pills. This matter must be kept secret. No one can discover it." After a brief pause, he said, "Also, investigate the Black Demon Bull's Nyodatchui. Perhaps there is a key point in his bloodline transformation that you and I don't know about." The Fox girl's eyes widened. "Steward, you mean to say that the reason their bloodline transformation is because it is only a possibility. Hurry up and investigate. Remember, you must be careful. If you discover anything, immediately report it to me. Do not act rashly." Old Fox took a deep breath, but his heart was still fiercely beating in his chest. A demon refiner that could refine pills that could awaken the bloodline of the Abyss demon race was qualified to be called an Abyss Walker. But an Abyss Walker couldn't succeed every time. Or, it was more accurate to say that if they wanted to help an Abyss demon race awaken their bloodline, they needed a massive amount of time to prepare and countless precious items. And in Giant Deer City, in a short period of time, 2 powerful bloodlines had been awakened. If this was really done by the same person, then the title of number 1 in the Abyss was well deserved. Chapter 1045. The Julu City incident likely involved an Abyss Walker. Even if one ignored everything else, just the value of this information was enough for Old Fox to unhesitatingly activate all of the Thousand Eye Temple's hidden forces in the city. Of course, there was no time to ask headquarters, so he could only act first and report later. But even if he didn't obtain anything in the end, there was a good reason for this, and at most he would be punished. If he could really find this Abyss Walker, it would likely represent an unimaginable lucky chance. How to choose was self-evident to Old Fox, who had been through a lot of battles for a long time and was a wise old ghost. Ever since the Thousand Eye Temple had entered Julu City, no one knew just how many spies they had placed in the city. Now that they were all activated, an astonishing amount of energy erupted. 2 hours later, under the premise of not alerting the other influences in Julu City, 2 magic crystal cards were placed in front of Old Fox. One of the magic crystal cards recorded information about the self-proclaimed number 1 Abyss Demon Refiner. Obtaining it was easier than expected. This was because when this potion had been traded, there had been a transaction voucher left behind. Moreover, The rabbit girl who handled this matter still had an impression of the seller. The fox girl's complexion paled. Although her voice was calm, it gave off a faint feeling. We've already investigated. The one who sold this potion was Liu Hua. Old Fox sighed. He rubbed his temples, a bitter taste in his mouth. He had been cautious his entire life and had never made any major mistakes. This was how he had obtained his current status as a steward of a branch of the Thousand Eye Temple. As he grew old, he had actually made such a grave mistake, although he didn't know whether or not this potion had been refined by Liu Hua. According to the fox girl, he had purchased the corresponding materials. Then, this batch of potion was definitely related to him. There were two possibilities. Either Liu Hua was a person who had hidden himself from everyone, including the Thousand Eye Temple, or there was an extremely powerful abyss walker standing behind him. But no matter which possibility it was, Liu Hua was worth it. The Thousand Eye Temple had tried to win him over with the greatest sincerity. And the mistake he had made was that he had missed the best chance to establish a relationship with Liu Hua. In fact, because of their previous contact, there had even been a slight barrier between the two. If Liu Hua was really just Liu Hua, then a barrier was a barrier. Even if it was several times stronger, as a steward of the Thousand Eye Temple, there was no need for him to care. But the key point was that Liu Hua was not just Liu Hua. This was very uncomfortable. If he wanted to salvage the situation and reverse the impression he had of them in Flowing Fire's heart, he would have to expend a great deal of effort. But everything could only be concluded after trying. No matter what, just these discoveries were enough for the Thousand Eye Palace to rope in the Liu Hua at all costs. Old Fox's gaze fell on the other magic crystal card. It contained information about the Black Demon Bull Race's Nyo Dachui. There was a lot of information, but he hadn't found anything useful. Vaguely, Old Fox felt that something very crucial was missing. If it was possible to connect Big Mountain with Nyo Dachui, then Liu Hua's influence would be even more important than it was now. Elder Fox had to clearly judge Liu Hua's true value before he could show the corresponding attitude and sincerity. Therefore, he was waiting for the final news. My name is Big Hammer Nyo, and I'm still Big Copper Hammer, Big Iron Hammer, and Big Steel Hammer. That's right, I'm on camera again, but this time, my image isn't too glorious. This is because I'm tied up and blindfolded. I don't know what I've been fed, but my entire body is limp and I can't use any strength. My Black Demon Bull Race's bloodline tells me that the situation is very bad. If I don't cooperate, I'll most likely be finished. It wasn't easy for me to awaken the Black Demon Bull Race's bloodline that has been passed down from my ancestors. I didn't even get to marry the 8 beautiful ladies, but they died just like that. It's really hard to accept. Furthermore, my dead father might even push open his coffin and jump out to grab me and beat me up. Speaking of my father, other than what he told me previously, there was one more thing he said. It's necessary for a man to be unyielding, but when it's time to be a coward, you must be quick. I feel that it's time to be a coward now. Therefore, after I woke up from my coma and made this judgment, I immediately shouted at the top of my lungs, "You can know anything you want, but please don't hurt me." After that, I said nothing. My name is Big Hammer Nyo, and I've already said it many times. I can tell you anything you want to know. But really, please don't hurt me. After the fox girl left for a short while, she returned with another magic crystal card. Old Fox said in a low voice, "He said everything?" "Yes, we asked him many times and there were no obvious mistakes. He shouldn't be lying." Old Fox took the magic crystal card and flipped through it for a long time before slowly closing his eyes. "I remember that you once ordered people to secretly investigate Liu Hua's information. You should know where he lives." The fox girl's body trembled. "Yes, Liu Hua's residence in the city is at Lanshan Avenue." Big Hammer Nyo said that before he fainted, he was also at Lanshan Avenue, right? "That's right." Old Fox quickly panted a few times, a tinge of red appearing on his face. He used his hand to knock on the armrest of the chair and suddenly said, "I need you to investigate what happened after Liu Hua left the Thousand Eye Palace Hall for the second time." A hoarse voice came from the shadow under his feet. "Yes, Lord Manager." The shadow wriggled and rolled like boiling water. After a few breaths, it calmed down. The room fell deathly silent. As the fox girl thought of a possibility, she felt her breath quicken and she even felt dizzy and suffocated. Liu Hua. Liu Hua. Although there was no conclusive evidence, it seemed that all of these matters were inextricably linked to him. Could it really be him? Her mind was in a trance. After an unknown period of time, the fox girl was suddenly awakened by a hoarse voice from within the room. Reporting to Lord Manager, after Qin Yu left that day, he was chased into Merry Forest. Afterwards, he left alone to hunt down the demons and disappeared. Old Fox sucked in a deep breath. What is the specific situation? I have yet to find out. But after that day, a great number of people disappeared from Merry Forest. That person's subordinates, Black Edge and Firefly Wind, also vanished without a trace. It seems that some great event occurred that day. After a brief pause, the hoarse voice continued, I have activated the spies hidden in Merry Forest. That person seems to have personally acted on that day. Shua, Old Fox, fiercely stood up. He closed his eyes and connected all of this information together in his mind. His body began to shiver. That's right, that's right. Liu Hua, what a good Liu Hua. Did he obtain an inheritance or did he have some other lucky chance? If it weren't for the eruption of the beast tide and him entering Giant Deer City, perhaps no one would have discovered the secret hidden on his body. Abyssal Walk. Abyssal Walk. Who would have thought that such an astonishing identity was hidden beneath the surface? That's right, through the information he had obtained so far, Old Fox was able to determine that there was no figure behind Liu Hua that supported the heavens. This was because he himself was that incomparably powerful first abyssal. But why? As an abyssal walk, even if he faced the tyrannical and cruel demon dragon race, he would still receive the highest level of courtesy. As long as he revealed his identity, he could rampage through the abyss as if it were flat land without fear. But ever since he met Liu Hua, his actions clearly didn't match up. And what was even more inconceivable was that he had actually helped Nyo Dachui and Mountain, two low-level abyssal demons, stimulate their bloodline. It had to be known that even for the powerful and noble abyssal walks, if they wanted to refine a potion that could stimulate their bloodline, they would need to use up countless precious treasures. Ordinary members of the royal family didn't have enough wealth to invite them to help. There was a problem. There was definitely a problem here. Old Fox racked his brains. He believed that only by understanding this point could he truly establish a relationship with this strange abyssal walk. The fox girl glanced at the gloomy and uncertain Old Fox. She hesitated for a moment and then said in a soft voice, Uncle, perhaps Sir Liu Hua is currently changing his identity to live and accumulating different experiences in order to increase his strength. Old Fox's hand shook and he pulled out a few strands of his beard. His face twitched in pain, but he didn't care about that right now. His eyes brightened. Changing his identity to live, accumulating experiences to increase one's own strength was simply childish. But this wasn't an impossible matter. If there was a ranking list of the number of years one had lived in the abyss, then the majority of the spots would be occupied by demon refiners. They had all sorts of strange methods that could allow them to live for an incomparably long time, even to the point where they would decay along with the abyss. At the very least, Old Fox knew of an example. When a veteran demon refiner didn't have much time left in his life, he had paid an unknown price to complete a bloodline sharing with a demon dragon elder. Their lives were one, and as long as the demon elder didn't die, he could continue living. And the demon dragon race was the undisputed favored child of the abyss. Every adult demon dragon would automatically obtain the recognition of the abyss and become a powerful existence comparable to the Abyss King. Their lifespan was endless. It was said that even if they were killed, as long as their dragon soul wasn't extinguished, they could be reborn from the abyss. This was an existence that stood at the top of the food chain, almost immortal and indestructible. It had to be known that the abyssal walks were the strongest batch of demon refiners. Their methods of prolonging their lifespan were naturally stronger. For example, if there really was an abyssal walk who was willing to share his bloodline with the demon dragon race, there would definitely be a large number of abyssal demon dragons fighting to the death. There was no helping it. This was the incomparably formidable strength of the abyssal walks. Even the demon dragon race had to lower their noble heads several times before. The reason why this was mentioned was because almost every abyssal walk, unless an accident occurred, would live for an incomparably long period of time. And this was where the problem appeared. All living beings in the world, besides a small number of reincarnated experts that had a lifespan equal to the heavens, most began to fear and struggle against death from the moment they were born. But as they bitterly struggled to live longer, there were also some people that had shaken their sense of self because they had lived for so long. To put it simply, they were tired of living. Their hearts were incomparably tired, empty, and they felt like they couldn't lift their spirits towards anything. The general symptoms were similar to those of severe depression. Even though they knew that death was a wrong choice, they would still slowly slide into the abyss of destruction. As the steward of a 1,000-eye hall branch, Old Fox had lived for a very long time. Although he hadn't lived to the point where he didn't want to live any longer, he still knew many of these secrets. Thus, some existences with ancient lifespans would actively change when they sensed that their condition wasn't right. They would try their best to rekindle their interest in life and not fall into self-destruction. Changing their identity, or even changing their form, and banishing themselves into the abyss was one of the most effective methods. Was it possible that Liu Hua was in such a state? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Old Fox vaguely felt that he had grasped the crux of the matter. This crux was whether or not the 1,000-eye hall could establish a truly stable relationship with him. Since Liu Hua wanted to experience a new life so that he wouldn't be tired of living, then reminding him of his identity was clearly a mistake. That's right, that was it. If he wanted to be on good terms with him, he had to pretend to be ignorant and not reveal the truth. Otherwise, if they were to disrupt Liu Hua's experience of life, the Julu City branch, including all of them, would be smashed into smithereens, not to mention forming a good relationship. Old Fox rejoiced in his heart. Luckily he had noticed this. Otherwise, if he had hurriedly rushed over to express his fear after discovering Liu Hua's identity, he would already be dead. He looked at the fox girl and nodded slightly to express his appreciation. What you said is very reasonable. Remember, unless His Excellency Liu Hua takes the initiative to reveal his identity, otherwise our 1,000-eye palace hall will have to be mute and not know anything. Do you understand this logic? The fox girl hurriedly bowed. Don't worry, uncle, your niece will remember this. She looked at Old Fox, her mouth moving as if she wanted to say something. Of course I understand your intentions. It's a pity that you have already missed the best opportunity. If you had thought of a way to climb into Lord Liu Hua's bed, not only for you, but for my Tushan Fox clan, it would have been a great opportunity. Old Fox took a deep breath. All right, we will think of a way to resolve this matter in the future. The most important thing now is to re-establish contact with Liu Hua. For example, let him become the most important guest of our 1,000-eye hall branch in Julu City. The fox girl's eyes widened. Uncle, you want to hide Liu Hua's existence. How are you going to explain this to headquarters, Humph? Even if some people are dissatisfied, they will have to wait until the beast tide ends before they have a chance to make things difficult for me. A sharp light flashed in Old Fox's eyes. Moreover, I won't always hide Liu Hua's identity. I just want to seize an early opportunity. At the very least, I want to become an indispensable intermediary between Liu Hua and 1,000-eye hall. After discovering that Liu Hua was likely to be a powerful abyssal walker who had hidden his identity and exiled himself to the abyss, Old Fox's thoughts raced and he came up with this idea. Once this was smoothly accomplished, his status in 1,000-eye hall would rise and he would become an important member. It wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain the position of Vice Hall Master. The fox girl quickly thought this through. Old Fox was her blood relative. The higher his status was, the more she would benefit. She respectfully bowed. Uncle is truly thoughtful. Old Fox took a deep breath. Since Liu Hua doesn't want to be disturbed, then we must carefully plan our next actions. All right, let's hurry and find Liu Hua. Our 1,000-eye hall is about to hold an internal discount banquet to thank our esteemed guest. We must invite him to attend. The fox girl respectfully bowed. I will immediately do so. Qin Yu certainly didn't know that in order to find a reasonable opportunity to contact him, some people had already used their ultimate move, not hesitating to lose a massive amount of demon crystals. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt such a headache over the few demon crystals he had on hand. Liaosha's potions were smoothly sold off once more. This left Qin Yu speechless at the abyssal demon race's so-called inspection methods. He thought to himself, with this level of skill, how did they manage to do business until today? He couldn't figure it out, he couldn't figure it out at all. But if he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't bother thinking about it. In any case, he wasn't the one eating the potions, so any trouble that arose after they were sold off had nothing to do with him. What Qin Yu had a headache about now was how to use the demon crystals he obtained from selling the potions to buy the things that Liaosha needed. As the beast horde's attacks on Julu City grew fiercer, the prices of all kinds of potions in the city skyrocketed. Although they were all ordinary healing potions, because of the scarcity of the market, the selling price was much higher than the 1,000-eye temples. But what was helpless was that Liaosha said she was no longer suitable to refine such low-level potions. As the future strongest demon refiner in the abyss, her future path was the Sea of Stars. To sum it up, she wanted Qin Yu to buy higher quality materials to refine stronger potions. As the price of potions soared, the prices of all sorts of refining materials also soared, much less the high-quality materials that she wanted. When Qin Yu asked about the price, his complexion darkened. With the amount of demon crystals he had on hand, it was impossible to gather the required amount, and the gap wasn't small at all. As he stood outside the store filled with people, Qin Yu rubbed his chin, considering the possibility of forcefully buying and selling. Behind a window on the second floor of the store, an abyssal demon inadvertently glanced over. As the abyssal demon saw his appearance, his body shivered and his face paled. Chapter 1046. Merry Forest had a notorious reputation. Other than the demons who had nowhere else to go, or those who were already evil to begin with, no one would be willing to live here. This also led to the fact that there were many soldiers in Merry Forest, but most of them did not produce anything. To put it simply, most of them were poor. If they purely relied on these poor people in the controlled area to obtain magic crystals and resources, Merry Forest would have long collapsed, not to mention distributing resources to their subordinates and leading the troops. Therefore, outside of the Merry Forest area, they actually had many businesses. If they calculated carefully, it was definitely a huge source of income. Flying Pigeon was a hybrid of the Black Crow and Demon Dove race. His bloodline was not strong, and his strength was only average. However, he had inherited the cunning of the Black Crow race and the calm wisdom of the Demon Dove race. Coupled with his diligence, he was finally valued by Black Edge and appointed to manage 7 to 8 shops of various sizes in Julu City. Recently, because of the Beast Horde outbreak, the prices of resources in the city had skyrocketed. Flying Pigeon had to patrol every day to adjust the prices in time to ensure the greatest profits. After carefully calculating the profits of this shop, even though he was already mentally prepared, the profit figures still made his heart beat faster. His grin almost reached the back of his ears. Regardless of the reason, the high profits were his credit. Lord Black Edge was fair, so naturally, he would not be lacking in rewards. Once he was happy, he felt his heart burning. In addition, not long ago, he had hooked up with the female owner of this shop, a woman from the Black Swan race with a charming voice. As for how Flying Pigeon knew that this woman's voice was charming, that was another rather intense and erotic story that would not be elaborated here. In short, Flying Pigeon's interest was piqued. He called the female owner over, scanned the room, and had her lie by the window with her back facing him. It took a long time to describe, but just as Flying Pigeon was about to raise his spear and fight, his gaze suddenly passed through the half-closed curtains and saw a person standing at the entrance of the shop. His whole body shivered, and the Vajra silver spear turned into a slug in the blink of an eye. He only felt a chill in his crotch, and his whole body turned numb. Although he had only caught a glimpse of her from afar that day, Fei Ji had a deep impression of this face. He would never forget it. Miss Ying Feng, who was known for her beauty and viciousness, was someone who would cause people's expressions to change at the mere mention of her name in Merry Forest. To think that she would end up in such a sorry state. She had completely lost her image and was lying on the ground eating dirt, crying and laughing one moment and completely oblivious to everything that had happened. Lord Black Edge, whom he had always viewed as his role model and idol, had a deathly pale face, not daring to move at all. This was the first time Fei Ying had seen Lord Blackedge in such a state of fear. Later, it was said that his lord had personally made a move to force that person to retreat. Otherwise, who knew what would have happened in the end? How could Fei Ge forget such a person? Instead, he was trying his best to remember it. In the future, he would definitely keep his eyes wide open. If he were to meet him, he would definitely not court death. He was cautious and thoughtful. Of course, that was a good quality. But Fei Ying had never thought that she would actually meet him. And now, he was standing outside the shop he managed with a pensive expression and uncertain eyes. What was he going to do? Just as his mind was trembling, the Qinyu in Fei Ying's eyes suddenly looked up. Their gazes met in midair. Fei Ying staggered and almost fell to the ground. Then, his ears buzzed and his vision turned black. It's over, it's over. He found me. What should I do? Fei Ying usually thought that his brain was smart and intelligent. But now, it was as if his entire body had fallen into an ice cave and he was sinking. Brother Fei, what's wrong? The Black Swan Witch, who had been waiting for a long time, turned her head in fright. She hurriedly put down her skirt and grabbed him, shaking him. I'm fine. Fei Ying snapped out of his daze and suddenly jumped 3 feet high. He turned his head and rushed out anxiously. Squeezing through the crowd, Fei Ying rushed out of the shop under the shocked gazes of a large number of demons. He stopped far away and bowed respectfully to Qinyu. Panting, he said, I didn't know you were coming. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Fei Ge's heart was thumping. She felt like she was dancing on the tip of a knife at this moment. There were tens of thousands of shops in the huge Julu city. There was only one shop that belonged to Merry Forest on this entire street. Did you think it was a coincidence that Qinyu happened to appear here? Fei Ying did not dare to guess the other party's purpose today. But he felt that if he still dared to act ignorant now that he had seen the other party, his life would be over. No matter what, he quickly lowered his head and called him boss. This was a person who could even toy with Miss Ying Feng, a person who terrified Lord Blackedge. Other than his lord, who would dare to disrespect him? Qinyu frowned slightly. He really did not have any impression of the person in front of him. Fei Ying was observant. How could he not know that a small character like him would not be remembered by the boss? He quickly said, a few days ago, my lord entered Merry Forest. I followed Lord Blackedge to work and saw my lord from afar. Qinyu glanced at Fei Ying's pale face. His thoughts turned and he guessed what he was thinking. Someone from Merry Forest? This was a coincidence. If his luck was good, he might be able to avoid a lot of trouble in the future. Coughing lightly, Qinyu said, I came today to buy some materials. He took out a magic crystal card. The list is here. Take a look and see if it's here. Fei Ying took it with both hands and probed it with his divine sense. His body couldn't help but tremble. He was even more certain of his thoughts. This person was really here to cause trouble. The only good news was that it seemed he had left some leeway. As long as he gave them the materials, it would be fine. He didn't directly attack them. Fei Ying's face was pale and sweat dripped down his forehead like rain. He lifted a hand to wipe it and said in a trembling voice, everything is here. My lord, please enter and wait a moment. I will prepare it for you as soon as possible. Qinyu's eyes brightened. The magic crystal card he took out was the big list that Liaosha had carefully prepared after a long time of nagging. There were so many items marked on it that just looking at it made one dizzy. Compared to the items on the small list that he wanted to buy on this trip, it was at least 70,000 to 80,000 miles away. Even this was here. Haha, it seemed that he had underestimated the financial resources of Merry Forest. When it came to extortion, no matter how big or small, one would offend someone. Since he had offended someone, he might as well offend them to the end. Once he did this, he would have all the materials that Liaosha needed for a long time in the future. This was an incomparably important point. Qinyu didn't want to be constantly tormented by her on this trip. As for being hated, haha, Liu Hua had long since died. Once he changed his identity, he could find whoever he wanted. He nodded and followed behind Fei Ying. Qin Yu strode into the shop. Then, under the awestruck gazes of the crowd, he was brought to a quiet room where he enjoyed the service of two trembling rabbit girls. The true leader of the shop came from Merry Forest. This was no secret to them, and because of this, very few people dared to bully them. For this reason, the two rabbit girls were immensely pleased with themselves. They rejoiced that they were able to rely on the great tree that was Merry Forest. But today, they had truly experienced what it meant to say that there was always a higher mountain. The normally mighty Brother Fei was like a coward today. He bowed so low that it seemed as if he would break at any moment. For Brother Fei, who came from Merry Forest and was said to have some status, to have such a humble attitude, just what sort of status did the person in front of them have? Just thinking about it left them breathless. Qin Yu drank his tea and ate some unknown pastries. Perhaps it was because his current state was that of a demon from the abyss, but he actually felt that the taste was pretty good. As for Fei Ying, who had used the excuse of preparing some items to leave, Qin Yu knew that he must be busy contacting Merry Forest, so he didn't stop him. The items that Liao She had listed on the big list were obviously of great value. In addition to the astonishing quantity, it was definitely not something that a small shop like this could gather. If he wanted to obtain it, he would need the approval of the demon commander of Merry Forest. Naturally, he would have to send a message. As for whether the demon commander would agree, Qin Yu felt that there was a 50% chance of this. Although he was extorting them, Merry Forest was at a disadvantage first. And before this, he had released Ying Feng and Black Edge. No matter what, the demon commander would have to give him some face. Moreover, if the two really fought, it was hard to say who would win. After thinking about it a few times, Qin Yu felt that the possibility of Merry Forest falling out with him was not high. At most, they would give him some discounts. But that was fine. Even if they gave him 10% of the items on the big list, it would still be a great profit. In fact, Qin Yu's guess was right. After Fei Ying left the quiet room, he didn't even dare to wipe the sweat off his face as he hurriedly contacted Lord Black Edge. And then there was nothing. After the message was sent, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no response at all. What was going on? Was he going to give him the items or fall out? At least give him a response. Or could it be that this shop, including him, had been abandoned? If that was the case, Fei Ying felt that no matter what, he wouldn't be able to live past today. Of course, no response was impossible. After receiving Fei Ying's message, Black Edge, who had been calming down for a long time, jumped up. His face turned green and white. Liu Hua, it was that person. He had come looking for him. Damn it, every debt has a debtor. Even if he really wanted to cause trouble, he should be looking for Ying Feng's bad luck. Why would he look for him? But this question clearly had no answer. After circling a few times, Black Edge turned and left. He had no choice. Now that Liu Hua was involved, this matter was no longer something he had the right to deal with. He had to let his lord decide. Just as Black Edge was hurrying to the depths of Merry Forest to report, the Thousand Eye Palace finally locked onto Qin Yu's whereabouts. They discovered that Liu Hua was not at his residence. Instead, he had gone to a small, unknown shop. After further investigation, they discovered that this small shop actually had the backing of Merry Forest. This meant that they had to be a little more cautious. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. Moreover, the one in Merry Forest, although not a flood dragon, was still a giant python that could overturn rivers and seas. This discovery made Old Fox rather hesitant. But the news that came immediately after made him pant heavily. Because Qin Yu had gone to this shop and actually sold another bottle of healing potion. It was still of normal quality. Who the hell knew how they had appraised it to be normal quality? After this matter was over, the appraisal department must be completely changed. A bunch of idiots. Investigate, continue investigating. Old Fox took a few deep breaths and warned himself not to be rash. Selling the potion was nothing. He had plenty of ways to get his hands on this bottle of potion. If he acted rashly, he might accidentally let others notice Liu Hua. That would be really troublesome. Following that, there was a steady stream of news. Liu Hua was respectfully invited into the shop. He entered a quiet room and no one was allowed to approach. There were strange movements in Merry Forest. After Black Light requested to see that person, there were signs of large amounts of resources being moved. There was already concrete evidence that Merry Forest was preparing a large amount of precious materials. Their current purpose was unknown. Line by line, Old Fox's eyes were turning red. The last shred of hope in his heart had completely disappeared. Merry Forest. That old dog with an amazing sense of smell had definitely sensed something. It seemed that they were not the only ones who had locked onto Liu Hua. He had originally thought that after grasping a secret that no one knew, he could play a good game of chess and obtain the greatest benefits. But in the blink of an eye, let alone playing chess, even the chessboard had almost been taken away. Damned old dog, you have gone too far. I, Hu Hua, will not let this matter rest. Let's go and pay a visit to Liu Hua. As a distinguished guest of the Thousand Eye Palace, no matter what materials you need, my Thousand Eye Palace will be able to provide it. He could not wait any longer, otherwise this first place would be snatched away by Merry Forest. At this moment, Old Fox's face was ashen, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light. Black Light knelt on the ground, his back already soaked in cold sweat. Such a long period of silence was definitely proportional to the anger in his lord's heart. But he understood that his lord would not easily make a move. That day, he had not done anything and had allowed Liu Hua to leave safely. Just this point alone was enough to explain many things. Just as Black Light felt that the air was becoming more and more viscous, and even breathing was becoming increasingly difficult, the cold voice of his lord finally sounded from above his head. Black Light, go on my behalf and tell Liu Hua his conditions. Merry Forest has agreed. But you must let him remember that this is the first and last time. Otherwise, he will not want to see the consequences. His lord had endured. Although he had already expected this, but when he heard the real order, Black Light could not help but feel a sense of emptiness in his heart. Even his lord was so afraid of him. Indeed, Liu Hua was a demon commander, but no matter how he searched through his memories, he could not find any impression of this person. Could it be that he had descended from another abyss? A demon commander was the strongest person below the king of the abyss. He had already stood at the peak that countless abyss demons did not dare to imagine. Such a person could release endless power with just a wave of his hand. No matter which king of the abyss they relied on, they would obtain a large piece of land and become the ruler of a territory, controlling the life and death of millions of abyss demons. But such a person, an absolute important person in the abyss, had actually done such a vile thing as coming to extort money. It was a complete disgrace. If he had not experienced it himself, Black Light would not have imagined it. Yes, his lord. Taking a deep breath, he bowed respectfully and stood up from the ground. Glancing at the tall figure of his lord behind the black curtain, Black Light sighed in his heart. Although he also felt that his lord's decision was the wisest, today's matter involved many precious materials, so it was impossible to keep it a secret. If news of this were to spread, Merry Forest would become the target of ridicule. Chapter 1047. Fei Ge, who was in despair, finally received a reply from Merry Forest. He let out a long sigh and regained his composure. Only then did he realize that he was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. It was good that he had agreed, it was good that he had agreed. If his lord had a falling out with Liu Hua, no one knew what the final outcome would be, but he would definitely be torn to shreds at the first moment. After hurriedly tidying up and changing his clothes, Fei Ge knocked on the door of the quiet room. When there was a sound from inside, he respectfully pushed the door open and entered. My lord, the things you want are currently being prepared. Lord Blackedge will personally come here to deliver them to you. To be honest, this result was indeed somewhat out of Qin Yu's expectations. He had played a game of extortion and had completely opened his mouth. He had never thought that he would be able to obtain everything. In his heart, Qin Yu had left room for Merry Forest to bargain. To be able to give 30 to 40% in the end was already very good to him. But now, they had given everything without any discount. Was it because Merry Forest had a deep background and did not care about this, or was there some other reason? No matter how he looked at it, the latter was more likely, but no matter what, this was an unexpected surprise. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. Seeing his smiling face, Fei Ji's heart finally settled back into his stomach. If nothing went wrong, he had passed this hurdle. Only now did he have the mood to think about the things listed in the magic crystal card. His heart twitched a few times. After being extorted like this, all the profits that Merry Forest had generated during the beast tide would probably have to be used up, and it might not even be enough. Black Edge finally arrived and chased everyone out. Only he and Qin Yu were left in the quiet room. With a solemn expression, he placed a magic leather bag on the table. Lord Liu Hua, Merry Forest has agreed to all of your requests. All the materials are inside, please accept it. Qin Yu glanced at the magic leather bag. No need, I believe in your sincerity. Black Edge's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, I really don't want your trust. But such thoughts were just thoughts, he did not dare to express them. Instead, he had to express his gratitude to Qin Yu for his trust. Taking a deep breath, Black Edge continued. In addition, my lord has a message for me to pass to Lord Liu Hua. I hope this matter. Just then, the door to the quiet room was suddenly pushed open. Black Edge's voice stopped abruptly. But when he saw the person who had barged in, his expression changed again. He subconsciously stood up and said, Old Fox, why are you here? The steward of the Thousand Eye Temple, the true leader of the Giant Deer City branch, was naturally one of the most powerful people in this territory. Moreover, Black Edge vaguely knew that the Lord and this old fox seemed to have known each other for a long time. Their relationship was not good, but they were not true opponents. Instead, there was a subtle tacit understanding in some matters. Of course, he did not dare to be careless in front of Elder Fox, and his tone was filled with respect. Unexpectedly, when faced with Blacklight's question, Elder Fox only glanced at him and completely ignored him. He strode over with a smile on his face. Mr. Liu Hua, we were previously busy with work and neglected you. This is all the fault of the Thousand Eye Palace Hall. Please do not take it to heart and give us another chance to prove ourselves. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the magic leather bag on the table. His smile grew. To show our sincerity, no matter what Mr. Liu Hua needs, the Thousand Eye Temple is willing to sell it at the lowest price and guarantee the best quality. I believe that no one in Giant Deer City can compare to the Thousand Eye Temple. What was going on? Blacklight was dumbfounded, his heart sluggish. Now that he had brought the item, he hadn't even passed on his master's message. He couldn't allow the people from the Thousand Eye Hall to ruin his plans. He squeezed out a smile. Elder Hu, is there a misunderstanding? Our Merry Forest and Lord Liu Hua have a special relationship, so the items in the magic leather bag will be given to you for free to show our sincerity. We have no intention of competing with the Thousand Eye Temple for business. Free gift. The corners of Elder Hu's mouth twitched. He cursed inwardly. You damn dog, to think you would even do such a thing. As expected, this old thing had definitely grasped the truth. Otherwise, he would not have put in so much effort. Although he did not know how many items were in the magic leather bag, from the information that Elder Hu had, it was definitely a massive amount of demon crystals. Why did you give it to others just like that? In all these years, why have I not seen you give it to others? He coldly glared at Black Edge. Little brat, you still dare to talk about competing for business? Yes, you do not compete with us for business. What you want is my good fortune and future. I, Old Hu, will not let this matter rest. Mr. Liu Hua, Merry Forest has a terrible reputation. It is a vicious place that no one dares to approach. If you cooperate with them, it will affect your reputation. The Thousand Eye Temple is willing to pay double the price of the items in Merry Forest in exchange for your understanding and friendship to continue working with us. Elder Hu glanced behind him. What are you waiting for? Show us our sincerity and then invite Mr. Liu Hua to leave. The fox girl respectfully bowed, holding the magic leather bag with both hands. Sir, I was negligent before. I am willing to accept any punishment you give me. Please give me a chance to make up for it, otherwise the manager will definitely pursue this matter and I fear that I will not be able to live. There were tears in her eyes and her voice choked with emotion. Such a delicate beauty begging for forgiveness in such a soft and gentle manner was indeed very touching. But who could tell Black Edge what the F***ck was going on in front of them? Why was it so difficult for the Merry Forest to draw a line between us and Liu Hua and have nothing to do with us in the future? What did you people from the Thousand Eye Temple want to do? His lord had already made the greatest concession by patiently handing over the treasures. If he could not even handle such a small matter, his lord would definitely be disappointed in him. Clenching his teeth, Black Edge's voice deepened. Elder Hu, this is my Merry Forest territory. I hope that you can leave for a while. After Lord Liu Hua leaves, we will not interfere with how you interact with him. Humph. Elder Hu sneered. Little brat, your wings have hardened after a few years. You dare to speak to me like this? Black Edge's face flushed red. You were the one who was rude and unreasonable first. I was rude and unreasonable. What do you want? Hurry up and scram. You have no right to challenge me. Elder Hu waved his hand, his eyes filled with disdain. At this moment, a calm voice sounded in everyone's ears. Old fox, you dare to cause trouble in my territory. You are quite bold. Black Edge's eyes brightened. He hurriedly bowed. Greetings to my lord. Rise. The black-clothed middle-aged demon had a calm expression. His appearance was exactly the same as a human's. If this was not the abyss, it would be impossible to recognize his identity. In other words, this person was a member of the Abyss royal family. It was just that it was unknown which race he came from. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. Mr. Liu Hua, today is the second time we have met. I hope that you can fulfill your agreement with my Merry Forest. Elder Hu's face twisted. He blurted out, don't even think about it. He viciously glared at He Tiangang. He Tiangang, I warn you, do not forget that I am still holding on to your little tail. If you really provoke me, I will make sure you suffer the consequences. The true master of Merry Forest, the calm black-robed He Tiangang, only glanced at him. If I am unlucky, you won't have an easy time either. Elder Hu's entire body shivered. But at this moment, a large part of his appearance was a deliberate act. It could be considered a method to numb his opponent. Elder Hu was truly enraged. But in truth, his thoughts were still clear and his mind was rapidly spinning. Today, he had suddenly come here. Even though he had covered his tracks, he still couldn't completely conceal himself from the eyes of those outside. Not to mention that this old dog had also arrived. In this world, there was never a lack of intelligent people. Elder Hu did not believe that the clues he could find could not be found by others. If this matter attracted too much attention and extended to Sir Liu Hua, then there was a high possibility that his secrets would be exposed. Not to mention if this really happened, would it anger Sir Liu Hua and cause all of them to suffer his wrath. At the very least, all his plans would be for naught. He would even have to suffer severe punishment from the headquarters of the Thousand Eye Palace. After all, no one was a fool. Through his current actions, coupled with his previous concealment, they could easily guess his plans. Originally, this was a great situation where they could obtain countless benefits. But because of the appearance of the Merry Forest, this shit-stirrer, they had completely lost control and began to slide into an unknown abyss. That damned old black dog, he is indeed my nemesis. Nothing good will come out of meeting him. He could not continue like this. He had to think of a way to get things back on track as soon as possible. Perhaps, he could only cooperate. Taking a deep breath, Elder Hu suppressed his anger. He smiled. Sir Liu Hua, He Tiangang and I have some matters to deal with first. Please wait here for a moment. Don't worry, we will be quick and won't take up too much time. He Tiangang smiled. That's right, there are some matters that I have to trouble you with. Qin Yu, this was really waking up in a daze and falling asleep in a daze. Who could tell him just what had happened? Why would the people of the Thousand Eye Palace appear here? And even if they had appeared, they should not have such an attitude. The demon commander of the Merry Forest was behaving very strangely. It was as if he did not know anything, but at the same time, he seemed to know everything. But from what he could see, although the development of the matter was strange, it did not seem to be a bad thing for him. Fighting to give things to others, was it because he did not have a deep understanding of the abyss, Or perhaps he had a misunderstanding, that they were actually a race that loved and cared for others? His mind was in a mess. Qin Yu's silence, in Elder Hu's eyes, was a tacit agreement. He turned and left with a snort. He Tiangang cupped his hands together and followed behind. The two old demons left just like that. The fox girl was half kneeling on the ground with tears in her eyes. Her hands were still holding the magic skin bag, and her white chest was exposed, looking pitiful. Black Edge clenched his teeth. He grabbed the magic skin bag that the merry forest had prepared and knelt on the other side. Lord Liu Hua, although I do not know what has happened, if you accept it, please take our things. The fox girl was acting pitiful and could not immediately react. But in her heart, she wished that she could bite this damned horned python to death. I am using my great charm technique to attract Lord Liu Hua's attention, and you jump out to attract his attention? You are such an eyesore, why don't you hurry up and die? Black Edge glanced over and sneered in his heart. You coquettish fox, don't even think about flirting in front of Lord Liu Hua. Without mentioning the fox girl and Black Edge's secret confrontation in the quiet room, Elder Hu and He Tiangang did not go far. They turned into another quiet room. Closing the door, the anger and frustration on Elder Hu's face instantly disappeared. He frowned and said slowly, "Old black dog, what are you trying to do?" He Tiangang's expression was calm. "Smelly fox, you and I both know what is going on. Why waste your breath? You must know, if that person waits for too long, who knows what will happen." The corner of his eyes twitched. Elder Hu took a deep breath. "Let's cooperate. We can cooperate, but we need to discuss the method first. Damn it, at this time, how can we delay? Both of us are here. If we are discovered by others, we will split up and no one will get any benefit." He Tiangang's eyes flashed. "Are you sure that only the two of us know about this?" "At least for now, but my actions will be discovered sooner or later." Elder Hu's voice stopped. He suddenly widened his eyes and stared at He Tiangang. "You don't know." His face was flushed red and even his eyes were dyed red. He breathed heavily, as if he would pounce at any moment. He Tiangang took a deep breath. He slowly said, "Before this, I indeed didn't know anything. But your words have reminded me, the birth of the Black Demon Bull and the Silver Moon royal bloodline, was it because of Sir Liu Hua?" As he spoke, even with his calm and steady mind, his voice became hoarse. It was clear that his emotions had reached an extreme. Bang! The soft sofa beneath Elder Hu instantly shattered into countless pieces. The soft material that filled it was also torn to pieces by the violent energy. "Damn it! Damn it! You damned dog, I will kill you, I will definitely kill you." Old Fox, who thought of himself as a wise person, could not accept that he was the one who revealed the most crucial information. The actions of the Thousand Eye Temple could be concealed from others, but Merry Forest was deeply rooted in Julu City. They were a true local snake and no one could compare to the number of people they had planted. Therefore, based on the slight flaw in Elder Hu's words, He Tiangang immediately grasped the truth of the matter. After a series of crackling noises, the violent tremors caused the demons outside the quiet room to draw their swords at each other's throats. "Elder Hu, Master," the demons from both sides had just pushed the door open when they were frightened by the roars that came from the quiet room. "All of you, get out." Fortunately, although the two elders were panting, they were still full of energy. It seemed like there was no major problem. However, what on earth had happened for the two big shots to fight in the quiet room? TSK, I don't dare to think about it. I'll just wait outside. If I really hear something I shouldn't hear, I'll just be looking for trouble. At this moment, the quiet room was a complete mess. Everything within sight had been violently destroyed. Elder Fox and He Tiangang sat on a tattered sofa, separated by a table that had been smashed into pieces, and panted heavily. "Damned dog, consider yourself lucky. But you have to tell me, just what happened today?" After confirming Qin Yu's identity, Erebus Gang's heart began to beat wildly in his chest. He was excited to the extreme. Hearing this, he grimaced and sucked in a breath of pain. His smile became even brighter. "If I tell you, you'll definitely be even more depressed." As expected, when Elder Hu learned of what had happened between Qin Yu and Merry Forest, His intestines turned green with regret. It was all his fault for not being able to keep his composure. If he waited a little longer and Qin Yu left the shop, he would still be able to enjoy this secret alone. But now that things had reached this point, no matter how angry or unwilling he was, it was all meaningless. Elder who could only comfort himself. At least he had verified Qin Yu's identity from another aspect. Demon Commander. Who would have thought that such a terrifying strength was hidden beneath that ordinary aura? There was no mistake. Sir Flowing Fire was an abyss walker who had changed his identity and exiled himself into the abyss to experience a brand new life. After a moment, the cleaned-up Elder Hu and Hei Tiangang walked out of the quiet room one after another, their expressions restored to their former selves. An hour later, Qin Yu floated back to his residence with 2 demon skin bags in his arms. Looking at the familiar door in front of him, he rubbed his temples, feeling as if he were still in a dream. There were far too many strange things happening today. Had the abyss become abnormal? Chapter 1048. Merry Forest and Thousand Eye Temple had a dispute because of a batch of precious materials. It was said that the matter was extremely serious. The steward of Thousand Eye Temple, Old Fox, and the master of Merry Forest had both interfered in this matter. A battle had erupted on the spot and both sides had parted on bad terms. Afterwards, the Thousand Eye Temple declared that they would make the Merry Forest pay a heavy price for this matter. The latter did not back down. They declared that Merry Forest did not fear any provocation and that if they were invaded by the outside world, they would return it 10 times over. This matter involved 2 giant influences in Julu City. For a time, it caused an uproar and attracted countless eyes. Of course, not everyone believed this, but after some investigation, it seemed to be true and no flaws were found. Thus, because of Old Fox and Kuroda Tokish's exposure, Qin Yu's existence was greatly diluted and he became a nobody. This was the joint effort of Thousand Eye Temple and Merry Forest. To completely erase all traces of Qin Yu without anyone noticing was an incomparably difficult matter. Qin Yu did not know what had happened. Of course, even if he knew, he would only praise the 2 for their meticulous arrangements. Because of Liao Shi's existence, he did not want to attract any more attention. It was good to be a little invisible. But in reality, Qin Yu knew that after this matter, it was impossible for him to maintain his previous tranquility. But there was one thing he couldn't figure out. Had the demons of Thousand Eye Hall and Merry Forest really gone mad? They actually treated something like the vigorous Heaven Ascension pill as a treasure. In Qin Yu's opinion, they were simply tired of living. But whether or not Qin Yu understood, this was clearly the only explanation. The reason why these 2 groups of people had come to his door and acted so respectfully was because of the potions he had sold. Liao Shi reared his head back and laughed, mocking Qin Yu's judgment. He said that with his low taste, he would not be able to feel how breathtaking the potions she refined were. In short, the 2 of them were not on the same channel. With your level and ability, you are destined to be an honest assistant to the future number 1 demon refiner of the abyss. Qin Yu snorted, thinking that he cared. But soon, an unexpected turn of events occurred. This was because Elder Fox and Erebus paid him a visit the next day. Although the words of these 2 old demons were filled with mystery, Qin Yu slowly understood the meaning behind their words. They wanted to cooperate. Moreover, it seemed that they firmly believed that Qin Yu was the one who refined those potions. Liao Shi's proud and arrogant face instantly froze. Qin Yu could almost hear the sound of her heart breaking apart. Throughout the entire conversation, Liao Shi seemed to have become an ice-cold machine. His face was so dark that it seemed as if it would rain at any moment. Old Fox and Hei Tiangang, the 2 old devils who were very shrewd, couldn't help but look at her a few times. It seemed that they were very puzzled. What exactly was going on with her changing mood? However, seeing that Qin Yu was turning a blind eye to them, the 2 old demons were smart enough not to show their displeasure. Instead, they raised the importance of Liao Shi by 2 levels in their hearts. This was obvious. When the master was meeting with a guest, even an ordinary maid dared to openly show her displeasure. Moreover, she wasn't reprimanded at all, so how could her status be ordinary? Of course, what was even more important was that teacher Liao was beautiful enough. That's right, she was beautiful. Perhaps it was because they had different standards of beauty, but in the eyes of these two old demons, she was a top beauty. Of course, when Old Fox and Hei Tiangang first saw Liao Shi, they were given a fright. They thought that the Abyssal Walker was truly invincible. He had actually taken a royal woman as a maid. Such a cruel matter was simply unheard of. But soon, they discovered that Liao Shi didn't have any powerful aura. It was clear that she wasn't a true royal. It was likely that because of Liu Hua, he had refined some kind of potion for her that could conceal the traces of her race. It wasn't that similar potions didn't exist in the abyss. Moreover, they were deeply loved by the women of high-level abyssal races and were incomparably expensive. This also confirmed their speculations about Liao Shi. If Liu Hua didn't hesitate to use such a potion on a maid, then how could that maid be a simple maid? Thank you for Mr. Liu Hua's recognition. I hope that we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Of course, in order to express the sincerity of our two sides, no matter what you need, you can tell us and we will do our best to solve it for you. Old Fox smiled sincerely, his eyes surging with excitement. He had succeeded, and the entire process had been much smoother than he had imagined. If this were any other time, such an easy victory would have inevitably left Old Fox bewildered. This was the caution of an old demon that had lived for a long time in the abyss and had a certain status. But in Old Fox's view, today's matter involved an abyssal walker who had lived for an unknown number of years and had already begun to loathe life. He had no choice but to exile himself in an attempt to stimulate the passion of life once more. For this kind of extremely old and twisted existence that even wanted to kill him, no matter what he did, it was very normal. Hei Tiangang agreed. So after secretly leaving this small courtyard, these two high-ranking old demons looked at each other. They could feel the excitement in each other's hearts. To cooperate with an abyssal walker, even with their status, this was something that they would never have dared to imagine. But without a doubt, they had already succeeded. Next, as long as they did things properly, they would be able to obtain endless good fortune. Hei Tiangang licked his lips. His calm face was now flushed red and his fingers on his thighs lightly trembled. Across from him, Old Fox sucked in a deep breath and temporarily suppressed his emotions. His gaze fell on Hei Tiangang and he faintly frowned. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Old dog, although I can understand your current excitement, you and I both know how difficult this matter is. Strictly speaking, it is even more difficult than refining a life-changing potion that can stimulate the bloodline of the demons. You have already tried many times in these past years, so I advise you not to easily open your mouth." Hei Tiangang closed his eyes. After several breaths of time, he opened them again. But in the end, he still couldn't completely calm the fluctuating emotions in his heart. There was still a trace of struggle in his eyes. "You smelly fox, I understand what you are saying. But it is precisely because I have already tried so many times in these past years that I am certain this is my last chance." He paused for a moment and then slowly let out a breath. Although the endless abyss is vast, peak demon refiners are as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. If I miss Sir Wildfire, it is impossible for me to meet a second one. So, no matter what, I must try at least once. If I am rejected, then I can completely give up and extinguish all thoughts of becoming an old man in this giant deer city. Old Fox was silent for a long time. Then, he gently sighed. "Then you had best prepare a sufficiently generous gift. If you need my help, just ask. After all, I am also one of the reasons why you ended up like this." Hei Tiangang smiled. "There is no need. I have waited for this day for countless years. I have already made all the necessary preparations." He glanced at Old Fox. "You do not need to feel any guilt towards me. There was no right or wrong in what happened in the past. You and I simply had different standpoints." The carriage fell silent. In silence, they entered Merry Forest. Old Fox left the carriage in a hidden area. After changing carriages, he didn't pause at all and instead left in another direction. Hei Tiangang stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Black Edge respectfully stood to the side, his eyes filled with curiosity. He didn't know where his master had gone today, nor did he understand why Old Fox would be together with his master. It had to be known that ever since he entered Merry Forest, Although there had been no direct conflict between his master and Thousand Eye Temple, their relationship wasn't considered good. As for his master's relationship with Old Fox, he didn't know. In truth, he didn't want to know either. This was because maintaining a muddled state was the best choice for a subordinate. Black Edge, I will be going into seclusion for some time. I will temporarily leave the affairs of Merry Forest to you to manage. With that, He Tiangang stepped out. Demonic energy surged and his figure vanished. Black Edge bowed. Yes, my master. Liao She glared at Qin Yu. She had maintained this posture for a long time. If she continued like this, one would worry that her eyeballs would pop out of her eye sockets. Qin Yu originally didn't want to bother with her. Of course, deep in his heart, he wanted to see her make a fool of herself. But in truth, being stared at for too long was indeed uncomfortable, even if the one staring at you was a pleasant-looking woman. They were the ones who decided that I was the one who refined the potions, so it has nothing to do with me, right? Qin Yu rubbed his temples. Humph. Liao She coldly sneered, completely unmoved. Qin Yu was helpless. You must know that although you can freely appear in front of the abyssal demons, that is because you are wearing the pendant of hypocrisy. To you, fame is useless. It will only bring unnecessary trouble. Leaving these burdens to me is the best choice, don't you think? Humph. What do you want? I refined the potions, everything was refined by me. But now they all think it was you. That is the greatest harm to me. Do you know that my dream of being the #1 demon refiner in the abyss has just set sail and now it has been completely trampled on by you? Qin Yu's face darkened. Then how about I call them back and tell them that you are the #1 demon refiner in the abyss? Liao She, don't be so emotional. To you and me, the abyss is only a journey in our lives. We will eventually return to the world of the living. Once we leave, everything that happens here will be meaningless. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu's tone softened a little. For some meaningless fame, isn't it not worth it? Liao She bit her lips. I don't care. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then, her eyes brightened. You just said that you will leave the abyss sooner or later, so everything that happens here is meaningless to you, right? Qin Yu nodded. Good. I want you to promise me that before you leave the abyss, you will publicly announce that the one who refined these potions is me, Miss Liao She. I am the strongest demon refiner in the abyss and you are only my assistant. In the process of refining these potions, you only played a small role. Qin Yu said, okay. You agree? You can't go back on your word. Is there a need? You have to promise. Okay, I promise. Finally, everything was settled. Looking at Liao She's departing back, Qin Yu couldn't help but bitterly smile. He thought that women were sometimes difficult to understand. He really couldn't understand why Liao She cared so much about this matter. If there was something he couldn't figure out, then there was no need to waste time and energy. In the future, the answer would naturally jump out. Strictly speaking, after forming an alliance with Thousand Eye Hall and Merry Forest, there was no need to worry about his safety in Julu City. Although he didn't know how much strength these two forces could produce if they joined forces, if they were able to work together, they would inevitably stand on the same level. In other words, Thousand Eye Hall was no weaker than Merry Forest. And Merry Forest occupied nearly a fifth of Julu City's territory. This was a simple analogy. In this situation, even if the city lord wanted to deal with Qin Yu, they might not succeed. The only thing he needed to worry about was what Liao She said. As time passed, the aura she emitted would become increasingly strong. The pendant of hypocrisy was good, but it was hard to say when it would be used. It seemed that he needed to collect some things that could be used to further conceal her aura. This was already the 7th day since the eruption of the beast tide. Who knew how many demon beast corpses had fallen from the endless moat in front of Julu City? But they still covered the mountains and plains, endless and endless. It gave the demons the feeling that the more they killed, the more there would be. Although they occupied a natural stronghold and had a strong city to rely on, in these last 6 days, the demon race had suffered a terrifying number of casualties. Ordinary demons only knew that the eruption of the beast tide this time was particularly fierce. But, The City Lord Mansion that controlled all resources and organized the resistance against the beast tide knew exactly what was happening. In a short 7 days, the number of demon casualties in Julu City had already equaled the total number of casualties from the previous beast tide eruptions. According to convention, once a beast tide erupted, it would continue for at least a month. And as time passed, the beast tide would become increasingly strong, reaching its peak in around 20 days. Disregarding the possibility that the city was broken through by the beast tide, even if they could hold on, the final number of demon casualties would reach an astonishing number. Moreover, what was strange was that not all cities suffered such a terrifying impact from the beast tide. On the contrary, according to the news they received, the other 2 large cities near Julu City suffered much less than in previous years. This was an extremely rare occurrence. But the abyss had existed for countless years and beast tides had erupted countless times. There were similar examples. The reason why the intensity of a beast tide increased abnormally was because there was something in that city that was extremely tempting to demon beasts. In the ancient records of the abyss, Incubus City, which had yet to be destroyed tens of thousands of years ago, was built by the powerful Inc race in their most glorious period. It had an incomparably powerful defensive ability, and it was said that even the king of the abyss couldn't break through. But in a beast tide, it was completely destroyed and fell into the endless abyss. Not a single one of the tens of millions of demons in the city survived. After the investigation, it was found that Incubus City was powered by 3 demon dragon hearts, which provided the entire city with an endless supply of demonic power. Because the aura of the demon dragon hearts couldn't be completely concealed, it caused the beast tide to change and the degree of terror skyrocketed 100 times. The City Lord Mansion suspected that what happened to Julu City this time was most likely because there was something in the city that was extremely tempting to demon beasts. Of course, this was only a suspicion for the time being. The cause of the beast tide hadn't been clearly investigated. Who could truly be sure what these berserk demon beasts were thinking? But no matter what the cause of the beast tide was, the dangerous situation that Julu City was currently facing was an indisputable fact. Therefore, the City Lord Mansion believed that it was necessary to report this matter to the other forces in the city. Only by combining all their strength could they possibly resist the attack of this beast tide. Otherwise, once Julu City was breached, even if the ruling class could escape, they would suffer the greatest loss. The message from the City Lord Mansion was quickly sent out. But the first response made the City Lord frown. Erebus had just gone into seclusion,